Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry Potter became Spider-Man and exposed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Here is short summary. When S.H.I.E.L.D. uncovers Spider-Man's true identity, they realize he's not just a masked hero, he's Harry Potter. Now hunted and questioned, Harry must navigate a world where both magic and espionage collide. Will he escape their grasp, or will S.H.I.E.L.D. recruit the most powerful Spider-Man ever? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Hi, Harry. A group of girls giggled as Harry arrived outside the school on his skateboard. He had fortunately been able to convince his driver to drop him off a few blocks away from the school, giving him the chance to skate for a bit. Hey girls, Harry smiled as he stopped and hopped off his skateboard. He looked at the girls, recognizing that most of them were in his year. You're all looking wonderful today, he said with a smile as he picked up his skateboard. Just today? One of the girls asked challengingly as the others giggled. No, today's just the day I decided to point out the obvious, he grinned at her. No limo today, one of them asked disappointedly. Sometimes I like to get some fresh air, apparently it's good for you. He gave them a nod before walking off. He heard them talking about him as he left, quite easily with his hearing, but he didn't get a chance to focus much on it when Peter appeared beside him and started walking alongside him. Dude, you've damn near broken the internet, Peter said excitedly. Shush, Harry said quickly as he started looking around. Thankfully Peter hadn't attracted that much attention. Sorry, Peter quickly apologized. This is amazing, he said in a lower voice. It's damn near spectacular. Harry chuckled as Peter pulled out his phone and started playing a video recording of Harry stopping a car. I still can't get over the fact that you can do this, Peter whispered. Harry, Gwen quickly popped up next to him. You're all over the news, she whispered as she started walking with them. How can you tell? Harry asked in a dry voice. Oh, ha. Gwen rolled her eyes as she gave him a fake laugh. Seriously, you're everywhere. If I was you, I'd really start picking a name, she suggested. A name? Harry blinked at her. Yeah, like the Red Spider, Gwen replied. Or Arachnid. Maybe Man Spider, Peter suggested. Or Spider-Man. How about Spidey? Wait. Your costume's got red in it, so we could call you the Spider. Or we could call you. Guys, Harry interrupted them before they could continue. As tempting as it is, I don't really want or need a name. Yeah, you do, Gwen replied. If you don't give yourself a name, then somebody else will pick one. Imagine if they pick a really horrible one and it sticks. I'm not going to go around calling myself a ridiculous name, Harry rolled his eyes. Your funeral, Peter shrugged. That guy is awesome. The trio heard someone shout. They glanced to their right and saw Flash along with several other popular kids, including Liz Allen, gathered around and watching a video on Flash's phone. Look how strong he is, Flash gasped, obviously watching a video of Harry. You got a crush, Flash? One boy teased. Ew, Harry whispered, not at all pleased with even the mere thought of Flash having a crush on him. No, Flash said quickly. Don't be childish. Look at him. Tell me you don't wish that you can do that. He's certainly not that bad from the back, Liz commented with a smile. Harry blinked at that and stared at Peter, who stared right back at him. The two of them then turned to Gwen, who had an airy look on her face like she hadn't also just heard what Liz had said. Gwen, Harry spoke up. Is my back? Yes, Gwen quickly nodded. But then that means, yes. But do you really? Yep. Seriously? Yeah, even with, definitely. Gwen nodded firmly. Huh, Harry said in a surprised voice as he looked over his shoulder and down. You know what, Liz might be right. So, how does it work? Peter asked as the trio joined together in Peter's basement. Gwen and Peter were currently sitting down and facing Harry, who was hanging upside down from a web that he had attached to the ceiling. Well, I pretty much just go out and fight crime whenever I have time, I guess, Harry shrugged. It's not like there's a superhero manual just lying around for me. He pointed out. What about that devil guy? Gwen asked. Didn't you say that he had actually offered to help you out? Yeah, he sounded like he knew what he was doing, Harry responded in a thoughtful voice. I kind of don't want to find him just so I can avoid his, I told you so. But needs must and all, better to at least give it a try. Exactly, so now we just have to find a vigilante that's been able to avoid being captured by not just the entire police force but also every single goon and thug in this damn city, Peter sighed, rubbing his eyes. You don't half make things difficult, you know. He added to Harry. Oh, like you're a walk in a park. Harry scoffed. How many times do I have to drag you out of fights that you shouldn't ever be close to? I still think I can take Flash, just saying, Peter grinned. Whatever you say, tough guy, Gwen smiled, lightly tapping his knee. So, should we get to work on tracking down the devil? Sure. First of all, let's rule out down there. Harry pointed down to the ground, which was sort of up for him. Noted, Gwen said with the utmost seriousness in her voice. This is not my night, he thought to himself as he forced himself to get back up to his feet. The man, sometimes called the Devil of Hell's Kitchen, was currently dressed in black combat boots and trousers, the latter of which had several cuts on it. He wore a black full-sleeved shirt along with forearm pads and black gloves. His shirt, gloves and pads all noticeably had blood scattered on top of them, while the shirt also had several cuts, including one cut that had actually managed to reach the devil's chest. The rest of the blood on him had thankfully come from other people. On top of his head, he did not wear a helmet or a full-face mask. Instead, he wore a black scarf that covered the top part of his face. He could feel the mask against his face. The sweating had made it stick more to him, and the bruise on his right cheek made it hurt, but he couldn't and wouldn't take it off until he had reached the safety of his home, especially with what he was currently facing. He took a few steps back, managing to avoid stepping on the several unconscious bodies behind him without even looking. A short distance in front of him were 5 thugs, big and strong and armed with bats, knives and steel pipes. Can I take them all? He wondered. At this point he was tired. This wasn't his first fight tonight, nor was it even his third. This would be his 5th, he didn't count the unconscious bodies around him, seeing as they were all part of the same group. He was currently in a warehouse, an empty one. The open space could be both advantageous and horrible, depending on the situation. Right now it was really bad for him since he had nowhere to hide from the group. If I lead them outside, I could start taking them out, one by one. He thought to himself, knowing that if things went really bad then he'd still at least be able to escape. All of a sudden his head twitched as a sound came into his ear. He listened closely to it, ignoring the threats and insults shooting out from the thugs. After several moments of listening, he suddenly started laughing. The thugs froze as they stared at the man in front of them. When somebody was battered and bruised and outnumbered while mostly likely going to die soon, then the obvious reaction from that person would not be laughter. What are you laughing at? One of them demanded to know, gripping his knife tightly. The Devil of Hell's Kitchen didn't immediately answer and laughed for another few seconds before his laughter slowly died down. What's so funny? You're outnumbered. We got men and weapons. What you got? Back up, the Devil of Hell's Kitchen said with a sadistic, toothy grin. 2 seconds later a couple of webs shot out from the shadows and grabbed 2 of the men from the back before pulling them into the rafters. The thugs all turned around and stared up at the rafters. They couldn't see much thanks to the shadows of the night. What the fuck? One man blurted out before 2 more webs shot out and grabbed 2 of them and pulled them up into the air before yanking them into the shadows of the rafters. Who the fuck is that? The remaining man demanded to know, pulling out his phone and using it to shine a torch at the rafters. The ability to see through the shadows didn't really help the thug's fear. Hanging from the ceiling were his friends, all covered in webs, and right in between them and sticking to the ceiling was a masked man in a red and black suit with a spider logo. Why? You're that spider guy. The man blurted out, taking a step back. Boo, Harry said as threateningly as one could say that word. The thug took another step back and turned around to run, only to end up running into a powerful right hook from none other than the Devil of Hell's Kitchen. Here I thought that we would never see each other again, Devil said in a casual voice. I guess God blessed you with my company, Harry replied. Who's to say that it's not the other way around? He smirked. Fair point. Harry dropped from the ceiling into the ground with the ease of jumping off a final step on a staircase. Impressive, Devil whispered quietly as he took a step back. So, you've been in the news for a while, he said as he turned and started walking with Harry following after him, both of them not commenting on the unconscious and tied-up thugs that they had left behind. Trust me, I know, Harry replied. Did you really fight a guy in a bird costume? Devil asked, sounding part amused and part intrigued. Yeah, he wasn't fun, Harry said, shaking his head slightly. He was a bit of a dick actually, major ego issues. I'll take your word for it, Devil said, letting out a heavy breath. You skip cardio or something? Harry asked, noticing how tired he looked. Just a bit beat up, I'll be fine, Devil said dismissively. Are you sure? Harry asked in a concerned voice. Trust me, I've had worse, Devil responded. Anyway, how did you find me? He asked curiously. You're becoming a tad bit too predictable, Harry shrugged. A few minutes of internet research revealed that you only really ever operate within Hell's Kitchen. The latest newspaper article that I could find about you revealed that you are currently having a little spat with the Bones and Skulls gang, which I assume are the guys we just left behind, Harry added as they both exited the warehouse and continued walking. Yes, they are, Devil confirmed with a small nod of his masked head whilst also noting the British words that were being used. Well, then after that it was more a matter of tracking them down instead of tracking you, Harry continued explaining. And they were a lot easier to find than you, I have to admit. Then I just started looking for them, figured I'd be able to find you, and if not then I could at least stop a few of them. I stopped 2 groups of them tonight, not including the last one we just dealt with. Did you just say 2? Devil asked, sounding more than a little interested. Yeah, why? Because if you didn't miss any then I think that we just stopped the gang permanently, Devil smiled briefly. Providing the police don't botch it up. Well, from what I've heard, we've got some pretty good policemen in this city, Harry commented. He couldn't help but frown since he felt an almost instinctive need to defend the police on behalf of Gwen when she wasn't here. Anyway, last time we spoke, you made me an offer. I'd like to take you up on it. You said you'd help me out. I need to know more about this hero gig. You've done it before. I don't know if I classify as a hero, Devil softly snorted. Besides, I haven't been doing it for that long. Longer than me, Harry pointed out. Fair point, Devil shrugged his shoulders. Meet me tomorrow at the train tracks where we first met, be there at 11 p.m. Got it. Got it, Harry nodded his head. I guess I'll see you tomorrow then. This was a good talk. He smiled under his mask before he leapt into the air and began swinging away. Huh, Devil chuckled. Good talk, kid. Hey mum, I'm going out, Harry called as he walked towards the door. Wait, Emily called, stepping out of the kitchen and stopping in front of him and the door. Have you done all of your chores? She asked. Yep, Harry smiled at her. You cleaned your room? She asked, giving him a questioning look. It's as clean as a teenager's room is ever going to get, Harry nodded. Today was also your turn to clean the bathroom, she reminded him. Did you clean that as well? It's the cleanest bathroom in the country, Harry said with the utmost confidence in his voice. Maybe even the world. Oh, and I did the laundry as well. I'll take your word for it, she said with a small smile on her face before she reached over and kissed his forehead. Okay, go and have fun. I will, Mum, love you, Harry said as he walked out of the door. Love you too, he heard her response just before he closed the door. What a lovely woman, he smiled to himself before he began walking to the elevator. A few minutes later Harry was outside the building and was skating down the streets towards Peter's house, dodging the people and obstacles in his way with ease. Several minutes later he was still skating and had just skated past some old woman that he heard complaining about kids with skateboards. He ignored her comments with ease before he continued skating along. He only stopped when suddenly a kid rushed out of an alleyway in front of him and began waving his hands wildly, signaling Harry to stop. Harry slowed down before stopping just in front of the kid. Hey, what's the, wait, Ryan, Harry blinked, recognizing the kid. "It's you," Ryan gasped, also recognizing him. "Please help me," he quickly said, grabbing Harry by his hand before he tried and failed to drag Harry into the alley. Harry let out a small sigh before he got off the skateboard and quickly strapped it to his back before he allowed Ryan to drag him into the alley. "What's going on?" he asked Ryan. "I need you to help my sister," he cried out. "Your sister?" Harry frowned as Ryan suddenly stopped. "I got put in a new family and I have a sister and we were walking and then these bad guys came and tried to take our money and she told me to run." Ryan babbled with tears in his eyes. "Please help her. You saved me and—" "Hey, it's okay," Harry cut him off. "Where is she?" he asked. Ryan was about to answer when suddenly they both heard a loud crash noise followed by a bunch of swearing before slightly up the alley they spotted one rough-looking teenager being thrown on the floor. A second later a girl stepped out of the corner. She looked to be about Harry's age. She was wearing black shoes, black jeans and a black coat while wearing a thin, gray beanie hat on her head which covered the majority of her head but still allowed her long brown hair to spill out and fall down to her shoulders. On her shoulders, she wore a scarf covering the bottom half of her face, leaving just a pair of blue eyes currently darting around until her gaze landed on Harry and Ryan. "That's her. That's her," Ryan said quickly, pointing to her. "You got to help her. Come back here, bitch," a voice yelled, pushing the girl into action as she started running towards Ryan just as two more teenagers appeared and started chasing after her. "Ryan, run," she yelled as she got closer. "Remember, don't tell anyone that we've met before," Harry quickly whispered to Ryan before he stepped to the side and started walking a few steps forward. He allowed the girl to go past him. She spared him a quick glance before rushing to Ryan. She barely stopped in front of him before she turned around, realizing that the men that were chasing them would have caught up. She had adopted a fighting stance but it turned out to be unnecessary for her. She blinked when she saw that Harry had grabbed the closest boy by the hood of his hoodie with one hand and had raised him in the air for about a second before he tossed him at the other man, sending them both to the ground. Harry let out a small whistle and he rolled his shoulders forwards and backwards before finally speaking. "All right, boys, we got a problem," Harry asked in a casual voice. "Screw you," the one that Harry had grabbed yelled before he slowly got up to his feet and pulled his friend up to his feet. The two of them glared at Harry and the two behind him before they turned and ran to their other friend and helped him up so they could all turn and run. "Welcome to the friendliest country in the world," Harry snorted before he turned back to look at Ryan and his sister. Both were staring at him. Ryan with awe while the only thing Harry could see from the girl was a bit of surprise. "Are you both okay?" he asked. "We're fine," the sister said quickly, no longer in a fighting stance but still looking fairly cautious. She was smaller than Harry, about an inch taller than Gwen whose head ended at the top of Harry's chest. "If you're sure," Harry said, his emerald green eyes staring at what little he could see of her face. "Are you hurt?" he asked, not seeing any damage. "They never laid a hand on us, right Ryan?" she asked Ryan who quickly nodded his head. "Okay," Harry nodded as he pulled out his phone. "Give me a sec, I'll call the police for you guys." "We don't need the police, we're fine," she replied quickly before Harry could say anything more. "Yeah," Ryan agreed, though Harry suspected that he only did so because of his sister. "Are you sure you're okay, kid?" he asked Ryan. "You don't want an ambulance or anything?" "I said we're fine," the girl replied. "And I'm asking the kid, not you," Harry responded before staring at Ryan. Harry was pleased to notice that Ryan definitely was looking better in the short time since Harry had seen him. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Ryan smiled brightly. "This is my sister, she's really nice," he chirped, grabbing his sister's hand. "Okay," Harry sighed before turning to the sister. "I'll trust your judgment on this but if the kid looks even a bit off then I want you taking him to the hospital, deal?" he offered. The sister stared at him for several long moments. "Deal," she eventually agreed. "Now, excuse us." She gave him a short nod before walking away while holding Ryan's hand. "Bye-bye," Ryan said happily as he waved at Harry before he and his sister turned a corner and went out of Harry's sight. "Did you know that guy?" she asked Ryan once she felt that they were far enough away. Nope," Ryan said with an innocent expression on his face. You're a horrible liar, you know that, right? You're early, Devil said as he and Harry both met up at the train station, both in their costumes. Eager to learn, sir, Harry said, saluting Devil. I'm not a soldier, you don't need to salute, Devil smiled. Sorry, just trying to ease the mood, Harry replied. Anyway, what are we starting with? Harry asked excitedly. I am a big believer in learning through experience, Devil said, definitely smirking now. Cool, Harry said just as excitedly before pulling out a notepad and a pen. Are you really going to use those? I might need notes, Harry protested defensively. Devil stared in his direction for several seconds before staring up. God, give me strength, he muttered. If he does, can I have some as well? Harry asked hopefully. Do you have any fight training? He asked, hoping to get back on track. Not really, Harry admitted. But I have been in a few fights. Harry frowned under his mask, thinking back to his days with the Dursleys. I can dodge hits with the best of them, can take a few too. Then we've at least got something to start with, Devil nodded. How many martial arts do you know? Harry asked curiously. Aikido, Jiu-Jitsu, Judo, Taekwondo, Muay Thai and boxing, just to name a few. He answered without even trying to brag a bit. Blimey, Harry blinked under his mask. Someone's busy. A bit, Devil couldn't help but agree. So, you're going to teach me all of that? Harry asked. No, Devil shook his head. Unfortunately, I don't have time to teach you everything I know. I have a day job and my time at night is limited. Oh, Harry frowned. Fair enough, I suppose. So, what do we start with? First, I'll teach you a few fighting moves, Devil began. Then, we're going to go somewhere together. Where? Harry asked. Is it later? Devil cut him off. First let me teach you a few moves. Oh, are we going to start with Muay Thai? Harry asked curiously. I heard that that's really good for street fights along with Krav Maga. Or am I supposed to forget about all I know? Like that, empty your cup so you can fill it, crap. You talk a lot, Devil noted, staring in Harry's direction. Are you criticizing? Harry asked. Not at the moment. Well, this looks inviting. Harry snorted as he and Devil stood on top of a shipping container at a shipping dock where it didn't look like there was much work going on. Instead, Harry saw several armed men walking up and down, patrolling the area. We're here for a specific thing, Devil whispered to Harry. Do you know what it is? He asked, much like a teacher would ask a student. I'm guessing it's something to do with these people. Harry looked around. I see at least 10 people in front of me, there might be more. There's definitely more, Devil said confidently. There are currently 18 men here, all of which are packing at least one gun. What are they after? Harry whispered, wondering how he knew that. They're not after anything, they're guarding something they already have. Devil pointed to a specific container. In there. Harry turned his right ear towards the container. Fuck, Harry hissed suddenly. What is it? Devil asked. There are kids in that container. Harry growled. How many? Devil asked him. I count at least 4. Harry glared in the direction of the container. How? I can hear them, Harry explained. My senses, they're heightened. It was a bitch of a time waking up and hearing damn near everything around me. I have got it under control though now, luckily. How good are your senses? Devil asked curiously. If I focus I can hear that fly going around that guy's ass, Harry said, pointing to the man closest to the container. And you knew exactly how many kids were in there, didn't you? Harry asked, noting the lack of surprise from the man. You're not the only one with good hearing, he spoke in a soft, almost soothing voice. Anyway, let's focus up. These men are part of a human trafficking ring. First things first, don't just rush in unless you have to. Look around, spot vantage points, and ways to escape, and don't forget to use your senses to keep track of everybody. We're going to take them out, one by one. Won't they start noticing that their numbers are going down? Harry asked. Most likely, Devil nodded. Sometimes they don't, but a lot of times they do. If that happens then you need to either take them out before they can act or keep the pressure on, stay hidden and take them out one by one. They'll get scared. When they're scared, they make mistakes and they don't think straight. Now, how do you want to go about it? What? Harry blinked. I thought you were taking the lead here. As I told you, I believe in learning through experience, Devil smirked. Besides, I won't always be there to hold your hand. You need to learn to do this on your own. Fine. Harry rolled his eyes before taking a look around, noticing several high lampposts and vantage points. Okay, I've got a plan. Let's hear it, Devil replied, gesturing for him to continue. I'm going to go high. Starting on the right, I'll take them out and web them up. Meanwhile, you go on the left and we'll take them out one by one with a pincer movement until we got the ones standing by the container. From then on I'll try and create a distraction, to draw their attention to me. I'll distract them long enough for you to get the kids out or for you to come and help me take out the rest, whichever you think would be better. And if it goes wrong? Devil asked. I'll wing it. That's how I do all of my best work, Harry shrugged. Let's get to work. Good luck, Spider. Don't call me that, please. Harry sighed. Last thing I need is for the name to stick. You'll need to give me some name to address you with, Devil pointed out. If I must, Harry growled before pulling out his phone. What are you? Wait, Harry hissed before dialing up Peter's number and calling it. Hey, Harry spoke into the phone as soon as it was answered. You know how we were discussing names for me earlier? Yeah, why? Peter's voice asked. Give me one, quickly, Harry requested. How about Arachno? No, Arachnid, no. The Black Spider. You racist shit, are you seriously doing this now? The Devil looked at him with disbelief. Who's that? Peter asked. The Devil, not the one with the horns, Harry answered. Oh, the vigilante guy? Peter asked in an excited voice. Yes, and he just told me I need a name. Give me a good one, Harry replied impatiently. Oh right, how about Webby? No, we're wasting a lot of time, right now, Devil glared at him. Oh, how about the one I suggested before, Spider-Man? Peter asked. Okay, fuck it, I'll go with Spider-Man. Great. Okay, thanks, bye-bye. He ended the phone call and placed his phone away before turning to face his unimpressed, crime-fighting companion. What? He asked defensively. First of all, that friend of yours knows your identity. He asked. Yeah, I wanted him to help me make these. Harry gestured to his web shooters. I'd be very careful with who you're telling your secrets to, he responded in a serious voice. It could end up going bad for both of you. It's not like I'm broadcasting it to everyone, I'm wearing a flipping mask. Harry pointed out as he pointed to his head. Second of all, don't ever just suddenly decide to call someone midway through trying to stop a crime. He admonished. Right, got it, so, shall we proceed? He asked, earning him a small glare. Yeah, let's get on with it, Spider-Man. Devil snorted before leaping off the container. Spider-Man shook his head before he leapt up into the air and shot out a pair of webs before pulling himself up and landing on top of a tall lamppost. Once perched there he found the nearest available goon and aimed his wrist at the man's direction. A web shot out from his web shooter and grabbed onto the man who was barely able to let out a surprised gasp before he was yanked into the air and tied up against the lamppost, just under Spider-Man, his whole body wrapped in a web cocoon before Spider-Man covered his mouth with webs. Just sit tight right there, and stay quiet or I'll eat you. Spider-Man whispered menacingly into his ear. Because I'm a spider. Do you understand? The man let out a small squeak before he quickly began nodding his head. Oh good, thought I was being too subtle. Spider-Man leapt off of the lamppost and swung over to the next one where he saw two gunmen standing beneath him. I could probably get the jump on them, he thought, feeling tense. But the objective is to take them out quietly. If I jump them then they might make noise. Got to separate them. He aimed a web shooter to his left and fired a short web shot that flew a small distance away before impacting against one of the containers. Did you hear that? One of the thugs whispered to the other. I did. Go and check it out, the other thug replied. Why me? Why not? Go check it out. You're a dick, he huffed before walking off to search for the source of the noise. Yep, the remaining thug nodded to himself. He let out a small sigh before he suddenly found himself pulled high up into the air. He was spun around in midair before a web grabbed his chest and pulled him towards Spider-Man, who knocked him out with a single punch before webbing him to the lamppost. There wasn't anything there, the thug complained when he returned, only to find that his friend had gone. What a dickhead. Pretty much, he heard someone say. He turned around and received an unhealthy knuckle sandwich that knocked his lights out. The spider looked around while also using his senses to keep track of the goons around him. He heard one walking in his direction. He turned around just as the thug turned a corner and appeared in front of him. He shot out a web and pulled himself towards the thug and knocked him out with a flying sidekick. This is surprisingly fun, he whispered to himself. A few minutes later and a bunch more thugs were knocked out and webbed up before the spider met Devil by the container where the kids were being kept. We got everyone? Spider-Man asked. Just need to free the kids, Devil confirmed, casually punching one man who looked like he was about to wake up. Right, and which of us is going to greet these scared kids? Spider-Man asked. Because you look like the fucking boogeyman and I hardly look that much more welcoming. He finished by gesturing to his black and red costume. You'll do it, Devil decided. Why me? Why not? Go and do it, Devil smirked. You're a dick. Spider-Man huffed before he walked over to the container and unlocked it. He gently opened it slowly. Once the doors were open, he saw a sight that in the simplest of terms, angered him greatly. He saw several frightened children in the crate, all covered in dirt and wearing clothes that looked old and far from clean. They were all frightened and huddled in a corner. The smell of the container alone nearly made Spider-Man vomit. Give me a minute, he told the scared kids before he closed the doors again. Once the doors were closed, he turned his attention to the nearest thug who looked like he was starting to wake up. Spider-Man casually placed his foot above the man's hand before stomping down hard, causing the man to scream out in pain and release enough noise to wake up the dead. My hand, he cried. What are you doing? Devil asked, looking somewhere in between wanting to stop Spider-Man and joining in with him. These assholes hurt those kids, Spider-Man growled. I think it's fair to share the pain, he said, sure that every bone in the man's hand was broken. I don't blame you for wanting that, Devil spoke, his voice as soothing as always but also filled with understanding this time. I want to do a lot worse than break his hands. But there's a line you can't cross, especially with a bunch of kids able to hear every one of his screams. Well, that's just not fair, he muttered before silencing the man's screams with a kick to his head, knocking him out. Spider-Man tilted his head to the right, staring at the body in front of him for several seconds before he suddenly straightened up and clapped his hands together. So, let's go help those kids, he said in a cheery voice before turning and walking back to the container. If his sudden change in mood bothered Devil, then the man didn't say anything about it. Slowly, Spider-Man opened the container once more before he knelt down on the floor and stared at the children. Hey, I'm Spider-Man, he greeted them politely. My friend and I have come to rescue you. His words didn't seem to inspire much confidence in the kids. Hey, look, he lifted his mask up just enough for his face to become visible. I'm just a normal guy, he told them, not really worried about being remembered. It's dark, they're frightened and he doesn't really have anything that would particularly stand out except maybe his eyes. Once he was sure that showing his face had at least some sort of positive impact on the kids, he pulled his mask back down. Come on, he said, holding out a hand. Let's get you out of this place, and hopefully somewhere with baths. Yeah, whenever you're ready, he kept his hand out for them. Eventually, one child, a small boy with black hair, slowly broke off from the rest of the children and cautiously stood up. He gingerly walked over to Spider-Man before placing his hand in his. Nice to meet you, Spider-Man greeted him. What's your name? James. The boy timidly replied. Nice name, Spider-Man said warmly. Morning, Harry yawned as he sat down for breakfast with his parents. Morning, Emily replied. Someone looks tired, she noted, staring at Harry. Didn't sleep much, he shrugged. Bad dream, Norman asked. Yeah, in it I ended up looking like you, Harry casually replied. Would be much better than how you currently look, Norman smirked. Mother, tell him his eyesight isn't working properly, Harry requested before he continued eating. "Don't bring me into this," Emily said simply before reaching for the remote and turning the TV on. And in other news, a reporter started speaking. It has been reported that just last night, the mysterious crime fighter that has burst onto the scene had struck again. Everyone turned their attention to the TV. The masked vigilante, dubbed as the Spider, had previously been seen assisting the police in stopping a car filled with armed criminals. However, we've received info that the man has been working with the vigilante known as the Devil of Hell's Kitchen, aka Daredevil. Daredevil, Harry mentally repeated with a small smirk on his face. Definitely calling him that the next time I see him. The two of them together had stopped a gang full of human traffickers, rescuing multiple children. The children reported that the masked vigilante had identified himself as Spider-Man. The reporter added, wiping the smirk off of Harry's face. "I knew that name would stick." He mentally sighed. Still, all in all, not the worst name around. He thought to himself, truth be told, the name was starting to grow on him. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, does whatever a spider can, Gwen sang in an amused voice. "Gwen, I swear to God, I will bend you right over my knee," Harry threatened. "Is that a promise?" she asked teasingly, earning a glare from Harry while Peter just shook his head at the two, wondering when the two would stop flirting with each other. Currently, the trio were in Peter's basement and all sat around the same desk, working on Harry's webshooters whilst also listening to the news which was playing on Harry's phone. The news, predictably, was talking about Harry's alter ego, Spider-Man. Gwen and Peter had naturally loved the name and Gwen was happy enough to tease him about it. "Gwen, pass us the screwdriver," Harry absently asked, his tongue slightly slipping out of his mouth as he concentrated on his work. "Sure." Gwen passed the screwdriver and continued to do her own work before she gently reached out and tapped Harry's mouth so his tongue would go back on. "All right, I think we're done," Peter stated after another hour of work. "Let's try it," Harry suggested, putting his modified web shooters on before firing a web line that shot out and attached itself to the wall opposite him. "If doesn't work then I'm going to blame you, Gwen." "Why me?" Gwen frowned. "Because you were the only one singing," Harry stated before he closed his fist and pointed it downwards, causing a small green gas to shoot out from the web shooter and drifted over the webs. The group watched with anticipation and was rewarded about 5 seconds later when the webs began dissolving. "Yes," Peter cheered. "It worked." "Brilliant." Harry grinned. "It's great, we can and will improve upon it, but it's brilliant," Harry added, hoping to get the speed of it increased to the point where it would dissolve instantly. "I feel like we should celebrate a job well done," Gwen commented. "I've got some frozen pizza upstairs," Peter offered with a shrug of his shoulders. "Good enough," Harry quickly agreed. "I'm starving," he added before jotting down a few more notes into his notebook. "Or we could go to Stan's if you guys want," Gwen suggested. "We haven't been there for a while." "Stan's?" Harry asked. He thought about it for several seconds. "Sure, I'd love some of his food right now." "Great, let's go." Peter smiled. "They've interrupted my eating time," growled Spider-Man as he swung after a pair of criminals that were being chased by the police. He had barely gotten a quarter of the way finished with his delicious burger when suddenly a speeding car sped past the shop. It was followed by a cop car that was flashing its red and blue lights, resulting in Harry quickly stuffing his burger down his mouth before swallowing as much of his drink as he could before he rushed off, unfortunately, leaving behind the fries that he was definitely sure would be eaten by Peter, the little prick, and found a nearby alley without any cameras around. He quickly changed into his costume and began following after the cars. Spider-Man swung around a corner before releasing his web and swinging off a lamppost and spinning in midair before he landed on the bonnet of the car, facing the two criminals in the car. "What the fuck?" the two criminals blurted out. "My name is Spider-Man, you interrupted my lunch, prepare to die," Spider-Man said. "Are you serious?" the driver demanded. "Depends on how quickly it takes for you to pull over," Spider-Man answered. "Last chance, stop the car." "Hell no," the passenger blurted out, reaching into his coat for his knife. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to pull it out since Spider-Man had smashed the window and covered him in webs near instantly. A second later Spider-Man turned his gaze to the remaining criminal who had already slowed down the car and was now bringing it to a halt before stopping it in the middle of the road. "I give up. Dude, I give up," he said quickly, raising his hands. "Good choice." Spider-Man nodded approvingly before he quickly webbed the man's hands to the car door and seat. "Hey, that ain't necessary," the criminal protested. "I disagree," Spider-Man said dryly before removing the key from the car and placing it on the bonnet just as the police got closer. "Next time, plan your crimes for after lunch, or better yet, don't do them at all." Spider-Man huffed before he turned and leapt off of the car before swinging away. A few seconds later he landed on top of a nearby building before he pulled out his phone and started calling Gwen's phone. "Gwen," he said quickly once she answered. "I've got to know, did Peter?" "Yeah, he ate your chips," Gwen answered before he could finish. "That little prick, ha hum, ha Spider-Man, ha hum, Spider-Man," sang Flash student under his breath, earning odd looks from everyone else. "What?" he asked defensively. "It's catchy," he defended himself weakly. "Still not over your man crush?" one of the other football players teased him. "It's not a crush," Flash snapped. "He's just awesome. He's everything I want to be when I grow up." At the back of the class, Harry sat together with Gwen and Peter. The trio had looked up and heard the last of Flash's conversation. Peter and Gwen both gave Harry an amused look while Harry adopted an expression that made it clear that he really did not know if he should be flattered or disgusted. "Not on his life," Harry muttered just before the teacher walked into the class. "Okay, class," Mrs. Smith began. "Settle down please. Yes, that includes you, Mr. Thompson, thank you." A minute later, once everyone had settled, she took the register before moving on to what she really wanted to say. "Now, class, I have some very good news. Next week we will be going on a field trip to none other than Oscorp." She grinned while all of the class looked in Harry's direction. "Hey, don't ask me," Harry shrugged, looking surprised. "I didn't know about this. Now, I want you all to remember that it is a privilege to be allowed this opportunity," Mrs. Smith said before she continued explaining more about the trip. Once she was done, she went to her desk and picked up some documents. She gave the students a nod to let them know that she had finished and they simply had to wait for the bell to signal it was time for them to go to class before she turned and left the classroom. "Your dad didn't tell you anything about this?" Gwen asked. "Not a thing," Harry confirmed with a small frown on his face. "How come your dad didn't tell you?" Peter wondered. "Probably his idea of a joke," Harry guessed. "He knows what a joke is?" Peter asked with mock disbelief. "Taught him last week," Harry said, playing along. "What the hell are we even supposed to do at Oscorp?" Flash asked loudly, attracting a lot of attention as he stared at Harry. "I bet it'll be boring, just a building full of nerds." He grinned. "Well, Flash, it's actually quite interesting," Harry said in a conversational voice. "Like recently, they started working on trying to find a way to make dicks bigger last I heard. Sounds like something you'll need if ever you come across a girl desperate enough." "Mine's probably bigger than yours," Flash said, glaring at him. "Doubt it, and not if you keep using all of those steroids." Harry snorted. "I'm perfectly natural," Flash said in an offended voice. "Right, and I'm Spider-Man," Harry said sarcastically, causing Gwen and Peter to stare at him with amusement. "If you want an actual answer, then I will happily tell you what Oscorp really is. It's a building full of people that drive around in the best cars and live in the best houses in the city, and the good ones will continue to do so even when you're living off scrapes because your dreams of turning pro didn't quite work out. You want to go, Osborn?" Flash quickly got to his feet and was about to rush forwards if not for his friend, Kong, holding him back. "Was it something I said?" Harry asked innocently, causing Flash to growl before Kong and a few other members of the football team managed to get Flash back into his seat. "Do you have to antagonize him?" Gwen sighed. "He started it," Harry muttered petulantly. "Insulted the best company in the world." "All right, give us your wallet," a mugger demanded, holding an 18-year-old girl against a wall while pressing a knife against her throat. "Please," the young girl whimpered, really regretting that she thought it was a good idea to take a shortcut through this alleyway. She wore fairly normal clothes and likely wouldn't have stood out in a crowd if not for the fact that she had dyed her hair pink. I don't have a wallet. I keep my money at. Don't lie to me, the mugger hissed. Give me the money. I don't have any money on me, she cried. My paycheck's not until tomorrow and I. Oh, just shut up, you stupid little, hey. The mugger cried out when the knife was suddenly pulled out of his hand by a thin web line. What the F? The mugger trailed off as he and the girl spotted Spider-Man sticking on the side of a building and staring down at them. Now, watch the mouth, he admonished the man before he jumped off the building and shot out a web. He swung down and struck the man with a kick before he landed, sending the mugger into a bunch of trash bags. Milady, he bowed dramatically to the girl before he stared at her for several seconds. Loving the hair, he told her honestly. Oh, thanks, she said eventually. No, really, I mean it, Spider-Man said before he webbed up the mugger. It suits you. Oh, thank you, she said, looking slightly embarrassed. I just wanted to try something new. I had a friend who kept her hair pink, he told her. But she also made her eyes this violet color to match. Oh, really? The girl blinked. Yeah, called her Tonks, she was fun, a punk rock sort of girl, you know. He asked before he suddenly paused and remembered that there was an unconscious mugger a few feet away. Oh right, you should probably call the police now. I'll call them, thank you very much, she said once again. You know, you're really not what I thought you'd be like, you're actually really a menace, yelled a man with spiky black hair that was gray on the sides and a big mustache under his nose. Robbie Robertson, high-ranking editor of the Daily Bugle, arguably the most famous news publication in the city, let out a deep sigh as he stared at his boss, J. Jonah Jameson. Robbie held a lot of respect for his boss, J. Jonah Jameson, also known as JJ. He was undoubtedly good at his job. He helped keep newspapers alive and relevant in an age where nearly everyone had moved on to computers, phones and whatever the latest gadget of the day was. JJ was also not a person that would back down when he felt he was in the right. In the past there had been many people who tried to politely suggest that JJ drop a story that they didn't want him focusing on. Unfortunately, for them, it would have been easier to rip a bone out of an angry dog's mouth. JJ had risen through the ranks with plenty of hard work and effort, and once he achieved his position, he still kept working hard. Robbie couldn't recall the last time JJ had missed a day of work. Robbie respected JJ greatly, but there were times when they disagreed on some things, like this Spider-Man situation. Robbie was of the opinion that Spider-Man was a good guy and that they should wait before making up their minds. JJ, on the other hand, was of the opinion that Spider-Man was a menace. JJ slammed a newspaper down onto his desk. Look, whenever a crime happens, he just happens to be there. Jonah, there are thousands of crimes committed every day, Robbie sighed. He is not at all of them, is he? You know what I meant. JJ glared at him. What on earth is he doing on my front page? He demanded to know, gesturing to the newspaper article on the desk. Look, Robbie looked down at the article. He saved 3 children from getting run over by a car. A car that was driven by a guy that had probably gotten distracted by the fact that a masked menace was swinging through the city, Jameson argued. Jonah, the man was found to be drunk and several times over the legal limit, Robbie pointed out. And I'm not just talking about the alcohol limit, he was doing 70 in a 30 zone. If this spider of yours is so great, then why does he wear a mask? Jameson asked in a triumphant voice. What's he got to hide? He's stopping criminals, Jonah, Robbie reminded him. That mask is probably just to stop them from going after him or his family. First of all, we don't even know if this nutcase has a family. He's probably some messed up orphan whose parents got shot or something, Jameson rolled his eyes. Second of all, the mask is also what will prevent law enforcement from finding him if and when he commits a major crime. Besides, you see all the police officers we have running around our city, they don't need masks. They show their faces and we hold them accountable if they don't do their job. Spider-Man operates outside of the law, We can't control him and we definitely can't trust him. He will do nothing but support and encourage masked vigilante mayhem, and I will not praise him for that. Which leads me back to my original question, what is this nutjob doing on my front page? Jonah, he's the best thing that's happened to this company in years, Robbie said, knowing that he wasn't going to convince Jonah, especially since the man did have some decent points, so he decided to try a different tactic. Oh, and why is that? JJ asked dryly. Our last paper had him on the front page and we've ended up selling out every last copy. Robbie smirked as JJ suddenly looked a lot more interested. Sold out, Jonah repeated. Every last copy, Robbie repeated. Our numbers show we've had a big increase in sales. He added. Robbie watched as Jonah appeared to have an internal mental war for a few seconds. I suppose if people need to be safe then they need to be educated on all threats, and who better than us? We are going to be educating them on the dangers of masked vigilantes, Jonah began. Tomorrow's front page headline will be, Spider-Man, Hero or Menace. I want that with a decent photo as well. I'm glad we're back here, Peter grinned as he and his class fellows walked into the Oscorp building. You're not the only one, Gwen smiled, wondering if she could get an internship here next year. Excuse me, Mrs. Smith said as they arrived at the reception desk. We're here for the Midtown High field trip. Hi Vicky, Harry waved. Hello Harry, Vicky pleasantly greeted him. Enjoying your day? She asked. My day is always pleasant when you're in it. Harry smiled charmingly while Mrs. Smith and his classmates looked back and forth between the two. As flattering as always, Vicky laughed before turning her attention to Mrs. Smith. On my right, there are a bunch of visitor passes. Please take one and make sure everybody else is wearing one. Anyone found without one could end up being escorted out of the building. Please wait here while I send for a tour guide. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Smith smiled before putting on a badge and started handing them out. Where do you think we're going first? Peter whispered to Harry as they all started waiting for a guide. I don't know, Harry answered honestly. Though I'm kind of hoping we hit up Dr. Connors's lab. Dad told me that he's been making some major progress in his work on genetics. Hello everyone, the tour guide said when he arrived. Now, let's get started, shall we? Line break. That was amazing. Gwen grinned when the tour guide escorted them out of a room where they learnt all about the various things that Oscorp sold to the military. Yep, Harry agreed, the two of them speaking quietly from the back so they wouldn't interrupt the tour guide. Dad told me that Oscorp makes quite a lot of stuff for the military. The main competition in that particular market was Stark, but ever since he stopped building weapons, Oscorp took over. Though Hammer Industries did try their best, Harry finished with an amused smile. Is your dad trying to make an Iron Man suit? Gwen whispered. As far as I know, no, he is not, despite my begging, Harry said with a small shake of his head. Ah, and here we have one of our more interesting labs, the tour guide said, leading them into a lab that Harry easily recognized. The group all walked in and saw various different computer screens and scientists running about along with a few holographic displays. Here they are, sir. Thank you, Dr. Connors said with a small smile as he walked over and stopped in front of the group. Hello everybody, I am Dr. Kurt Connors, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Oh, hello Harry. Hi Doc, Harry said with a smile. Do you know everybody here? Flash couldn't help but ask. No, just a lot of people. Harry shrugged. Anyway, Dr. Connors continued. First things first, let me tell you all a bit about me. Firstly, I am actually right-handed, though I do think I might have misplaced mine. He gestured to his missing arm, earning a few chuckles. I am the world's foremost expert on herpetology, which is the branch of science that focuses on the study of reptiles and amphibians. In Oscorp I mostly focus on genetics. I've spent years studying everything that makes not just humans tick, but also what makes various reptiles and amphibians tick. Now, obviously, there is a reason for this, and I'll give you a hint. It's a rather personal one. Can anyone guess what it is? He asked. Immediately Harry raised his hand. Apart from Harry, can anyone guess? Dr. Connors chuckled. Peter raised his hand and waited until Dr. Connors gestured to him. Does it have something to do with your arm? He asked hesitantly, hoping he hadn't just offended the man. Indeed, it is, Dr. Connors confirmed with a small nod. Are you planning to try and regrow your limbs? Peter asked. You can't regrow a limb. Flash scoffed. It's possible though, Gwen spoke up, narrowly beating out Harry. Animals like starfish and lizards can regrow their tails or limbs. It could be possible with humans if you can find a way to replicate their method of regeneration. Exactly, Dr. Connors smiled. You see, a while back it was discovered how lizards would regrow their tails. It involves a three-part process. Firstly there is autotomy, which is also called self-amputation. In this process, the lizard detaches its tail from their body. It is a self-defense mechanism done by lizards to protect them from predators. When a lizard loses their tail, they detach it from the vertebra present in the tail. The next part of the process is wound healing, which means the replacement of dead or damaged tissues with new tissue. Every living organism does it. During wound healing in lizards, reticulocyte and epidermal epithelium cells around the worm's site cover the wound. The final part of the process is regeneration. After the wound healing, blastema cells go to make a new tail. What is a blastema cell? To know that, we need to understand stem cells. In the human body, there are organs like the heart and the intestines. These intestines contain intestine cells, and these cells are constantly dying. So there are stem cells that become intestine cells. It happens in all bodies. Stem cells contain such power that they can become any cell they want. For example, stem cells can become nerve cells or muscle cells. These cells can become only intestine cells if they are present in the intestine. If the stem cell is in the liver, it cannot become bone or muscle cells. They have to become liver cells. Harry watched as everyone listened to Dr. Connors' lecture, though Harry couldn't help but notice that everyone had various levels of interest. Personally, Harry found it interesting and he knew that Gwen and Peter did too. He smiled as he imagined having Hermione here. He could imagine her hanging off Dr. Connors' every word. Eventually his talk had finished and the kids were allowed to look around the lab. Harry immediately went to one of the glass cases that were holding various different reptiles. He glanced back and saw that everyone else, including his friends, was distracted by a holographic display of some kind. Harry looked down at a small black snake that was lazily perched on a branch in his cage. Can you hear me? Harry hissed. You speak. The snake hissed back, looking up at him. I've never met a human who can speak the ancient snake tongue. Crap, Harry said under his breath. What's wrong? Asked the snake. I've got to go, Harry said before he turned around and found Gwen right in front of him, staring up at him with her curious eyes. Were you hissing at the snake? She whispered. I'm weird like that, Harry shrugged. He tried to walk away when Gwen grabbed his wrist. What, can't a guy talk to snakes in peace these days? Harry, what's going on? Gwen asked after glancing at her distracted classmates. Is this spider related? I was just confirming a theory, Harry sighed. What theory? She asked, finally letting go of him. Later, Harry rubbed his eyes. I need to process this, he said before he walked off, leaving a frowning Gwen. Line break. As field trips go, that was pretty good, Gwen commented when they arrived back at school just as the other kids began coming out of the school. Yep, Peter agreed before letting out a small yawn. Man, I'm beat. Looks like the day finally caught up to me. I guess, Harry chuckled before spotting his father's limo by the school entrance. Okay, that's my ride, I guess. I'll see you guys tomorrow. He nodded to the both of them before he started walking to his limo. He was only part way there when he heard his name being called. He immediately stopped and turned around to find a pretty black-haired girl standing in front of him, holding some books to her chest. Hi, she said with a small blush on her face. I'm Chloe. I don't know if you know me, I'm in the year above you. Oh, okay, nice to meet you, Harry said politely, even though he was confused about why she was talking to him. I was just wondering if you'd like to go on a date with me this Saturday, she said in a hopeful voice. Oh, Harry blinked. You want to go on a date? With me? Yes, she said with a small laugh. I mean, if you want to, she added nervously, shifting back and forth on her feet. Yeah, sure, Harry smiled. Great. Chloe beamed at him. I got to go now, but I'll find you tomorrow and we can talk about the details, is that all right? Sure, see you then. Harry nodded his agreement before they both took a step back and awkwardly turned around before walking away from each other. Let's just hope that this goes better than Cho, he whispered to himself. Line break. When Harry arrived back home it was with a smile on his face and a skip in his step. He remembered that today his mother went to go and visit one of her friends, meaning the only person at home should be his father. Harry headed over to his father's office, the place where Norman would most likely be. Hey-oh, Daddy-oh, Harry called as he entered, only to stop when he realized that his father was not alone. His father was sitting at his desk as expected, but standing alongside him was another man, who was looking quite annoyed. This man was dressed in a perfectly designed black business suit, his tie was blue and he was wearing a pair of circular glasses, not unlike Harry's own in his previous life, except these ones were clearly more expensive and worth far more than the second-hand ones that the Dursleys had gotten Harry. His hair was a Weasley shade of red and slicked back. He stood in a way that was not unlike Percy Weasley once he started being a git after joining the ministry. Harry easily recognized the man as Donald Mencken, Norman Osborn's personal assistant. Harry wasn't really overly fond of Donald, that was mostly because it was clear to him that Donald wasn't really fond of him. Harry wasn't really sure what the man's problem with him was. His best guess was that the man was jealous of him because he was Norman Osborn's son. Donald, much like the Weasley he shared a physical resemblance with, was a big brown noser. As far as Donald was concerned, Norman could do no wrong. If Harry wasn't so sure that his father preferred women, then he would be a little bit worried about his father's marriage. I'm not interrupting, am I? Harry asked. Donald opened his mouth first. We were actually discussing something important, he began. Not that important, Norman cut him off after signing a piece of paper. What is it, son? He asked. Harry took a brief moment to appreciate how the man could remain so focused on his work while also being able to perfectly carry out a conversation with other people. Is this about your field trip? Partly, Harry asked, dropping his bag by the door before he walked over and sat on an empty space on top of his dad's desk, ignoring Donald's disapproving look. That was great, by the way, we all had a lot of fun. All of you? Norman asked skeptically whilst reading over a document. Well, my friends and I had a great time, Harry amended. The popular kids, not as much. That's because they were away from their phones and mirrors for more than 5 minutes, Norman replied, earning an amused snort from Harry. Pretty much, Harry agreed. Peter and Gwen loved it though. I think the two might want to join Oscorp once they leave school. Good, Norman said with a satisfied nod and a smirk on his mouth. I was hoping they would. Really? Harry asked. Son, Norman said, signing his document before he looked up at Harry. You don't get to where I am without recognizing brilliance in others, that's why I surround myself with the best. The two of them decided to ignore the way Donald's chest pumped out at what he saw as a great compliment for himself. Both of your friends have great potential and I would be a fool to not at least try to make them assets for my company. Pretty much, Harry agreed. Oh, and we had a lecture from Dr. Connors today. I know, he's one of your favorites, Norman said with an amused smile. It was really interesting, Harry added. I hope his plans work out. If he manages to regrow limbs, then he gets to achieve his dream, become even more famous than he actually is, richer, and makes Oscorp look better than ever. Harry, he already has approved funding for his project. I'm not giving him more, Norman cut him off, knowing where Harry was going. Worth a shot, Harry shrugged. Oh, and good news, I got a date, he added proudly. A date, Norman repeated while Donald looked annoyed that his meeting somehow got turned into a discussion about Harry's love life. A girl called Chloe asked me out today, Harry explained with a grin. Right after we got back from our trip. We're going to meet tomorrow to discuss the details. Congratulations, son, Norman said in an awkward voice. If I may ask, what do you know about this girl? Not a thing besides her name, Harry openly admitted. Why do you ask? Son, I'm afraid I might have to upset you, Norman said with a deep sigh. You're an Osborn, an elite member of our city, you've always been richer than everyone at your school. Many there will want access to your fame and the money you have available, so there are some people that might. You're trying to say that she could be a gold digger? Harry asked bluntly, cutting off his father who looked slightly stunned. Yes, Norman said after a short pause. Then it's a good thing I know how to tell her to get lost, Harry asked. I'm sorry to interrupt, Donald began. But don't you think that? Get lost, Harry cut him off before looking to his father. You see. Dr. Connors, a voice called, making Dr. Connors look up from his computer in time to see a short-haired, Indian man in a black suit enter his office. I hope I am not interrupting. Not at all, Irfan, Dr. Connors said as he stood up to greet him. How are you? He asked pleasantly. Not that well, Irfan lightly grunted. I tried Chinese food for the first time last week. It's either horrible or I had the bad luck of finding the worst chef in the city. I was practically living in my bathroom for the next 2 days after. He added, earning a small chuckle from Dr. Connors. You have my sympathies, Dr. Connors said in an amused voice. But I fear that your bowel movements are not why you came to see me. Not unless you happen to be willing to lend me some pills, Irfan joked. Unfortunately, for you, I am not that type of doctor, Dr. Connors chuckled. Shame, Irfan mock sighed before he gave Connors a serious look. Listen to me, Kurt, I am afraid I have some bad news. Oh, Dr. Connors raised an eyebrow. Yes, he said, actually sighing this time. I am afraid that there have been some talks about your funding. My funding, Dr. Connors repeated. What's wrong with my funding? I use as much as needed to get the best equipment and after that, I use the bare minimum for everything else and manage it perfectly. It's not a question of the management of your funds, Irfan began explaining. You see, after the Vulture's attack, a lot of Oscorp's funding has been rerouted to developing and improving on his technology. It is believed that it could lead to a very interesting and bright future for Oscorp. It could revolutionize flight technology. That's why the higher-ups are considering making some changes and diverting some of the funds from other sections, including yours. But, how much? Dr. Connors asked, looking horrified. I don't know, Irfan answered honestly. Nothing has been finalized yet. It is entirely possible that you might not lose any money at all. The reason I am informing you of this is to prepare you for the possibility. Irfan, if I lose money then I might end up reducing my staff's salary or maybe even firing them. I'm sorry, Kurt, but there's not much that I can do. A decision will be made by the end of the week. Wait, Dr. Connors said suddenly, just give me a few weeks, I'm working on a project that I believe will be even more beneficial to the company. I just need a month or so and I can. I'm sorry, Irfan cut him off. But I don't believe it's possible, a decision will be made within a week. I'm sorry, Kurt, he said sincerely, giving Dr. Connors a small pat on his back. I wish you the best of luck. He gave him a small nod before he turned and walked out of the office. No, Dr. Connors let out a deep breath as he allowed himself to fall back on his chair. No, this can't happen. Though Irfan had tried to play it off as a small thing, they both knew it wasn't. The potential loss of funding could reduce his staff while also forcing him to adjust his lab and work, meaning he'd be far less effective. He couldn't have that, not now of all times. He was close to a breakthrough, he knew he was closer than he had ever been in years. If he lost this funding then he could be delayed for who knows how long. I need results, and I need them quickly. He whispered to himself. So, how do I look? Harry asked his friends once they stepped back into his room. He had currently dressed in a stylish pair of red and black trainers, dark black jeans, a light blue shirt and an open, gray-colored hoodie that came with a hole in each sleeve for him to put his thumb through. He hadn't bothered doing much with his hair besides a feeble attempt at combing it, but he had put on a bit of face cream that was supposed to make his face look nicer and he had made sure to brush his teeth extra. You're looking good, Peter smiled at him. But are you sure that's what you're supposed to wear? I thought people had to wear their best and fanciest for dates. It's a date, not prom, Gwen told him with a small roll of her eyes before she looked Harry over. You are looking good, she said, repeating Pete's words as she wasn't really able to think of anything better. So, what are you and this, Chloe, doing for your date? She asked, somewhat stiffly. Well, we agreed to start with dinner and a movie, Harry answered as he began adjusting his hoodie. Not in that order, he added before looking at himself in a mirror. Would I look good with an earring? He muttered to himself before shaking his head. Anyway, I best be off, and I'll let you know how it goes. He grinned at them before he turned and walked out of his room. Ah, young love, Peter put a hand over his heart as if touched. I doubt it's love, Gwen replied with a small sniff before she walked out of the room. Ah, young denial, Peter smiled. Hey, Harry smiled as he met up with Chloe outside of the cinema. She was dressed in simple shoes, jeans and a blue blouse along with an open white jacket. Looking good. Thanks, you too, she smiled at him before he offered her his arm. Shall we, my lady? He asked. She giggled before taking his arm and walking with him inside the cinema. The two walked over to a nearby screen and looked at the list of available films. So, any preference? He asked. How about that one? She asked, pointing to a picture of a drama romance film. If you want, I suppose. Actually, what about that one? Harry asked hopefully, pointing to an action-adventure film that looked quite good. I think my choice is better, she hummed. Okay then, Harry said, biting back a sigh. We'll go watch it. Great, she smiled brightly at him. Oh, do you mind if I just go to the toilet for a few minutes? Oh, yeah sure, go ahead. Harry nodded. Great, do us a favor and buy the tickets while I'm gone, I'll be right back. She told him before walking off. I'm buying tickets for both of us, Harry muttered under his breath. Truthfully, the money was not really a problem for Harry, but he did remember his father's concerns about Chloe simply being after him for his money. He wasn't sure. For one, she wasn't acting like how Harry remembered Pansy Parkinson would act. That girl was a definite gold digger. At least he hoped she was. If she was truly that obsessed with Malfoy, then there was clearly something wrong with her. Perhaps I'm overthinking this, he thought to himself as he went to buy the tickets. It's the first date, and it's just cinema tickets. Don't overthink this. So, did you like the film? Chloe asked him as the two walked together after leaving the cinema. To be honest, not really, Harry confessed. I didn't really like the main characters. Like, take that girl, for example, if she didn't want to be with him then why not say so? Honestly, they were all just a bunch of idiots making entire situations 10 times more complicated than they needed to be. Oh, I thought it was all right, she said in a quiet voice. Yeah, well, I guess we just have different tastes in films then, he said with a light chuckle, hoping to ease the mood. I'm more of an action movie sort of guy, though I'm not opposed to a good old comedy. Anyway, it's time to get something to eat. Yes, she lit up. I'm starving. Great, so where do you want to go? He asked. Do you have any place in mind? She asked. I'd like to go to Stan's place. Stan's, she repeated. He's the best in the city, Harry grinned. Isn't there anywhere else we can go? She asked, lazily looking around. I'm not really a fan of Stan's. It was fortunate that she was looking somewhere other than Harry, or she would have seen the sheer look of disbelief on his face and the temptation to dump her right now. Sure, I guess, how about a McDonald's? He suggested. There should be one nearby. McDonald's, really? On a date? She frowned. I could really use a Happy Meal right now, he thought to himself before spotting a nearby restaurant. Let's go there, he suggested, pulling her towards it. Okay, she said, not really looking impressed with his choice. I just figured that you would have tried to take me to some really expensive restaurant. She confessed. Why would I do that when the regular ones are just as nice? Besides, I do have an allowance, you know, my money is not unlimited. He shrugged, ignoring the voice in his head that was telling him this date was going bad. It didn't help that that voice sounded suspiciously like his father. Hi sweetie, how was your date? Harry's mother asked as soon as he got through the door. He saw that she was sitting on the sofa and staring at him with an amused look. How did it go? Could have been better, I suppose, Harry said slowly as he closed the door. Oh, as if a button was pressed, all of the amusement vanished from Emily's face. What's wrong? She asked. Well, it's like this, Harry began as he walked over to her. We started the date at the cinema and I let her decide what film we were going to watch. You didn't like it, she guessed. I hated it so much, but that's not the main problem, Harry replied as he sat down. After that, we were trying to find somewhere to eat and she didn't seem to appreciate any of my choices and told me that she was expecting me to take her somewhere expensive. Oh, and I paid for our tickets as well. So, I'm basically wondering if we have anything in common, and I am not sure if she likes me for me or if she's just interested in how rich I am. Also, I don't know if I'm overthinking this or not. Oh Harry, Emily sighed. I understand. Let's tackle this one step at a time, yeah. I defer to your womanly wisdom, Harry shrugged before he gestured for her to continue. First of all, it is perfectly fine for you guys to not agree on everything. For some people, opposites attract, you know. No relationship is perfect, you've just got to take your time to decide if you think this person is worth putting up with their flaws. As for your money thing, I can't really say for sure, it's hard to tell. Spend some more time with her, get to know her. If you want a sure way to know, then just don't spend any money on her for a while and see what happens. That could work, Harry hummed thoughtfully. Thanks. You're welcome, she smiled at him as she affectionately ruffled his hair. If you want a different opinion, then you can talk to your father about it as well. Nah, Harry shook his head. Dad's adopted an assume the worst until proven otherwise approach, so I already have a fairly good idea about what he's going to say. Well, if you're sure, perhaps you could talk to your friends about it, she suggested. Maybe, Harry thought about it. I don't know how much help that'll be since Pete knows less about girls than I do. Gwen might know, but oh wait, I know exactly who to ask. Harry grinned. Keep your guard up, Daredevil told him. If one was to enter Fogwell's gym, then they would currently find the odd side of the Devil of Hell's Kitchen overseeing the boxing training of Spider-Man. Both were in their full costumes and had snuck into the gym at night to get some training in. For Spider-Man, it was quite helpful in not only teaching him boxing but also helping him work on his power control, which turned out to be necessary when he accidentally punched a bag off of the ceiling. Good, Daredevil said as Spider-Man continued to strike the punching bag. He had been amused by the name that Spider-Man had given him, but overall he found that he quite liked it. You're getting better. Thanks, Spider-Man said in between a couple of jabs. Hey, can I ask you a few questions? About what? Daredevil tilted his head slightly. Girls, Spider-Man sighed. You want to ask me about girls? He asked with a hint of amusement and disbelief. Well, you probably know a bit about them, given your good looks, he defensively stated as he hit the bag with a strong right hook. What makes you say that I'm good looking? He asked. Spider-Man stopped punching and stopped the bag from swinging with his hand before he turned to face Daredevil. Your jawline, Spider-Man answered simply. Now, can I ask? If you must, Daredevil said, not really knowing what to say. How do you know if a girl likes you and isn't just trying to use you? He asked, staring straight at his teacher. For most people, you simply have to spend a bit of time with her, get to know her, keep an open mind and look at everything objectively. He answered. For most people, Spider-Man repeated. For guys like you and me, Daredevil paused to tap his ear. There's a trick, when she's talking, you can pay close attention. Listen to her heartbeat, her breath, that'll tell you everything you want to know. So, we're basically fitted with lie detectors in our heads? He asked. More or less, Daredevil nodded. I should warn you that it's not perfect though, there are many things that can speed up a person's breath and heart. That could work. He whispered to himself. So, how did your date go? Gwen asked Harry as the trio of friends walked to their next class. Honestly, not that great, Harry sighed. Oh, do tell, Peter said in an intrigued voice. Honestly, I just don't think that we, clicked, Harry explained with a small shrug of his shoulders. I don't know, I have my doubts about her and me. So you two aren't going out anymore? Gwen asked. Well, the way I see it, If she's up for it then I'll take her out on 1 or 2 more dates just in case, and we'll see from there, Harry answered. Either way, he added as they turned the corner. I think that. Oh, hi. He blinked when Chloe suddenly stopped in front of him. Standing alongside her was a girl with short black hair that appeared to be the same age as her. Hi, Harry, Chloe smiled at him. Hey, Chloe, Harry returned the greeting. These are my friends, Gwen and Peter. He added whilst gesturing to the two of them. Nice to meet you both, she said, giving them both nods, slightly narrowing her eyes at Gwen for a brief moment before she turned her attention back to Harry. Oh, and this is my friend, Lita. She gestured to the girl next to her. Hello, Harry said to Lita, who gave him a small nod in response. She gave him a look that told Harry she wasn't that impressed with him. So, how are you? He asked Chloe, turning his attention back to her. I'm fine. I was wondering when you'd like to go on another date. She asked. How about tomorrow? He suggested. Maybe we can go to a restaurant or something. That sounds great. Chloe beamed at him. Ahem. Lita coughed, giving Chloe a look. Oh yeah. Chloe nodded to her before turning her attention back to Harry. Lita's going on a date with her boyfriend tomorrow. Would you be okay with a double date? She asked hopefully. I suppose it couldn't hurt, Harry coughed lightly. If you want to then I don't have a problem with it. Great, I'll choose the restaurant and I'll get back to you, see ya. She smiled before walking past them with Lita following. Well, they seemed fun, Gwen lightly snorted. Yep, Harry sighed as the trio started walking again. Honestly, at this point, I'd rather take on another bunch of criminals. Yay, criminals, cheered Spider-Man. He had been swinging over the city when he suddenly spotted a gunfight down below. A group of 4 criminals were hiding behind a ghastly-looking green car and firing their guns at a couple of cop cars and the 4 cops hiding behind the cars. The cops seemed to have standard-issue weapons while the criminals had what Spider-Man guessed to be AK-47s, though he wasn't sure. Guns weren't really his specialty. Spider-Man swung high before sticking to a building behind the 4 criminals. He shot out a web which caught one of their guns. He yanked it backwards, causing the gun to slam into the criminal's face, knocking him unconscious. The gun was pulled all the way into Spider-Man's hands, giving him the chance to pull out the clip from the gun. Salutations, criminals, he said when they all stopped shooting at the cops to look up at him. Oh crap, it's the Spider. One of the criminals hissed. Indeed, Spider-Man nodded. Now, this is the part where I feel obligated to give you the option to peacefully surrender so that you may simply go to jail instead of stopping at the hospital on the way. So, want to surrender? He asked hopefully. Waste him. Another criminal yelled before they all aimed their guns at Spider-Man just before he leapt off the building. He flipped in midair and tossed the clip at one of them, hitting him in the head and knocking him out while the other hand tossed the gun at another, knocking him straight off his feet and into unconsciousness. He twisted in midair to avoid the gunfire from the final criminal and was able to land just behind him and on top of the green car. The criminal spun around and tried to fire again, only to have the gun yanked out of his hands by a web line from Spider-Man. I'll go to jail now, the criminal gulped. I have no problem with that, Spider-Man said, gently placing the gun down on the car. But you did kind of shoot at me, so. Spider-Man trailed off before he shot a web at the criminal, catching him by the chest before pulling him to Spider-Man, who leapt forwards to greet him with a punch to the face. Let it not be said that I am not fair, he said to himself. He gave a small wave to the cops before he jumped towards the nearest lamppost. He jumped off the top of it and started swinging away. No, Dr. Connors whispered to himself. This was most definitely not a good week, he thought to himself. Ever since his funding had been threatened to be reduced, he had been working overtime at his job, hoping to make a breakthrough. The lack of time at home was not great. He knew that his son was missing him and his wife was definitely not happy about it either, though he had taken the time to explain to them that this was only a temporary situation. Thankfully, they understood, even though they didn't like it. He had nearly driven himself to exhaustion with his work, but thankfully he had made progress. Yesterday, he had tested his new formula on Doris, the 3-legged mouse, and a minute later Doris was no longer 3-legged, she had all 4 of her legs. He had rechecked his calculations and was positive that the formula would work on humans as well, filling him up with hope that he would no longer be limited to 3 limbs either. Unfortunately, he had not had time to organize more testing and human trials, leaving him with a decision. Do nothing, and hope for the best, or test the formula on himself and prove its worth. He didn't know if it was his exhaustion or desperate desire to regain his arm, but he had gone with the second option. And for a brief time, it was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Shortly after injecting himself with the formula, he lost consciousness. He was woken up half an hour later after a weird dream of becoming a baseball player and was amazed to discover that his own arm had grown back. He had stayed in that room for another half an hour, testing to see if his arm would work exactly like before, and thankfully it did. He knew that the first thing he should have done was to seek medical attention to make sure he was perfectly fine, but he hadn't done that. He was too pleased with his success and wanted to head straight back to his family to show them exactly what he had been working so hard for. Shortly after making it out of the building, he called a cab, which was when everything started to go bad. As the driver drove him back, he couldn't help but suddenly start to feel a sudden pain strike throughout his body. A couple of minutes later his new arm had started twitching. He had looked down and was horrified to see his skin was starting to change color. It was starting to turn green of all things. For the briefest of moments, he wondered if was suddenly going to start turning into another version of the Hulk when suddenly scales started popping out of his skin. "Dude, are you all right?" the taxi driver asked, noticing he was acting odd. Stop here," Dr. Connors gasped, suddenly feeling like he was going to explode. "Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" the taxi driver asked. "I know where it is, I can." "Stop the car," erupted Dr. Connors, shocking the taxi driver who without thinking had stopped his car as quick as possible. Dr. Connors grunted as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a bunch of money. He tossed it to the driver without thinking and quickly got out of the car and rushed away. He wasn't sure what he was thinking, or even what he was feeling. The only thing he knew was that he had to get away, fast. He could feel his jaw aching, his skin itching, and his left eye starting twitching. He had managed to stop to catch his breath when he noticed where he was. He was standing near the subway entrance. "I've got to. Arg." He groaned when he suddenly fell to the floor. "What's happening to me? Isn't this date going great?" Chloe whispered to Harry. "Absolutely thrilling," he dryly replied before taking a sip of his juice. Despite what Chloe might have believed, this date was not great in Harry's opinion. He had at least made an effort to make it good, arriving in a fairly good black suit without the tie, and had even picked up Chloe with his family's limo. Chloe had also looked fairly nice, wearing a pretty blue dress. But other than that, there was not a single thing that Harry had so far enjoyed about his date besides the food. The restaurant that Chloe had chosen was boring and stuffy and was the type that even rich people avoided because it just screamed trying hard to look rich. He wasn't sure how much he would have enjoyed the date if it was just him and Chloe, but he didn't think he would have since Chloe appeared to enjoy everything that was happening. Lita, and her date, Adam, had met them up in the restaurant and the two were interesting, to say the least. Harry noticed that Lita would sneak looks at him when she thought he wasn't looking. The looks weren't overly positive or negative. To Harry it seemed the same way you'd look at an annoying dog. As for Adam, he was irritatingly loud. Harry had noticed that his loud laughter had annoyed quite a bunch of the other customers, despite it not bothering Chloe or Lita. Unfortunately, Adam's problem was coupled with another problem. He seemingly lacked the ability to shut up for more than a minute. He had been talking loudly the whole date, not to mention that the majority of stuff that had come out of his mouth was not something that should be spoken in polite company. He imagined the outrage his mother would have if she had heard half of those things. The customers around had become noticeably irritated by him and apparently, Harry was the only one in his group that was embarrassed by any of it. The only saving grace was honestly the food, and even that wasn't worth the prices that were attached to it. Harry knew that in this life he was rich, but that didn't mean he had unlimited money to spend. He did have an allowance after all. Plus he had spent 15 years of his previous life knowing just how valuable money was and wasn't fond of wasting it on things he didn't like. "All right, I'm done eating," Harry said to the group. "Me too," Adam nodded. The food wasn't even that good. he complained loudly. Then why did you eat so much? Harry couldn't help but ask, not entirely able to stop himself from glancing down at the red stain on Adam's shirt. Harry, don't be rude. Chloe admonished him as she put her utensils down. Harry couldn't help but stare at her with disbelief. He had witnessed Adam be rude the entire dinner, but she hadn't said anything. One comment from him and suddenly he was getting told off. Let's just pay and get out of here, Lita suggested before she raised her hands and started clicking her fingers. Waiter, hello, she said loudly in a bored voice. I'm sorry, what are you doing? Harry couldn't help but ask. Calling the waiter, she answered with a roll of her eyes. Yeah, have you considered doing that nicely? Harry asked, resisting the urge to roll his own. That is nice, Lita scoffed. I don't think clicking at them like they're dogs is nice, Harry replied. Harry, it's not a big deal, Chloe spoke up. Not to you guys apparently. Harry lightly snorted before turning around and spotting a nearby waiter who was busy with another table. Excuse me, Harry called politely. We're all done with our food and we're ready to pay whenever any of you have time. Okay sir, just 1 minute please. The waiter told him. Not a problem, take your time. Harry nodded to him before turning back to the others. See, just be nice, it's not that hard. He told Lita. Whatever, Osborne, she said flippantly. Harry glared at her for a moment before he coughed and took out his wallet. So, how are we paying for this? He asked. Do you guys want to do it 4 ways? 2 ways, he asked the group. What do you mean? Chloe frowned. I mean how much are we each paying for this? Harry asked. What, you don't have money? Laughed Adam. Come on, Osborne, we all know you're rich. Yeah, and we all know that the sky's blue, what of it? Harry retorted. You're not paying for us. Lita gave him a disbelieving look. Why would I? Harry raised an eyebrow. Come on, Harry, it's not a big deal, Chloe said dismissively. I am not a walking bank account, Harry responded. I'm not paying for everyone. If that was what you guys had planned then you should have let me know from the start. Not enough money Osborne, Lita taunted. Daddy not give you enough? No, I just don't have enough goodwill to pay for someone who has been staring at me and treating me the same way you have. Harry glared at her. Harry, why are you making a fuss about this? Chloe hissed. I'm not making a fuss, you guys are. I'm perfectly willing to pay my share of the meal. What I am not willing to do is pay for everyone's share. You have enough money to do so. That's not the point. Come on, man, don't be stingy, Adam commented, rolling his eyes at Harry. Stingy, Harry repeated. You mean like the sort of prick who eats the most and then expects somebody else to pay for it? What's your problem? Chloe demanded. Why are you ruining a perfectly good date? I'm not doing anything. I said I'll pay for myself and I will, that's all I'm saying. I was willing to pay for you too since you're my date, but that's it. I'm not paying for these 2 as well. Stop making a big deal of it and just pay the money. Chloe ordered in a harsh whisper, causing Harry to narrow his eyes at her. He was getting fairly tempted to make use of Daredevil's advice and simply directly ask her what she thought of him. He was about to say something when he heard a police siren. Please be a good excuse, he thought to himself as a police car sped by. He used his enhanced hearing to listen in. Disturbance at the subway station, need backup quick. He heard a voice coming through the police radio. Reports of a giant. Harry. Chloe interrupted him, causing him to snap his attention back to her. Are you even paying attention? Sorry, I've got to go, he said suddenly as he quickly stood up. You're leaving, she all but shrieked. Yeah, sorry, something's come up, Harry said somewhat apologetically as the waiter approached. Are you guys ready to pay? He asked. Harry quickly reached into his wallet and pulled out a bunch of notes. This is for my portion of the food, and there's a fairly healthy tip for you. Those 3 are paying for themselves. He told the waiter before he rushed past him and out of the door. Once in the street he turned and rushed into the nearest alleyway. He grabbed his white shirt and started unbuttoning it to reveal the Spider-Man suit underneath. What the hell is going on? Spider-Man wondered as he landed on top of a lamppost and spotted a ton of people running out of the subway entrance. he jumped down and started making his way through them before he went downstairs into the subway station, where he found a sight that was not normal, even in this mad city. People were panicking, some running out of the subway and some into the parked train, running away from what appeared to be a giant, green lizard. The lizard was around 7 feet tall, his tail looked to be about 6.5 feet. His long mouth was filled with sharp white teeth and he possessed 2 yellow, slitted eyes and sharp claws. But that wasn't where the weirdness stopped. The lizard was standing on its 2 back legs just like a human and was wearing what appeared to be damaged brown shorts and a torn-up white lab coat. At this point, my autobiography could just be titled, "What the fuck?" he whispered to himself just before he saw it stalk towards a young woman that had just fallen over. The lizard was about to grab her when Spider-Man webs connected to his arms and pulled him backwards, forcing him to fall on his back. The lizard snarled and spun around before cutting through the webs with ease. "That's not good," he gulped slightly now that the lizard's attention was on him. Though the only good news about it was that it distracted the monster long enough for the woman to run out of the subway. The lizard roared before it charged at him on all fours. Spider-Man reacted and jumped forwards. He managed to get himself under it and kick it in the chest, sending it crashing into the ceiling. As it fell down, he repositioned himself and struck it with a roundhouse kick to the face that sent it flying into a nearby wall, leaving a solid dent. Much to the amazement of the people on the train that were recording everything on their phones. "I hope animal rights don't make a fuss over this," he whispered to himself just as the lizard pushed itself up to all fours. The lizard growled at him, only its attention quickly diverted when it noticed that the train was starting to move. It rushed forwards and jumped upwards, easily traveling over Spider-Man's head before landing on the train. "Hey, where you going?" Spider-Man yelled as the train started driving away. He rushed forwards and jumped, quickly landing on the back of the train before it could build speed. "Spider-Man!" one of the passengers inside shouted. "There's a giant lizard on top of the train." "I noticed," he shouted back before he hopped up to the top of the train where he spotted the lizard crawling ahead. Spider-Man rushed forwards and shot a web line that grabbed the lizard by its tail. He planted his feet and stuck them to the train before he started pulling. The lizard creature snarled and tried to crawl away, fighting against Spider-Man, who was struggling to hold it as he started to realize how strong this thing was. "Come on," he said under his breath as he tried his best to keep hold of his web. "Come to Papa," he grunted and pulled again only to fall back and land on his back. He looked up and saw that the tail he had been pulling on was now no longer attached to the lizard and was flopping about on top of the train. The creature turned around and almost instantly a new tail grew out of his back. It roared and started charging towards him on all fours. He quickly jumped to his feet and found himself dodging a series of claw attacks. He ducked, dodged and jumped over several attacks before he suddenly found himself teetering on the edge of the train. "Crap baskets," he yelled before he jumped back and off the train to avoid the swinging tail of the lizard. He shot out a web that caught the creature and allowed him to pull it off the train. The creature apparently did not like that, judging by the noises it was making. Before it landed on the tunnel floor, it snapped an arm out and a clawed hand grabbed Spider-Man by the leg. "Shit," was the thought that went through his head before he found himself slammed on the train tracks below. "Ow," was the next thought that went through his head before he was suddenly lifted and smashed into the closest wall hard enough to dent it. He had barely processed that pain when he was thrown to the opposite wall, denting that wall as well. He grunted before he fell down to the ground, though was thankfully able to land on his feet. He quickly aimed his web shooters at it and sent 2 web lines at it, only to miss when it leapt up into the air. For a moment he thought that it was going to crash through the ceiling, but was proven wrong when it twisted in midair and ended up crawling on it. "Oi," Spider-Man yelled in a highly offended voice. "Wall crawling's my shtick. Hey, you start spinning a web and I'll sue," he yelled before he jumped up and swung after it. After several seconds of this he managed to catch it by the neck. It tried to shake him off, but he managed to hold on to it, at least until it lost its grip and the two fell down before they landed on another passing train. They ended up rolling across it for several feet before they recovered. As soon as he got to his feet he jumped back to avoid a claw that had nearly taken off his face but was unable to avoid the tail that swung towards him right after. The air was knocked out of his body as he felt it crash against his side. he was knocked off the train and straight into a wall before he flopped straight down to the ground and landed face first. Will, he gasped out as he pushed his face off of the ground. Call that a draw. Gwen, honey, remember to do the dishes after you've finished your homework. Gwen's mother called after her after she left the kitchen. Okay Mum, Gwen said loud enough for her to hear before she entered her room, only to let out a small yell when she spotted Harry in his Spider-Man costume crouched outside of her window on her fire escape. What was that? Gwen's mother yelled. Nothing. Gwen quickly yelled, not wanting her mother to come here. Just saw a spider, she added before she got in and closed the door behind her before she rushed over to the window and opened it. What are you doing here? She shouted. I need a pretty nurse, preferably be-owned, he grunted before he slowly climbed in through her window and removed his mask and started coughing whilst holding his side. What's wrong? She asked as he flopped down into her desk chair. I'm not sure, he admitted. It might be bruising, or I might have just broken a rib, or several. He grimaced, as he moved around in an attempt to make himself comfortable. Harry, you need a hospital, Gwen said in a concerned voice. No hospital, Harry refused, shaking his head. If I go there, then people will ask questions, namely how and why that happened, and I'm in no state to think up a good lie. Well, I only know a bit of first aid, but I'll help however I can. Take off your top, she said before going to her door and locking it. I'll try and see what I'm working with. I don't normally do that before the third date, he joked in between coughs as he struggled to remove his suit. Wait, I'll help you, she said, walking over and gently removing his top half. Why did you come to me? You were the closest person I know, and I trust you, he grunted just as she had gotten the top half off of him. At least I get some eye candy out of it, she half joked. So, I'm guessing this means that your date didn't go so well. Honestly, that might have been the worst part of the evening. Oh, God, Harry gently sighed as his eyes slowly opened. He blinked repeatedly as the events of last night came back to him. He let out a small groan as he leaned his head back onto the pillow, only to stop when he realized that there was something on top of him. He looked down and saw a bone haired head resting on his BPD chest. He slowly became aware of the fact that the body connected to that head was being pressed against him, one slender arm wrapped around his torso and hugging him to her while one of her legs draped over one of his own. Gwendolyn, wake up please, Harry whispered, gently shaking her. She let out a small yawn as she woke up. She took a moment to blink the sleep out of her eyes before she looked up at him. Oh, hi Harry, she said in a sleepy voice. Why are we both in your bed? Harry asked bluntly. You were injured, so I wasn't going to make you sleep on the floor, and I'm not sleeping on the floor in my own room, so this is the next logical step. She yawned into his chest, sending shivers down Harry's body. Oh, so we didn't. No, she said, cutting him off and giving him a teasing grin. You're not that lucky. Shame, he grinned back. Could I perhaps tell people at school? If anyone knew I shared a bed with one of the best-looking girls in school then. No, Gwen cut him off once more. I don't need that sort of reputation. I think that. Gwen, her father's voice cut her off. What's going on in there? His voice called from outside her door. Crap baskets, Gwen and Harry muttered at the same time. Is someone in here with you? Her father demanded as he opened the door and walked in to find Gwen in the bed, covering up her body with her duvet. Dad, she shrieked, acting as if she was not just wearing a pair of pink pajamas. I had just started getting changed. Who were you talking to? He frowned as he walked to her cupboard and opened it. Once he found nobody in there, he walked over to her bed and started looking under it. I wasn't talking to anybody, Gwen said irritably. I was watching a video on my phone, she added whilst gesturing to the phone next to the bed. All right, he said after several more moments of looking around. I believe you, but remember, I don't ever want to catch you alone with a boy in this room. Trust that I will find out if that ever does happen. Now, your mother is making breakfast, be quick before it gets cold. He told her before he turned and walked out, closing the door behind him. As soon as he was gone, Harry gently and quietly dropped down from the ceiling. Well, that was close, he whispered, standing in her room half BPD with only his lower half being covered by his costume. The only other thing covering his body was the bandages that Gwen had placed around his ribs. "How's the pain?" she asked as he started covering up the rest of his body. "Honestly, a lot better," Harry answered. "I feel like I'm 3/4 healed." "Really?" Gwen asked, suddenly looking a lot less sleepy. Maybe you heal faster than we thought you could. We hypothesized that you'd have an increased healing factor, but this is even better than expected. Let's not make a habit of testing it out, Harry lightly chuckled. "Anyone, I'm going to go now, got to get home before my parents go spare. Do me a favor, please, and tell Peter to cover for me. If anyone asks, then I'll just say I stayed at his house for the night." "No problem," Gwen nodded. "What are you planning to do now?" "Well, once I've dealt with the parental interrogation, I plan to go talk to Dr. Connors," he admitted as he started putting on his mask. "Why him?" Gwen asked curiously. "He's an expert in reptiles, and that thing yesterday seems to fall under the same category." He shrugged slightly. "If I'm lucky, he might end up giving me an idea on how to beat it." "All right, in the meantime, I'll look up reports on the news and see if I can narrow down its location for you," Gwen said with a small frown on her face. "You're the best, Gwen," he told her happily before he opened her window. "Good luck," he added before leaping out of it. "You too," she smiled. "Line break, and that had better arrive on time," Norman said, walking into his home office with Mencken walking right behind him with a table in his hands. "Yes, Mr. Osborne," Mencken said dutifully as he made a note on his tablet. "And I expect the engineering team to finish before next week," Norman added before pausing when he saw Harry standing behind his desk and staring at a document that one of his scientists had sent him. "Son, where were you? You didn't come home last night." "I was staying at Pete's house," Harry answered absently. "Before you say anything, Mother already gave me a lecture about not calling." "Fair enough," Norman simply nodded at that. "And how did your date go?" "It was a double date with two idiots," Harry rolled his eyes. "I remained polite, though the breaking point was when they tried to get me to pay for all of their dinners." "I sincerely hope you didn't," Norman said with narrowed eyes. "Of course not," Harry snorted. "I just paid for my own and left." "Excuse me," Donald spoke up. "You shouldn't be looking at those documents, I think that." "Do you see the mistake made here?" Harry asked Norman whilst gesturing to the documents, ignoring Mencken. "The protective shields need to be adjusted for an increase in size and weight, not to mention the other 3 mistakes I've spotted," he added after placing a paper on Norman's desk. "I wrote the mistakes down for you," he added before walking past his father's desk. "Oh, by the way, I'm going to go to Oscorp and talk to Dr. Connors. I have a paper I need to write for school and I'm hoping to get his opinion on it." "Of course," Norman said warmly. "Have fun." "Thanks, Dad." Harry grinned at him before exiting the office and closing the door behind him. Donald let out a small huff and shook his head before looking down at his tablet. He looked up and was about to speak again when he saw his boss glaring at him. "Sir?" he asked hesitantly. "Let's make one thing clear," Norman said in a severe tone. "You do not ever tell my son what he can or cannot do. There are only 2 people in the world allowed to do that and you are not one of them, understood?" "Why? Yes, sir," he stuttered before looking down, neither of them knowing that Harry had heard the entire thing thanks to his enhanced hearing. "Line break." "Excuse me," Harry said, walking up to one of the lab assistants that knew who he was. "Where's Dr. Connors?" he asked politely. "Oh, he didn't come in today," she told him. "We don't really know where he is," she added, causing Harry to frown. Dr. Connors never missed a day off work unless something very serious happened. "Oh, okay, thanks," he gave her a small nod before he walked to where he knew the man's office was. "Hey, Doc," Harry gently knocked on the door, only to blink when it opened, letting him know that the good doctor hadn't even locked his office, another out-of-character move from him. "Doc, you in here?" he asked gently as he walked in and closed the door behind him. "Doc." Harry paused and looked around. He couldn't hear or see anything, except for the squeaks that he knew were coming from the mice that Dr. Connors kept in his lab. Harry stopped when he came across the glass cage that the mouses were in. His eyes widened as he saw the horrifying sight inside the cage. One of the mice was now undoubtedly dead. It lay there lifelessly with its eyes still open, its jaw slightly open as well, while its body was covered in blood that was most likely its own. The entire underbelly of the mouse was missing, a puddle of blood and a few remaining organs lay in front of it. A short distance away from it was another mouse, except it was not an ordinary one. It stood on its back legs, looking much larger than the other mouse. The mouse also noticeably was eating something that looked a lot like the dead mouse's intestines. And if that wasn't horrifying enough, then this mouth had enlarged canine teeth and was covered in green scales. Shit, Harry cursed. It hadn't taken him long to put two and two together. He quickly rushed over to Dr. Connor's computer. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He cursed as he started looking through the computer files while pulling out his phone and calling Peter. Pete, shut your mouth, he said as soon as Peter answered the phone. Get Gwen, meet me in your basement, I'm going to send you some files. I found out what that lizard thing is, it's Dr. Connor's. Wait, what? Peter blurted out. I'll tell you all when I get there, just read the files. Harry cut him off before he ended the call. Damn it, Doc. Line break. So, Dr. Connors experimented on himself. Gwen frowned, as the trio gathered around Peter's computer. That's my best guess, Harry nodded. He was trying to regrow his arm and ended up turning himself into a bloody lizard. You should have seen the Daily Bugle reports, Peter told him. They've labeled him as the lizard. Creative, Harry said in a dry voice. That's nothing, you should see some of the things they're saying about you. What are they saying about me? Harry blinked. They've basically gotten it into their heads that you're a masked menace, Gwen answered for Peter. Listen, I may be masked and I may be a bit of a menace, but... Harry paused and trailed off. Let's focus on Doc. It looks like the majority of his focus was on lizards, but I've noticed that some other reptiles are included like snakes and... Did you just say snakes? Harry asked suddenly, cutting Peter off. Yeah, why? Peter asked curiously. So, part of the Doc's formula involved snakes. Meaning that the thing is at least somewhat like a snake. Right? Harry asked with narrowed eyes. I'm guessing so. Yeah, why? I have a plan, Harry said with a deep sigh. What plan? Peter and Gwen asked at the same time. I'm going to try and talk to him, Harry answered after some slight hesitation. Talk to him, Gwen repeated with disbelief. Harry, he's turned into a crazy, rampaging lizard. I can talk to snakes, I can talk to him. What do you mean you can talk to snakes? Peter blinked. Like how you can control spiders. No, it's slightly different, Harry ran a hand through his hair. Look, I'll explain everything later, but for now we need to focus. Can we cook up an antidote for him? He asked. Gwen and Peter both gave him looks that expressed quite clearly that this conversation was not anywhere near done. It's possible, Gwen said after a few moments. But I doubt that we can do it in Peter's basement. You really need to talk to your dad about setting us up with a lab, Peter told Harry. Probably should, Harry agreed, seeing the usefulness in that. Either way, I got us into Oscorp once, I can do it again. For now, we need to work on finding and capturing him before he can cause any more harm. Luckily nobody's been reported to have been attacked so far. We can find him, Gwen said confidently. But how sure are you that you can stop him? Honestly, if it comes to a fight, 50-50. If you're asking about the probability of my plan working, then I'd say about 70-30. That's fairly good odds, Peter commented. 70 is how likely it is to fail, Harry informed him. Line break. Are you sure this will work? Spider-Man asked as he landed in the city's biggest and main zoo. It was nighttime and the zoo appeared to be closed. The animals had all been herded back into their cages and enclosures. This place might have looked warm and friendly during the day, but it looked anything but that at night when there was nobody else around. I'm like 80% sure, Peter told him via the communication device that was fitted inside of his mask. His latest reported sighting was near here, and this does seem like a likely place for him to go. Lots of animals for him to eat, and some of the enclosures would be comfortable for him given his lizard nest. Fair enough, Spider-Man nodded, knowing that it couldn't hurt to take a look around. He walked around the zoo for several minutes in eerie silence until he was able to locate the section of the zoo where they kept reptiles. He was nearing the area where the crocodiles were kept. He looked down over the railing and saw a couple of crocodiles lazily floating at the top of their little pond of water. He was ready to move on when he suddenly noticed the crocodiles shake before they started moving to the edges of the lake. The water in the center began moving rapidly. Harry spotted a shade of green in it just seconds before. The lizard shot out of it and towards him. Spider-Man stuck his feet to the ground before bending backwards from the knees, leaving his back parallel to the ground as lizard went over his body and landed a short distance away whilst Spider-Man stood back up and turned to face him. "Evening," he said as casually as he could manage before lizard started charging at him. "Doc, stop." He hissed in Parseltongue. He was very thankful when the lizard suddenly stopped and was now staring at him with a confused expression. "Doc, I know you're in there. It's me, Harry Osborn. I'm your friend." He continued. The lizard started shaking its head slightly as if struggling to move. "Doc, calm down. Stay calm. It's me, Harry, I'm your friend. I'm going to help you. I'm going to get you plenty of nice food and I'll get you to safety. I'll keep you safe. I'll get you to your family. That's what you want, isn't it? Stay calm, and listen to me." He moved forwards, only to pause when lizard started looking more agitated. It growled loudly and looked like it was going to start charging at him. Stop. He said. It continued growling and he realized that being overly nice wasn't seeming to help the situation. I said stop. He yelled, magic lacing his voice. As if a switch was pressed, lizard suddenly stopped, not so much as even twitching. Spider-Man let out a sigh of relief before he called it over to him. It obediently crawled over to him before stopping in front of him. Spider-Man hesitantly reached a hand out and stroked its head. Good boy. He hissed in a happy voice. Now, go to sleep. He ordered and it obeyed, dropping its head down along with its body before it lay down on the floor. "Guys," Spider-Man said into his comms. "It worked, I've got him sleeping." "That's amazing," Gwen exclaimed. "You've seriously got to tell us how you did it when you get back." "I will, now I just need to work out what to do with it." He trailed off when Lizard's body started shaking. Slowly its body started changing until there was no longer a giant lizard in front of him. A few moments later Dr. Connor's sweating and heaving body was lying on the cold harsh floor, covered only in a pair of wet and large brown shorts and a wet lab coat. "Well, that solves one problem at least." What?" Dr. Connors groaned as he slowly started to wake up. His eyes felt heavy, he could feel the sweat rolling down his body. Eventually, he was able to look open his eye and found himself sitting in his lab, dressed in trousers that weren't quite his size plus a slightly oversized shirt and a large lab coat. "What is going on?" he wondered out loud. "Well, that's the question, isn't it?" A voice spoke, causing him to look up. He all but jumped out of his seat when he saw none other than Spider-Man hanging upside down from a web that was attached to the ceiling. "Are you okay, Dr. Connors?" he asked. "How did you know my name?" Dr. Connors couldn't help but ask. "It was on your other lab coat," Spider-Man replied, tilting his head slightly. "Do you remember what happened?" Oh God," Dr. Connors gasped. That really happened. I had transformed into a giant and crazy lizard." "Yes," Spider-Man confirmed. "Got to be honest, never thought I'd be attacked by a human lizard." "I'm so sorry." Dr. Connors quickly apologized, looking horrified. Did I hurt anyone?" "Just me, at least to the best of my knowledge," Spider-Man replied. "It's a miracle that nobody was killed," Dr. Connors muttered to himself. "You should feel lucky that nobody was killed. If they had been, then I would have dumped you in a police station," Spider-Man responded. "And why haven't you?" he asked, sounding ashamed. "Because I know that wasn't you in control. You don't seem like the sort of guy who would intentionally harm somebody. You were trying to regrow your arm, weren't you?" Yes, how did you know?" Dr. Connors asked. "I'm smart like that," Spider-Man shrugged. "From now on, I recommend you don't test experiments on yourself. The last thing I want is to go another round with you, agreed? Agreed. Dr. Connors nodded his head tiredly before Spider-Man dropped down to his feet. Drive, Connors. I probably should take you to jail, but I won't, Spider-Man said. I know you have a wife and son and I don't want to remove you from their lives. I'm willing to keep quiet about this if you are. If you think for even a moment that you might go lizard again, then I want you to get help. Contact whoever you need to contact. Yes, you're right, Dr. Connors quickly agreed. If I even think I'll turn again, then I'll get help. But I will be studying my body to make sure there are no ill effects from what has happened. I've no problem against that, Spider-Man agreed. I was able to stop your scaly half, but I have no guarantees that he won't resurface sometime soon. I'll get you a burner phone soon so you contact me if you need to. Now, I'd advise getting your health checked out by a doctor. I wouldn't tell them that you were a lizard though. Either way, it was nice to meet you, Spider-Man said, holding out a hand for him. Wish it was in better circumstances though. Likewise, Dr. Connors sighed, shaking his head before he shook Spider-Man's hand. I can't thank you enough for what you've done. Don't worry about it, it's what I do, he shrugged before he turned and walked towards the window. Good luck, Doc, he added before jumping out. Boy, Dr. Connors slumped into his seat. This has been hectic. Harry hummed thoughtfully. He was currently in his room and had shed his Spider-Man costume and had hidden it away before simply putting on a pair of tracksuit bottoms. He let out a small sigh as he thought about what had just happened. Part of him had been very tempted to drop Dr. Connors off to a police station, but he had stopped himself from doing so. Partly because he didn't think that the good doctor deserved to be in a jail cell, since the man hadn't intended to hurt anyone and didn't really do anything too horrible apart from scaring the crap out of people and some property damage, though it was possible that he may have eaten a few of the animals at the zoo. Besides, if Harry could forgive Ginny Weasley for the petrifications in his second year, then he could surely forgive Dr. Connors for a bad result from trying to regain an arm. But Harry also recognized that his decision was mainly due to the fact that he didn't want to throw Dr. Connors in jail. Harry had always found the man to be smart but also kind, and as far as Harry was concerned, he didn't really deserve to be put in jail, even if he knew that other people might disagree. Harry picked up one of his books and tossed it on his bed. He aimed his hand at it and concentrated. Wingardium Leviosa, he whispered, staring intently at the book. ... I said, Wingardium Leviosa, he said in an irritated voice as he tried to will the book to levitate up into the air. However, it didn't move even a millimeter, much to Harry's annoyance. Harry glared at the book before trying several more times with the same result each and every time. There's only one possible conclusion for why this doesn't work, Harry realized a few moments later. The book is clearly racist. He huffed just before his phone began ringing. What's the up? Harry asked casually as he answered the phone. Harry, Peter's voice spoke into his ear. How's Dr. Connors? He's fine, for now, Harry answered. How did you stop him anyway? Peter asked. I'll tell you at school, Harry yawned. Either way, I'm going to sleep now. I'll see you soon. Okay, cool, I'll see you at school. Sure, Harry agreed just as a smirk came onto his face. Say good night to your aunt for me, he added. Oh, you motherfuck. Harry quickly cut the call before Peter could finish. So you can talk to snakes? Gwen asked as the trio sat together in a corner of a school canteen. Yeah, Harry nodded awkwardly. I used to be able to do it before, but I hadn't done it in years, so I didn't know if I still could. Wait, before the spider bite? Peter whispered. How does that work? I thought the bite was what gave you your powers. I may or may not have had some powers before that, Harry quietly admitted. What? Like what? Gwen asked. I used to be able to levitate things, Harry shrugged. But I can't really do that anymore. Why not? Beats me, Harry shrugged. He himself hadn't worked out why his spell wasn't working. His best working theory was that it was because he didn't have a wand. In this life, his mind had always been mature enough that he hadn't ever experienced accidental magic, nor had he really been in any experience that would have generated sufficiently powerful emotions for him to experience accidental magic. He knew that wandless magic was possible, he had seen Dumbledore do it a few times over the years. But the problem was, Harry was no Dumbledore, that man was over 100 years old with decades of experience in magic. Harry had a total of nearly 5 years of actively trying to use magic, and that had all been whilst using a wand. And how were you able to do that? Peter asked curiously. Harry turned to Peter and looked him dead in the eye. Magic, he answered simply. Fine, don't tell us. Peter rolled his eyes before looking down at his food. Harry was slightly amused by his response, but not enough to not notice the calculating look that Gwen was giving him. By the way guys, my father will be hosting a party at Oscorp next week, Harry said, wanting to change the topic. You guys are both invited if you want to come, your parents' guardians can come as well. I'll talk to them, Peter shrugged. And don't think we're going to forget about your extra powers, Gwen told him, giving him a mild glare. Fine, Harry sighed, but can we leave it for later? Fine, Gwen said after a few moments. By the way, have you seen what the Daily Bugle has been saying about you? What the hell did I do? Harry blinked. She means the other you, Peter explained as he reached into his school bag and pulled out a newspaper before tossing it to Harry. Harry caught it and frowned as he saw the front page held a picture of him battling the lizard. Harry's frown only got worse as he continued to read the article. The paper mentioned the lizard's attack and the damage that was caused, but it also appeared to be trying to pin the majority of the blame on Spider-Man for everything. The paper even tried to blame him for it being there along with several other accusations. What the fuck is this bullshit? Harry said after having finished reading the article. I don't think they like you, Peter said simply. Yes, I can see that, Sherlock, Harry rolled his eyes. But what the fuck? Yeah, I know, it's nice, Gwen shrugged. But it's not like we can do much about it. What are you going to do? Sue them. You can't do that without revealing your identity. Yeah, but I could. Harry stopped and paused. Quote. No, actually scratch that, the idea I had was fairly illegal. It's not like this is a massive problem though, Gwen added. I mean, you didn't go into this for the fame after all. I suppose you're right, Harry sighed. This wasn't the first time a newspaper organization had tried to attack him. Truth be told, he just found it annoying at this point. At least they're going after the other me, he added. Yes, but that could reduce the firing rate. Harry frowned as the trio walked to their next lesson. It's a shame we can't work all of your father's resources, Peter sighed, thinking of how much better Harry's webshooters would be if they weren't so limited in what they could use. Well, it's not like we can keep stealing from his father, Gwen pointed out. You know what, fuck it, I'm going to ask Dad for a lab, Harry said before pausing. That sounded very nerdy and spoilt, I apologize for that, he added just as they turned the corner. Oh, crap baskets, Harry said under his breath as the trio stopped and found themselves face to face with Chloe and Lita. Hello, Harry, Chloe said in a cold voice. Wagwan, Harry said after a short pause. So, you want to explain to me what happened on our date? She glared at him as she crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Not much to explain, is there? Harry shrugged. Your friends and you were being unreasonable and I left, simple really. We were not being unreasonable, you were. Chloe said angrily while some nearby students had stopped so they could, subtly, listen into the conversation. You should have just paid for the dinner. I was willing to pay for you, but what I was not willing to do is pay for your friends as well. I ain't a damn bank account. Harry glared at her, and you know damn well that I didn't agree to pay for everyone. Yeah, well how were we supposed to know that you were such a cheapskate? Lita scoffed. Short pier, long walk bitch, Harry said, aiming his glare at her. Oi, don't talk to her like that. Chloe cut in. Then tell her to butt out, Harry replied, bringing his attention back to her. Let me ask you something, Chloe, when you asked me out, was it because you actually liked me or were you just interested in my money? He asked, focusing his hearing on her heartbeat. Why would you even ask that? Chloe said in an offended voice. Answer the question, Harry said, staring directly at her. I didn't just ask you out for your money, she said whilst rolling her eyes at him. Harry frowned. Despite what she said, he had heard her heartbeat and it had told him that she was lying. He wasn't sure how accurate this lie-detecting method was, but in this moment he didn't really care, since he really didn't want anything more to do with her at this point. "You see, I don't really believe you," Harry shrugged. "And quite frankly, I don't want to date you anymore." "Are you kidding me?" she screeched. "You're dumping me." "Don't think we ever got to a point where this could be considered dumping, but yeah, pretty much." Harry nodded. "I thought we had something, but now I realize we don't. So I suggest you go your way and I'll go mine. We're through." "Damn, that's cold," Peter whispered to Gwen. "Is this because of her?" Chloe said accusingly whilst pointing at Gwen. "We're not together, you twit," Gwen glared at the girl. "It's not because of her, simply because you and I are not meant to be," Harry sighed. "Now, if you'll excuse me, we've got stuff to do." "Bye-bye," Harry told her and walked past her before she could respond, while Peter and Gwen followed after him. "You okay?" Gwen asked Harry. "Honestly, I'm fine, mostly just annoyed that I wasted my time with her." Harry sighed. "From what I've heard, bad dates happen," Peter commented. "You just got to wait until you meet the right woman, you never know when it can happen." "Would you stop messing around with your suit?" Emily sighed as she adjusted Harry's tie. The Osborne family were currently going through their last-minute checks before they left their home to go and attend the party at Oscorp. Norman was wearing a nice and simple black suit with a white t-shirt and a blue tie. The tie was supposed to match Emily's clothes, as she had opted to go whilst wearing silver high heels and a blue dress, while also wearing a silver necklace and silver pair of earrings. She had also done her hair up into a nice bun and had put on some light amounts of makeup. Harry was wearing a black and white suit just like Norman, though his tie was black. "Are you sure that it is absolutely necessary for me to wear a tie?" Harry asked with a frown. "I already feel like a penguin in this suit," he added, not really fond of going to the Oscorp parties. The only thing he liked about going there was the chance to talk with the scientists there, though he supposed that it would be better this time since Gwen and Peter would be there. "There is nothing wrong with a nice black and white suit," Emily told him. "And your tie just makes you look better." "Yeah, but when I'm better looking than the host without effort, then why do I need to put in some extra effort?" Harry said with a small smirk. "Hey," Emily told him in an amused voice as Norman sent him a mock glare. "Don't insult your father, that's my job." "Well, you shouldn't have been slacking," Harry shrugged. "If we're finished bullying me," Norman began. "Never." "Then we should probably get going," Norman finished. "We don't want to go past arriving fashionably late." "He's right, we should get going," Emily agreed once she finished adjusting Harry's tie. "Don't mess up your tie," she told Harry with a stern look on her face. "Yes, boss," Harry said in an obedient voice. "I'm serious," Emily huffed. "I'm not fixing it again." "Gotcha. I won't mess with it," Harry said honestly before pausing and staring at her very expensive-looking necklace. "Is that a new one?" "Yep," she smiled brightly. "Your father got it for me," she turned her smile to Norman, who couldn't help but grin. "It was nothing," he said dismissively, though he was still smiling. "I'm just glad you like it." "Yes, I definitely like it, I'll show you how much later," she smirked, sending him a suggestive look. "Ew," Harry said in a disgusted voice before he started walking towards the exit. "I'm going to go and find Gwen and Peter," Harry told his parents shortly after they arrived at the party. The party was being held on the top floor of one of Oscorp's many buildings. Harry wasn't entirely sure what this floor was originally used for, but right now it looked like a giant ballroom. Around the edges of the room, there were several tables filled with food and drinks. Some classy music was playing, not loud enough to be overly distracting but loud enough to set the mood. The glass wall that led to the balcony provided an excellent view of the night sky and the city's beautiful buildings. Harry couldn't help but want to start swinging when he saw it. The room was filled with people, all wearing various different dresses and expensive jewelry. Harry looked around for a bit before he was able to find Gwen and Peter standing by one of the tables. Peter was wearing a blue suit that was fairly similar to Harry's, while Gwen was wearing white high-heeled shoes along with a pretty pink sleeveless dress that came all the way down to her knees. She wore a pair of blue earrings and had let her down whilst also wearing a fur shawl around her shoulders. Hey guys, Harry smiled as he walked up to them. Looking good, Pete, Harry grinned. Thanks, Peter smiled. Though I got to admit, I feel a bit out of place here. My family couldn't even afford the food here. Don't worry about it, you're fine, Harry told him before turning to Gwen. So, how do I look? She asked with a twinkle in her eye. As dazzling as always, Gwen, Harry told her. You're putting the rest of us to shame. Yeah, but for you two that's about as easy as kicking an unconscious man, she smirked. I told you she was evil, Harry Mock whispered to Peter, who solemnly nodded his head. I'm not evil, you're wearing fur around you, Harry pointed out. It's not real fur, Gwen rolled her eyes. Hey, you kick unconscious people, it's not that much of a step up, Peter joked. We seriously need another girl in this group, Gwen complained. Where's your dad? Harry asked Gwen. He's over there, talking with his boss, Gwen pointed to a corner of the room. Aunt May and Uncle Ben couldn't make it, so they let me come with Gwen. Peter shrugged. Harry looked down at his watch to check the time. Well, now that we're here, do you want to? Harry's question was interrupted when all of a sudden the room's lights were cut off, shoving the room into darkness. Did Dad cheap out on the electricity bill? Harry wondered just before the lights switched back on. Norman, Harry heard his mother speak in a worried voice. He quickly turned his head and saw his mother patting her now bare neck. My necklace is gone. My watch. Another man cried out. Where's my wallet? A third person cried out. It didn't take Harry long to picture together what had happened. He looked around the room, using his enhanced senses to try and find the thief. He heard the sound of a door closing and quickly started moving forwards. His hearing picked up on a light pair of footsteps outside of the room. He increased his pace and quickly snuck out before he followed after the footsteps. He had turned down the next corner of the hallway when he spotted the thief walking a short distance in front of him. He was guessing that it was a female given the curves on her body. She was dressed in black shin-high boots and what appeared to be a black bodysuit that covered everything all the way up to her neck. On her hands, she wore black gloves, and a hood was fixed into the suit which covered her head. Judging by the size of the thief, she was either short or young, since she wasn't even bigger than himself. Hey, Harry called out, causing her to stop and turn around. Her face was covered by a black bandana, much like the bandana he had stuffed into his pocket in case of emergencies. The hood covered the upper half of her head, meaning the only thing that Harry could see was a pair of green eyes that had widened upon seeing him. You're pretty good at that, Harry complimented her, keeping his eyes on the small bag that she had attached to her waist. Believe it or not, I have a soft spot for thieves, he told her, as he shifted his focus back to her eyes. In his last lifetime he had ended up stealing quite a bit himself, mostly food from the Dursleys, though he had also stolen some of their money from time to time, not to mention the times he had stolen against his old cousin's gang. Not to mention that time that he had taken some of Draco's money before the Pratt went on a date. That was fun. But you've taken some things that don't belong to you, including something from my mother. I'd like them back, please. He looked at her expectantly, the same way Dumbledore would look at a misbehaving student. She stayed still for a few moments before she turned and ran. Harry quickly ran after her. Should have tried the Professor McGonagall approach instead, he mentally thought just as the thief reached a window. He watched as she quickly jumped out of it, and he spotted what looked to be a big, black piece of wire as soon as she was out. He rushed towards the window and saw that the wire was attached to the side of the building and led down to one of the shorter buildings below, and the thief was sliding down it, holding herself to the wire using a handle instead of giving herself rope burn while using her hands. Harry quickly pulled off his tie and wrapped it around the wire before he jumped off the window and used it to slide down the wire. He could hear and feel the tie grinding against the wire and knew it was most likely going to be damaged by the time he got down. The thief landed on the building first. She looked back and her green eyes widened when she spotted Harry following after her. She quickly started running away and jumped onto the next building before Harry landed. She had gone across several other buildings before she looked back and spotted Harry jumping off one building and landing on the other. What is with this guy? She muttered before she continued running. Have either of you seen my son? Norman asked Peter and Gwen. The man was not in a good mood, Having his evening and this party ruined by a thief was bad enough, but a thief that had also stolen from his wife was enough to royally piss him off. Which, he quickly realized, was probably why the two teenagers in front of him were looking fairly intimidated. He had to use the bathroom, Peter said quickly. Yes, Gwen latched onto that. He said that his stomach was upset. I think it might have been something he ate. Well, if you could please find him and let him know that I am looking for him, tell him that I will be in the office on the floor below. His mother is there as well, Norman added. Yes, Mr. Osborne, Gwen said quickly, resisting the urge to salute him. The two teenagers waited for their friend's scary dad to leave before they turned to each other. Where the hell is he? Gwen whispered. She is really persistent, almost as much as me, Harry said to himself as he continued chasing the thief across the top of various buildings. He was tempted to use his spider powers, but he didn't really want to give his identity away, so he crossed off that option. He had settled for taking his bandana out and putting it around his face so he was at least somewhat hidden in case anyone spotted him. Harry performed a front flip off one building and landed on the next before he chased off after her. He was closing the distance with her and was confident that he would catch her soon. As soon as he got into arm's reach of her, he reached out and tried to grab the bag, only for her to suddenly grind to stop and grab his arm. The next thing he knew, he had gone ass over head, before he landed hard on his back. That's not nice, he grunted out before kipping up to his feet, surprising the thief who jumped back. She quickly recovered though, since she leapt forwards and tried to punch him, though he easily avoided it before catching her and throwing her over his shoulder with the same move that she had done to him. Except once she had gone over his shoulders, she had twisted in the air and grabbed him by his suit jacket before placing a foot around about where his waist was. She went to the ground first on her back and flipped him over so he landed slightly past her, except this time Harry wasn't taken off guard and was able to twist and landed on his feet. He quickly rushed to her and pulled her into a choke hold. He had managed to get the hold in for about a second before she had started twisting and turning. Before Harry knew it, he was thrown off her and she was running away. He wondered briefly if she realized that he had taken her bandana and was holding it in his hands, but decided he didn't care and chased after her. She had just reached the edge of the building when he tried to grab her arm. She jumped and barely avoided his grasp. Except, this time, she didn't jump towards a building and instead jumped straight down towards the ground before she pulled out a whip of all things. The whip shot out and grabbed onto a pole on top of a nearby building and she used it to swing across to a different building. Like hell are you getting away? Harry growled before he reached into his pocket and pulled out his web shooters. He placed them on his wrists before he jumped off the building and began swinging after her. He took great care to hide behind other buildings so she didn't spot him swinging after her. He made use of his hearing to keep track of her. After a minute or so of her swinging, she had stopped and landed on a building. She let out several deep breaths before pressing a button on her whip handle, which caused the whip to quickly disappear into the handle. She attached it to her waist while Harry landed undetected on the building behind her before he removed his web shooters. Who the hell was that guy? She whispered to herself. A better question is, who are you? Harry's voice cut in. She quickly turned around only to be tackled to the ground by Harry. Though she recovered quickly enough and managed to flip him over, he landed on his back while she ended up straddling him. Unfortunately for her, that resulted in her hood dropping down, revealing her head and face to him. Harry was ready to make a move but had frozen, struck dumb by the sight in front of him. He looked up and saw her looking down at him, the moonlight shining down, and he could swear that it was focused entirely on her as it did nothing but make her look even more beautiful. White hair descended past her shoulders, framing her perfect face. Green eyes stared at his own emerald orbs as he mentally noted every single detail he could. Her cheeks were slightly red. She had a pair of beautiful pink lips that twitched and shifted into an almost predatory smile. "You give a good chase for a rich kid," she whispered, her voice sending shivers down his body. Harry was about to speak but lost his voice when she reached for his bandana and removed it. "Not bad looking either," she grinned before she placed her hands on the sides of his head and leaned in for a key. Harry's hands all but teleported to her waist. She moaned as the key deepened. Harry found himself responding to her and becoming an active participant, pulling her in as close as possible. One hand stayed on the low of her back while the other reached up to grab the back of her head. Her own hands weren't idle either, he felt them move down and start feeling his body. He wasn't sure how long it lasted, but eventually, she broke the key and pulled off of him, looking far more out of breath than she was before. She grinned at him, as her shoulders heaved up and down. "Hope you like that, rich boy," she laughed before she got up and started walking away. "Hey," Harry said once he recovered. "Hey, wait," he called out to her as he stood up. By the time he had gotten up, she was already standing on the next building over. He watched as she stopped and looked down at her waist to discover that her bag was no longer there. She quickly spun around and gave him an accusing stare. "Missing something?" Harry asked, still somewhat dazed, but coherent enough to hold up the bag that she was looking for. "Maybe, maybe not," she smirked before pulling out a watch. Harry blinked and looked down at his wrist, only to find that his watch was missing. He looked back up and saw that the girl was no longer there. "Cheeky," Harry muttered. He debated for a moment if he should go after her before he decided to leave it. His mother's necklace was more important to him than a watch. He already had several watches at home. "Bloody hell," Harry said as he walked to class the next day, thinking back on the events of last night. Harry had pretended to find the bag in the bathroom and brought it back before returning everyone's belongings. His mother was especially happy with him. Harry's father was happy as well, but that didn't stop him from being furious that somebody had dared to steal at his party, especially from his wife. Neither the head nor the heir of the Osborne family was happy to learn that the security cameras had also been temporarily shut down. "She really is pretty good at it," Harry thought to himself as his mind went back to that night, the feeling of her on top of him, her breath signaling the arrival of her lips, the way she looked as she was bathed in the moonlight. As soon as Harry entered the classroom, he spotted Gwen and Peter sitting in their usual spots. He was about to walk over to them when he noticed the majority of the kids crowding around one area. All of a sudden they moved apart from each other. "Hello, darling," a voice called just before Harry spotted her. He froze as he saw her standing in front of him. Her white hair freely fell down past her shoulders. She wore black shoes, tight-fitting blue jeans, and a white shirt along with an open black jacket. Her smile was captivating and seemed to promise mischief. All of a sudden she rushed forwards and all but jumped at him, wrapping her arms around his neck as she stared up at him before placing a quick but passionate kiss on his lips. "It's nice to see you. You're looking delicious today." She grinned at him before she grabbed his hands and pulled him into a nearby seat. She lazily sat down in his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck once more before she started talking to him, ignoring the confused expression on his face. "Sorry if I seem tired today, you wore me out a bit yesterday," she added in an innocent voice, ignoring the gossiping classmates around them. "Damn," Osborne lucked out. Harry heard Flash whisper to Kong. "Oh, and thanks for the watch by the way," she smirked as she pulled his watch out of her jacket pocket. "It's perfect," she purred. For several moments Harry stared at her, his lips slightly open. He looked at her and then at his classmates before looking back at her and seeing the smile tugging on her perfect lips. It took him a while, but eventually, he was able to regain the ability to say something. "The audacity," he said with disbelief, earning a hearty laugh from the girl. "I'm glad we got to meet again, handsome." She leaned forward and placed her lips right next to his ear, her breath sending shivers down his spine. "The name's Felicia Hardy. You want to explain what's going on?" Gwen hissed once Harry and Peter had managed to get a corner table in the canteen. "She's the thief from the party," Harry whispered, looking around the room in case she happened to be nearby. When he couldn't see her, he turned his attention back to his friends. "She stole the stuff and I chased after her. It lasted longer than I thought it would, to be honest." "Then what happened?" Peter asked. "Well, we got into a bit of a fight," Harry explained. "Did you win?" "Of course he won," Gwen cut in. Harry coughed. "You lost," Gwen gasped. "How the hell do you lose?" "You've got spider powers." "Bit loud," Peter whispered. "Oh sorry." Gwen quickly apologized before looking around once more to make sure nobody had overheard her. "But still, how did you lose?" she asked Harry. "I wouldn't say I lost," Harry frowned. "Just that I am not entirely sure that I completely won. Though, I did complete my objective, so yeah, I won. I beat her. He smiled just as a tray of food suddenly was placed on the table. Yes, you did, a voice purred just before Harry felt an arm wrap around his back while another wrapped around his stomach. He jumped slightly in his seat and looked to his right to find Felicia had sat next to him. You big, strong, bad boy. She purred before keying his cheek. She smiled at the surprised look on his face before looking at his two friends. I didn't know you had a girlfriend, she said in a conversational voice as she looked at Gwen. We're not together, Harry and Gwen said in perfect sync. Wow, did you practice that? She asked in an amused voice. Are you two together? Peter asked, pointing between Harry and Felicia. No, Harry said just as Felicia responded with a, yes. She gave him an exaggerated pout when he looked at her. Oh, are we not together? She said, pretending to be sad. You just used me and threw me away like I'm nothing. I'm going to actually throw you in a second, Harry warned, sounding irritated. Why, I'm just here to get to know you and your friends, she said innocently. You don't even know their names. Well, in that case, perhaps introductions are in order, she smiled. Fine. I'm Gwen, Gwen Stacy. Gwen started in a polite voice, trying her best to not show any negativity towards the girl. And who is this handsome one? Felicia asked, staring at Peter. I'm Peter, Peter Parker. Peter introduced himself with a blush on his face. Ah, your friend is cute, Felicia told Harry. Who the hell are you? Harry couldn't help but ask. Were you not paying attention earlier? She sighed as she finally let go of him so she could pick up her knife and fork and start eating her food. That's quite disappointing, but anyway, just like I said earlier, my name is Felicia Hardy. Not what I meant. What I want to know is why the hell you were at my father's party and why you were stealing shit. Harry asked in a quiet voice. And why the fuck are you in my school? I'll answer your questions if you answer mine, Felicia replied calmly. What questions? Oh, I have a lot of questions, Felicia chuckled before looking at Harry. For starters, perhaps you could explain to me how someone, who by all accounts is just another rich boy, is so comfortable jumping around and flipping off rooftops. Or perhaps you want to explain to me why you're so good at fighting. I watched The Karate Kid, Harry answered in a serious voice with a straight voice. Along with the legendary works of Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee. If you don't want to give me a straight answer then don't expect one back, Felicia shrugged. Why are you hanging out with me? Harry asked. Because you smell nice, she answered in a dry voice before she continued eating. Fine, Harry said through gritted teeth. When we have a free period then you and I are going to find a spot together. Oh, she asked in an intrigued voice, licking her lips. To talk, Harry added. Oh, she said, sounding undeniably disappointed. Well, if that's all you want to do when you're alone with a pretty girl then maybe you're a bit more messed up than I thought, she said in a thoughtful voice before she went back to eating, ignoring Harry's glare drilling into the side of her head. I'll have my wallet back by the way, Harry said, holding his hand out expectantly. What? Peter asked as Gwen blinked and caught on before giving Felicia a disbelieving look. Felicia smirked before pulling out Harry's wallet. She dropped it into his hand before leaning forward and whispering into his ear. I like it when you get all demanding. She reached forwards and playfully bit his ear. Damn girl, Harry pulled his head back. Do I need to get a bucket of cold water? Line break. This ain't bad, Felicia thought as she found herself alone on the school roof with Harry. She looked around, taking in the view. Glad you approve, Harry rolled his eyes. So, what are you doing here? You came to this school for me. Wow, someone's got a high opinion of himself, she chuckled as she finally stopped looking around so she could focus on him. No, darling, I didn't come to this school. Just, for you, you being here is just a lovely bonus. And for your information, I was enrolled in this school before the party. Today is just my first day here. And why were you stealing from my dad's party? Harry asked. I'm a bit of a kleptomaniac, Felicia admitted. Kleptomaniacs don't just casually sneak into an Osborne party, Harry replied. I'm a massive kleptomaniac, Felicia shrugged. Truth be told, I figured that since I would come to school I'd have even less time to myself and I wanted to get in one big score before that happened. You're being pretty open about your choice of profession, Harry noted. You ain't worried that I'd tell someone? No, Felicia smirked. Besides those two little friends of yours, and maybe one or two close people that you might have, you won't tell anyone. Because that could lead to you being questioned as well. Remember, you were jumping around rooftops with me, I'm sure people would be curious to know where you learned to do all that. And you like your privacy. Why would you think that? You don't know anything about me, Harry pointed out. Don't I? Felicia chuckled. You chased after me with no hesitation. No ordinary kid just jumps on a wire and slides down to foot chase a thief. You're a good fighter, so you've had some level of training, but I don't think you've been training long. Seems to me like a lot of it is natural talent. You definitely value your privacy because the first thing you did was try and cover your face. Why would that be? Why not take the glory of stopping a thief? If I am wrong, then prove me wrong. Go and tell everybody how you stopped me. She gave him a challenging look. What do you want with me? Harry asked bluntly. I want to get to know you, Felicia answered, simply and honestly. Why? Harry asked. What's up with all of the questions? Are you supposed to be Socrates or something? She rolled her eyes. I ask a lot of questions because you are a very confusing individual, Harry said, resisting the urge to join her and roll his own eyes. Welcome to the female species, Felicia smirked as she stepped closer to Harry. I want to get to know you because you're interesting. Do you know what all of these other boys are like? Boring. That's a bit say-east, Harry pointed out. Shut it, you know I'm right, she replied. I've seen kids half as rich as you with an ego twice your size. Oh, yeah, those are annoying, Harry commiserated. See, you understand, there's something off about you, Osborne, and I'd like to find out what, she grinned. I love a good mystery. Take it from someone with experience, mysteries don't always lead to a good thing. Harry told her. Perhaps not, but I still want to find out more, she replied, stepping even closer and making sure he was looking her in the eye. You told me that you had a soft spot for thieves. Why does the rich as hell Osborne kid have a soft spot for people who steal? She asked, only to stop when Harry suddenly grabbed her hand, which was reaching into one of his pockets. And why are you so good at that? I've done that on old guys, rich guys, poor guys, young guys, and even a boatload of girls, but I was never caught before you. Do you steal, Osborne? She smiled up at him. Harry kept his face blank as he let go of her hand. Instead of backing away from him, she placed both of her hands on his chest and looked up at him. Do you steal, Osborne? She repeated. Do you like the thrill of it? Do you enjoy it? She whispered before she reached up to key him. Unfortunately for her, she was stopped by Harry, who gently pushed her back. You're trying to tell me that your only goal so far is to get to know me? He asked skeptically. Hey, sometimes people are needlessly complicated, other times they're as simple as water being wet, she shrugged. I want to know you and I am interested in going out with you. My dating experience isn't great. Mine either, but just give me a chance, she said, stepping back. That's all I'm asking for. Just think about it, she added before she turned and walked off. Line break. So, what happened? Gwen asked as Peter and Harry were in Harry's bedroom. Peter was sat on Harry's bed, Gwen was sat at his desk, and they were both facing Harry, who was hanging upside down from his ceiling. A tale as old as time, Harry said, girls continue to confuse the fuck out of boys. It's hardly our fault you boys are all such simpletons, Gwen said with mock superiority. That's say east, Peter accused, playing along. She said that she was interested in me, Harry continued. Apparently, I am interesting. You, really? Peter asked sarcastically, staring at Harry, who was hanging from the ceiling just by his feet. So, are you going to date her? I am thinking about it, Harry admitted. So, your first choice of girls ended up being a gold digger, your second choice is a thief who stole from your father's party? Gwen asked, raising an eyebrow. First of all, they weren't my choices, they chose me and I just didn't say no, Harry argued. Second of all, I said that I was thinking about it. Now, can we discuss something else besides my love life? I am more than fine with discussing something besides that disaster, Peter agreed, ignoring Harry's half-hearted glare. What do we want to talk about? How about your magic? Gwen asked Harry, causing him to freeze. Magic? Peter asked before remembering their earlier conversation. Wait, you think that magic is real? I think it could be real, Gwen answered honestly. We live in a world where people can turn into lizards and crawl walls. My disbelief is nearly all but permanently suspended now. Yeah, but those are all things that come from science, Peter argued. Doc messed around and ended up experimenting on himself and becoming a lizard. Harry got bit by a radioactive spider that had been subjected to a crap ton of experiments. That makes much more sense than magic. That's just pure nonsense. Peter, these days we can store the entirety of human knowledge into a small rectangle that we can fit into our pockets, Gwen said, pointing at her smartphone that she had left on Harry's desk. We can travel hundreds of miles an hour in a giant man-made machine that can fly through the air whilst transporting large amounts of people, and we can send messages to the other side of the country in a second. All of that would be indistinguishable from magic a few hundred years ago. It would be unreal 100 years ago, and today that's just the norm. I get what you're saying, but that's all still science, Peter pointed out. Magic is just science that we don't understand yet, Gwen argued. That's according to Arthur C. Clarke, who, if I remember right, wrote science fiction, countered Peter. And like I said, a lot of the stuff we have today would fit into what people of the past would only imagine, Gwen smirked before she looked up at Harry. You're being awfully quiet, aren't you? She asked. I don't know if I can do magic anymore, Harry frowned. What? Peter asked, but Harry ignored him and continued. I don't know if it's a change in my body or something else, but I don't know if I can do magic anymore, Harry sighed. I wish I had my wand right now. A wand? Peter repeated with disbelief. You used to have a wand. Yeah, it helped focus my magic. Wait, hold up a sec, Peter interrupted. Are you trying to tell me that magic is actually real? Let's say for a second that I believe that. Why would you have kept it from us, and where the hell would you even have learnt magic? I still have some secrets that I'd like to keep to myself, Harry answered honestly. Before you ask, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just not something I like to look back on. Either way, I don't think I can do magic right now. I don't have a wand. Do you definitely need a wand? Gwen asked. Harry could tell that she was resisting the urge to question him about his secrets, and he was very grateful for that. He knew that if it was Hermione, then he'd likely be getting badgered into revealing something. Why do you ask? Harry frowned. Isn't there anything else you can use instead of a wand? Gwen asked. Like what? I don't know, she said in an annoyed voice. What other things do magical users use? Harry looked thoughtful. The other two quickly became quiet when they saw that he was thinking. It was about another minute later when Harry's face lit up as an idea came into his head. Idea. He smiled before he dropped down and flipped in midair to land on his feet. Gwen, you're brilliant, Harry said. He quickly keyed her on the head before he grabbed his notebook and a pen. What's going on in that crazy head of yours? Peter asked, still feeling confused by his friend's belief in magic while Gwen was blushing slightly. Runes, Harry grinned. Are you sure that this'll work? Peter asked skeptically. Harry, Gwen and Peter had all returned to the abandoned train station so that Harry could try an experiment with some runes. Gwen had come readily whilst Peter was still not entirely convinced about the whole idea of magic being real. I am positive that it'll work, Harry said whilst using a knife to cut some runes into a cardboard box. Mostly. Somewhat, not really. So, how does it work? Gwen asked curiously as she stood behind Harry, watching him work. The general idea is actually quite simple, Harry began explaining. I carve the necessary runes into the box, then I channel some of my magic into it. The magic should reach the runes and voila. The box will levitate. Or do nothing, Peter couldn't help but comment. Unfortunately, that is actually a possibility, Harry admitted, rather than getting annoyed with Peter. Quite honestly, he understood why Peter was so skeptical. But still, the point of this is to see if I can get the runes to work. Why couldn't we just do this in your room or something? Gwen asked. Because I didn't want to risk something going wrong in my room, Harry answered honestly. Wait, what do you mean something going wrong? Peter blinked. Done, Harry said suddenly as he stepped away from the box and put on a pair of goggles before giving Gwen and Peter their own pair. Now, you two get back a bit, just in case. All right, Gwen said before she and Peter exchanged looks before they started moving a few steps back and put on their goggles. Ready whenever you are. All right, my chaotic friends, here's hoping this works, Harry said before he placed his hands on the box and breathed in. He breathed out and pushed his magic into the runes. Once he felt like he was getting something, he quickly jumped back and awaited the results. Holy crap, Harry grinned when the box started rising up into the air. Wait, what? Peter blinked. That's amazing. Gwen gasped once the box had floated up a meter in height. It's alive. Harry laughed loudly. It's alive. He laughed madly and dramatically just as the box was about to reach the 2-meter mark. It had just gone past the mark when flames burst out from the area where the runes were written and quickly ended up covering the whole box. The box fell straight out of the air and landed on the ground, staying there until the flames reduced it into just a small piece of burnt cardboard. The trio stared at the box with disbelief for several seconds before they looked back and forth between each other. Good enough, Harry yelled triumphantly as he raised a fist up into the air. Good enough, Gwen and Peter agreed, raising their own fists. You ready, arachnophobes? Line up the cast and I'll snap your bones, crack my knuckles and wrap my knuckles, I'll bash your skull and crack some jokes, Harry quietly sang to himself as he entered his home. He saw his mother was in the kitchen, making some food. Hey Mum, what are you making? He asked as he closed the door behind him. Making some fish and chips, she told him with a smile. Do you want some? I've inherited your brightishness, so that's a definite yes, Harry grinned. Where's Dad? He asked. He's in his office with that Mencken fellow, Emily answered, rolling her eyes. Don't worry, Mum, I don't think Dad's the sort to cheat on you, Harry joked as he started walking to the office. Just in case, I'll go and interrupt and make sure no funny business is going on. He added. You're the best, sweetie. She played along before she returned her attention back to her cooking. I am the best, Harry agreed with a smirk before he entered his room and picked up a bag before he walked out of his room and stopped outside of his father's office and knocked on the door. FBI, we've seen your search history, open up. Harry half yelled. Come in, Harry, Norman's amused voice called out. Harry opened the door and walked in, finding his father sitting behind his desk while Donald was sitting opposite him with his computer tablet in his hands. How can I help you? He asked without looking away from his papers. Well, Father, I just thought I'd come and see how my favorite parent is doing, Harry smiled as he closed the door behind him. We both know that your mother is your favorite, Norman said absently before putting a document to the side and picking up another one. Now, what do you need? Is someone bothering you at school? No, well, yes, he frowned as he thought of Felicia. But that's nothing I can't handle, I actually wanted your help with something else. Oh, and what would that be? He asked before looking at Donald. Move Tuesday's appointment up 2 hours and rearrange Wednesday's appointment for Thursday. As you wish, Donald obediently said before he started rearranging them on his tablet. Can I have a lab? Harry asked hopefully, causing both Norman and Donald to stop what they were doing and look at him. I beg your pardon, Norman blinked. A lab, can I have one? Harry asked. Please. Why on earth do you want a lab? Norman frowned. Father, given that you own what is arguably the best scientific research company in the country, I am very concerned that you don't know what the purpose of a lab is, Harry frowned. Harry, Norman sighed. While he was glad that Harry had inherited his brains, it was very apparent that he had also inherited his mother's sarcasm and humor. Truth be told, he found it quite amusing, but he didn't really want to let Harry know that at the moment. Why do you specifically want a lab for? You're a teenager. I'm also a genius-level intellect with 2 fellow geniuses for friends and we want to experiment, Harry answered. We all want to get into science, and we want to. Son, Norman interrupted him. While I both love and am grateful for your interest in science, you do realize that it would be completely irresponsible for me to leave 3 teenagers, no matter how smart they are, in a lab without any supervision. Do you realize what the law would do to me if they found out? Or worse yet, what your mother would do to me if she had found out, and what she would end up doing to you after?" he added, causing both Osborne men to shiver at the thought of a rampaging Mrs. Osborne. "It doesn't have to be without supervision," Harry said quickly. "I can think of someone who I might be able to convince to help us and supervise us, an employee of yours, actually. That'll be interesting, but it doesn't change the fact that I cannot just toss a lot of money into making a new lab just for you. I think that you won't need to build a new lab," Harry cut him off. "I know that one of your labs had closed and Oscorp is still deciding what to do with it. Let me have it." "If I may interject," Donald spoke up. "No," Harry and Norman said at the same time before the two turned their attention back to each other. "A great idea, but that still leaves me with the problem of explaining to Oscorp why I've just allowed a valuable resource to be given to my son and his friends," Norman pointed out. "Ah," Harry grinned as he reached into his bag. "I've thought about it, and here is my genius." He pulled out a binder and placed it in front of his father. Norman frowned at him before he picked up the binder and began skimming through it. Harry and Donald remained silent for about 5 minutes before Norman put the binder down and looked at Harry. "A test, I think," he said thoughtfully. "You have 1 week to prove its worth." "Agreed," Harry smiled happily. He was now experimenting with runes, and if he was able to get his lab, then that would make his experimenting much easier, not to mention allow him to have an easier time with the scientific and technological parts of his vigilante lifestyle. "Thanks, Dad. Love you." Harry grinned before he rushed out of the room, only to stop and peek his head back in. "By the way, Dad, Mum's making fish and chips. Should I ask her to save you some?" "I already talked to her about that, but thank you," Norman said appreciatively. Harry sent him a smile before getting out and closing the door. "Forgive me, but if I may ask, what was that about?" Donald asked Norman. "My son had worked out a way to keep a lab," Norman said with no small amount of pride. "Oh, I hope he succeeds. I'll be lording it over everyone for years." He grinned. "Hey Osborne," a voice called out just as Harry, Gwen and Peter left their last class of the day. The three stopped and Harry stiffened slightly just before he felt an arm wrap around his left arm. He turned to his left and found the sparkling eyes of Felicia Hardy looking up at him. So far, he had done his best to avoid her with the help of Gwen and Peter, the three working in perfect harmony to keep their distance from the young thief, but the girl had been persistent and was apparently not going to be dissuaded from her idea of spending some time with Harry. "You've been avoiding me," Felicia said in an amused voice. "What on earth makes you think that?" Harry asked innocently. "The fact that you've been avoiding me," she said simply with a small shrug of his shoulders. "Your logic is impeccable," Harry admitted. "Thanks," she smirked. "So, I was wondering if you would spend some time with me after school." "We're busy," Harry said apologetically. Yeah," Peter nodded. "We're going to go and do some science stuff. Really boring. I don't think you'd enjoy it." "You're right. It doesn't sound like my sort of thing," she admitted in a thoughtful voice. "Still, maybe I can come with you," she asked Harry. "What?" Harry asked intelligently. "You want to come with us?" Gwen said, not totally able to mask her surprise. "You don't seem much like a nerd, no offense," she added jokingly. "None taken," Felicia smiled. "I'm not a nerd, though I could probably keep up if I tried. Still, I want to spend some time with Osborne over here. I figure it can't hurt to learn more about his interests." She shrugged before looking up at Harry. "So, if you don't totally hate me, can I come along?" she asked hopefully. I don't hate you," Harry quickly said. "Great," Felicia smiled before she leaned up and kissed Harry's cheek. "So, where are we going?" she asked eagerly, something that caused Harry to stare at her for several seconds. "I don't know how to handle you," he admitted. "So, this is what you guys do for fun?" Felicia asked in a surprised voice as she looked around. She had followed Harry and his friends from school and was not expecting to be taken behind the back of a building where they had started hovering around an old pipe for a few seconds until Peter had started pulling out some scientific equipment. "Actually, this is new, even for us," Gwen told her. "And what exactly are you doing?" Felicia asked. Saving the city, one problem at a time, Peter said. Let me explain, Harry said as they continued working while Felicia watched. These pipes supply water to several surrounding buildings. As they should, Felicia nodded before gesturing him to continue. Well, there have been some people near here that have gotten sick. And that's not normal because... Felicia trailed off and looked at him questioningly. Because nearly everyone in the surrounding area all ended up with the same disease at nearly the same time, Gwen answered for Harry. How do you guys know that? She blinked. A lot of research in the investigative miracle that is Gwen Stacy, Harry answered, causing Gwen to grin. Anyway, me and my chaotic duo over here have theorized that the problem comes from the water. Yeah. The symptoms for the sick people matched a water-based virus that we had researched, Peter added. There's a small crack in the pipe and we're working on getting water samples from that, Harry explained. We have some scientific equipment at Peter's place that we're going to use to test it. Our best guess is that the contamination is connected to the nearby Oscorp factory. Wait, you think that your father is responsible for this? Felicia blinked. I'll have you know that my father is the kindest man on earth, Harry said matter-of-factly, ignoring the looks that Gwen and Peter were sending him. I don't think he's responsible, but it's entirely possible for the company to have done something they shouldn't have, intentionally or otherwise. And what do you get out of this? Felicia asked in an interested voice. I get to help people. Yeah, but besides that, she said, waving off that answer. I wanted a lab and I asked my father for one. For him to authorize me to have a lab, I'll have to prove to Oscorp that my having a lab will be beneficial to the company in some way. Harry responded. I think researching and pointing out Oscorp's flaws and saving them against lawsuits is a great way to do that. So, I just need to prove it's worth it. My father gets me a lab under somebody else's name, Oscorp gets a research station and I get to do as much experimenting as my heart desires. He finished and looked down at his water samples, missing the impressed look that Felicia had on her face. All right, we're done, Peter declared. I never figured that you would be the nerd type, Felicia told Harry as they started walking away. I guess rich people need a hobby. It's not a money thing, Harry rolled his eyes. Peter's family is just barely getting by and he does it as well, though to be fair they could end up making a whole lot more money if his uncle wasn't so stubborn. He couldn't help but add. Uncle Ben is not stubborn, Peter replied. Hey, I've told him numerous times that I could get him an interview at Oscorp but he keeps refusing out of some stubborn pride or whatever, Harry shrugged. Honestly, he considers even a little bit of help as charity. Okay, fine, he's stubborn, Peter admitted. Though, for what it's worth, Aunt May is telling him to accept your offer. That's because your aunt is a very attractive and intelligent woman, Harry replied. Harry has a crush on Peter's aunt, Gwen explained to Felicia. I do not have a crush, I'm just attracted to her, there's a difference, Harry pointed out. Harry, do not make me spill these water samples over your head. Peter warned. God damn it, a cop yelled as he drove after a high-speeding vehicle that had narrowly missed running over a woman. What was supposed to be a routine stop over what looked like a faulty headlight had quickly ended up into a high-speed chase with a driver that the officer was suspecting was either inexperienced, panicked, drugged or all three, given the way that he was swerving wildly. It was night time as well, the only light provided to them came from the street lamps and nearby buildings, but that didn't mean that everything was perfectly visible, given that the cop had just about avoided running over a dog. Where's that backup? He yelled into his radio before he increased his speed, closing the distance between the cars for a few moments but not really for long as the person he was chasing decided to cut into the next corner, meaning the cop had to slow down to decrease the risk of crashing into something. As soon as he turned down the corner he heard something land on his car ceiling. What the hell? The cop blurted out. Hey! A second later Spider-Man crawled onto the driver's side of the car. Busy day at work? He asked as if he wasn't hanging on the outside of a car. You want me to get him for you? He offered. I can handle this, the cop replied, trying not to show how unnerved he was. Sure you can, buddy, Spider-Man said, sounding like he was trying to not sound disbelieving. Bet you one of your donuts that I can get him in less than 30 seconds. Without waiting for a response, He jumped off the car and shot out a web before he began swinging after the car just as it turned another corner. Unbelievable, the cop said as Spider-Man followed after the car. The city's going to the freaks, he muttered before turning the corner and quickly stopping his car so he could step out and take a look at what he was seeing. Unbelievable, he said once more as he stared at the car that was now held up in the air by webs that were attached to the surrounding buildings. You don't even have any donuts. A voice complained. He turned around and spotted Spider-Man pulling his head out of the car door. Do you know how hungry a superhero gets? He groaned before he jumped and started swinging away. Harry, a voice yelled, causing Harry to wake up from the 4 hours of sleep he managed to get. You're going to be late for school. His mother yelled from outside of his door. I told you, you can't be driven to school today. Arnold's not working today. You said you had a way to get there. I'm awake. I'm awake, Harry blurted out, as he quickly sat up, cursing himself for staying out late. Don't worry, Mum, I'll get there on time, he shouted as he quickly got out of bed. I doubt that, his mother shouted from behind his door. Hurry up, she yelled before Harry heard her walk away from his door. Got to get to school fast, Harry muttered after checking the time on his phone. Idea. He grinned before he started locating his spider suit. He quickly put it on before he shoved his regular day clothes into his school bag. He put the bag on over his shoulder before he ran and leapt out of his open window. Harry, Emily yelled impatiently as she opened the door to his room and walked in. I told you that you have to. She trailed off and looked around the room. Where is he? Shit, Harry cursed under his breath as he walked into the class and found everyone staring at him. I'm not late, am I? He asked the science teacher, Mr. Adams. Nah, Mr. Adams waved him off. You're fine. Oh, thank God, Harry whispered to himself, feeling relieved. At least he was until Mr. Adams continued. You're not that late, just 20 minutes, he said, looking almost as unimpressed as he sounded. Oh, Harry blinked. Unfortunately, that is long enough for you to qualify for a detention, Mr. Adams continued. Crap baskets, Harry said under his breath. What are the chances of us forgetting this incident and skipping the detention? What's the answer to this? Mr. Adams asked, pointing to the equation on the board. Harry paused and stared at the equation. 0, sir. Correct, and it's also the answer to your question, Mr. Adams told him. Though, because you answered my question correctly, I'll shave off 5 minutes from your detention. Now, go and take your seat, he ordered before turning his attention back to the board. As you wish, Harry said, biting back a groan before he walked over and sat between Peter and Gwen. Dude, what happened? Peter whispered. I was doing my regular hobby and lost track of time and ended up sleeping late, Harry whispered. And what hobby is this? A voice whispered behind him. Harry looked back and saw Felicia staring at him curiously. Web design, Harry answered before quickly turning his head back to front and noticing the look that Gwen was giving him because of his rather poor lie. Don't judge me, he whispered before opening his books. So, Osborne, Felicia said, catching up to Harry and his friends after class. Before he could say a word she had looped her arm around one of his. As soon as he looked at her he was met with a mischievous grin. What's my favorite nerd up to today? More science stuff. Your favorite nerd, huh? Harry snorted with amusement. That's high praise. As for your answer, you're right. We are going to go and do more nerdy science stuff. Oh, and what is it this time? Collecting more water samples, Felicia asked. Actually, we're going to be examining cars, Peter interjected. More specifically the gas they produce. You see, Oscorp produces exhaust filters for cars to capture and reduce the pollutants a car makes. We're going to look at some and examine them and see if they're up to scratch. How thrilling, Felicia said dryly. You won't have to change your clothes or anything if you're sure about coming, Gwen said, realizing that despite the girl's lack of enthusiasm, she would be wanting to tag along. Excellent, Felicia smiled at her before looking up at Harry. So, Osborne, I noticed that you still haven't asked me out on a date yet. She pointed out. And why was I supposed to do that? Harry questioned her. That's what most people usually do when a girl expresses interest in them, Felicia smirked. Come on, Osborne, I'm not that bad. Just give me one chance, one date, come on. Pretty please with cherries on top. She added before her smile disappeared. Unless you've already judged me and made up your mind, in which case you could just tell me and I'll stop wasting both of our time. Harry quickly stopped, causing the other three to stop as well. He looked down at Felicia, staring at her for several seconds with a narrowed, unblinking gaze. Felicia froze and stared back at him, feeling like he was staring into her very soul. Fine, Harry said eventually. Not now, I am pretty busy, but eventually we'll set up a date, for our date. Really? Felicia smiled. That's great. I'm glad you're happy. Harry nodded to her. But that doesn't mean that you're out from coming with us. If you want to be with me then you got to take the whole nerdy package. If I must, Felicia let out a mock sigh of despair. Shut it, it'll be fun, Harry said, rolling his eyes before he and Felicia started walking again. I doubt that, Felicia replied before Peter followed behind. Gwen stared at Harry and Felicia for a moment before she shook her head and walked after them. Thank you very much, madam, Harry said, gently placing $20 into the hands of an old woman after Peter and Gwen backed away from her car. You have our sincere gratitude. Oh, that's quite all right, she smiled before she placed the money into her handbag. More kids should be like you, such hard-working individuals with lovely manners. What did you say this was for again? A school project, she asked. It's an environmental thing, actually, Gwen replied. We're just taking a look at a few different cars and researching how badly they could be polluting our city. Yeah, we're hoping to reduce the city's pollution, Peter added. And in doing so, make the city a better place for everyone, including yourself, madam. Harry added. We're also hoping that we can let any involved companies know as soon as possible so they can work on improving their products. Oh, that is wonderful, she smiled before she walked to her car. I do love the environment as much as any other individual, she added before she got in and drove off. Loves the environment, she says, Felicia commented once the old lady had driven far enough away. Yet she drives a fucking Hummer. We all have our quirks. Harry shrugged before checking the time on his watch. He frowned for a moment before he realized that he still had enough time to go and practice making his runes. Still, I think that. Harry paused as he felt the back of his head tingle. Every instinct in his body quickly told him to move out the way. Get down. Harry leapt forwards and tackled Felicia into the ground just before a car landed in the area where the lady had previously parked and had rolled on its back before crashing into the side of a building. Harry looked up and saw that Peter and Gwen had landed on the floor, though the both of them thankfully looked uninjured. Felicia groaned as she raised her head and shook it to clear up her vision. She looked behind her and saw the car that had come very close to knocking her head clean off. She saw Peter and Gwen stand up to her feet before she looked around, not seeing any sign of Harry. Where did he go? She asked the two but did not get a chance to receive an answer as a second later a large booming sound captured her attention. A short way down the street a cloud of black smoke seemingly poured out of nowhere, rising up, higher and higher before eventually parting ways to reveal a dark figure dressed in black robes. He had a long white beard, red eyes and a dark, pointy wizard hat on his head. I have returned, the mysterious new figure roared as if trying to speak up to the very heavens themselves. You all had thought you had seen the last of me. But I am back, back for my vengeance. The figure raised an arm and a large brown staff appeared in his hand. I, gatekeeper of magic, do now condemn this cursed world to an eternity of suffering. I shall melt every instrument, slaughter all your livestock, free the lands of your filth and I will pour destruction down upon all of you. With all due respect, Spider-Man said as he swung in and landed on top of a nearby lamppost. That would make you the third guy this week. So, who are you? Does the name Dumbledore ring a bell? How about Tom Riddle, also known as Voldemort? Because you kind of look like a weird love child between the two and that's giving me some very horrible images. You dare disrespect the great wizard known as Albus Draken? The man boomed, slamming his staff down on the ground. Dumbledore and Draco, ew, Spider-Man exclaimed. What sick fanfiction writer came up with that? Silly insect. The wizard swung his staff and a green wave shot towards Spider-Man, who leapt over it and shot a web line straight at Draken before landing on the ground, but before the web could connect, Draken became enveloped in a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. "All that talk and he just runs," Spider-Man tutted. "You think I am running?" Draken's voice came from above. Spider-Man looked up and saw Draken was now standing on a rooftop. "You have no chance of beating me." "He may not, but I do," a new voice said just as its owner flew into view. The new arrival was dressed completely in green, all the way from his toes. On his arms were brown gauntlets shaped like boxes that connected to his brown gloved hands that were currently producing some green smoke. Attached to his shoulders was a long and purple cape that was held in place by two lapels that were in the shapes of green eyes. Spider-Man couldn't really see what his head looked like since it was covered in what appeared to be a large fishbowl. "You," Draken blurted out. "Yes," the new arrival replied. "'Tis I, the great and powerful, Mysterio." "Another day, Mysterio," Draken yelled before waving his staff and disappearing from view. "We shall meet again," Mysterio declared. "Wait a sec, who are you?" Spider-Man yelled. Mysterio did not answer. Instead he turned and walked out of sight. "Hey, wait," Spider-Man called before shooting out a web and pulling himself up to the top of the building. He landed on the top and had to take a second to process what he was seeing. "Where'd he bloody go?" Spider-Man blurted out. "Yo, fishbowl," he called out, looking around but unable to see him. Where did the other guy go? Both of them were magical. He wondered. He tried to use his enhanced hearing to see if he could find them but didn't try for long as he immediately heard something that caught his attention. "Quick, Alex, sneak it out the back before we get caught," a voice said, one that was definitely male. "Quiet Marco, you'll give us away," a second voice, also male, responded. "What's that about?" Spider-Man whispered to himself before he walked across the rooftop and leaned over the edge. He looked down and spotted two men leaving the back of an electronics store with a large flat-screen TV in their arms. Both of them were fairly muscular. They both had brown hair. One of them was dressed in a gray hoodie and black trousers while the other had a buzz cut and wore brown trousers along with a stripy green t-shirt. "Oh Hearn," the green-shirted man whispered to the other one. "You think we got time to sneak back in and get one more?" he asked as they got closer to a van. "Why not, Flint?" the man replied with a grin. "I'll give you a very good reason why not," Spider-Man said as he landed on the wall next to them. "Crap," both of them blurted out upon seeing him, unfortunately, dropping the TV. "My name is Spider-Man, you two just wasted a perfectly good TV, prepare to die," Spider-Man told them before leaping off the wall. 2 minutes later, nobody had died but two people ended up webbed to a wall for a good 8 minutes before the police were able to get them down. Harry was eventually able to find his friends and Felicia sitting at a cafe a few streets away. He walked closer and heard Felicia trying to interrogate Peter and Gwen regarding where Harry had gone whilst his two friends tried to play dumb, not that Felicia seemed to be buying it. "Glad to see that you three are okay," Harry called as he stopped behind them. "Harry," Felicia blurted out, turning around in her seat to look at him. "Where'd you go? We were looking everywhere for you." "You didn't see me?" Harry asked as he sat down next to her. "I'd went off to get the police. You didn't hear me shout that to you?" he asked, masterfully lying his asterisks off. "See, we told you he would be fine." Gwen smiled at her while Peter was looking relieved. The boy was never the best of liars. "I didn't hear you," Felicia frowned. "And I didn't see you go anywhere. You didn't get hurt or anything, did you?" Harry asked, this time with genuine concern. "Don't worry your pretty little head off, Osborn, I'm fine," she told him, waving off his concern. "I was merely shocked and dazed." "Do you want to go to the hospital?" he asked. "I'm not a delicate flower, I don't need a hospital," she told him right before Gwen snorted. "And what's so amusing?" she asked, raising an eyebrow at the beyond. "Sorry," Gwen said in an amused voice. "It's just that you seem to have the same reaction to going to the hospital as Harry does. You'd have to cut off his leg for him to even start to consider it." "Doctors and nurses are all over dramatic," Harry sniffed. "Most problems could be fixed on their own in a few days max." "Whatever you say, Dr. Osborn." Gwen smirked at him. I wouldn't be that type of doctor, Harry told her, rolling his eyes. Harry, check this out, Gwen said, handing her phone to Harry to show him a newspaper article about the Mysterio figure. He's already popped up like 3 times throughout the city. He's not really Spider-Man levels of famous yet, but he's getting there. I prefer the Spider personally, Felicia commented before drinking her tea, missing the small smirk that had briefly appeared on Harry's face. Later that day, Harry was sitting alone in his room, looking over all the information Gwen had sent him about Mysterio, or at least all the information she had found so far. Today's appearance made this the 4th appearance of Mysterio. Harry was unable to find a particular pattern with the locations, nor was he able to learn much about what the man could do. Any eyewitness reports all said that he was magical, but there wasn't really much said beyond him shooting green beams and being constantly surrounded by green smoke. The very idea of that made Harry frown. Skilled wizards were not likely to use spells of the same color all the time. Heck, even by his first year in Hogwarts, Harry could use several different colored spells, leading Harry to wonder if Mysterio was just constantly using the same spells over and over. Perhaps he was using a different form of magic that was only a green color. Is he even a wizard? Is he from this world? Harry rubbed his head as he jotted down some notes into his notebook. Peter had suggested he keep notes on his adventures, which was why Harry had a small notebook filled with his notes on his webshooters, Lizard, his powers, Daredevil, several others things, and now the newest addition, Mysterio. After writing down what he knew about Mysterio, he started reading over his notes on runes. He hadn't really taken runes when he was in Hogwarts, and most of what he knew about them were from self-studying and from Hermione. Fortunately, living in the modern world meant that he had access to the brilliant invention known as the internet and was able to research runes as much as he wanted. Harry looked away from the book and looked at a small pencil that was on the edge of his desk. Harry put down his pen and picked up the pencil. He spun it around and looked at the rune he had carved into it. He took in a deep breath before he channeled his magic into and allowed it to rise up from his hand and hover into the air. He couldn't help but smile. He had figured out how to get his runes working without them exploding on him. It had taken a lot of practice, and he had worked out the possible reasons for the explosions being putting in too much magic or perhaps not enough in some cases, and that was only if he had gotten his runes perfectly right. It was a fairly complicated subject, and even the way you inscribe them could change how they can work. Harry pulled the pencil out of the air and placed it on his desk before he picked up his pen and turned his attention back to his notebook, and he began writing down potential ways he could rune up his webshooters along with other technological improvements he could make. So far, his best idea was to fit runes in that would refill his webshooters. His hope was that if they worked, then he wouldn't have to constantly refill his webshooters. It would help save him money and time, which according to his father was basically the same thing, and if it worked, it would open the possibility for more runes to be placed on his equipment. Harry, time for dinner. His mother called from outside of his room. Coming, Mum, Harry called back before packing his stuff away. A minute later he was out of his room and headed to the kitchen where both of his parents were waiting for him. Hi Dad, Harry said, sitting on with them. I thought you were still at work. I was, but I decided that Mencken was competent enough to handle the few tasks I had left to do. Norman explained. Is he though? Harry said doubtfully. I am well aware that you do not like him, but he is a decent worker. Norman sighed. He still looks like a little ginger turd, Emily shrugged before digging into her food. Lanky turd, Harry muttered under his breath. So far he still liked Donald more than Percy Weasley, but that wasn't saying much. Would you please lead by example and teach your son to be respectful? Norman said to Emily, sending her a disapproving look. Americans are so sensitive, Emily told Harry, rolling her eyes. I'm glad you've inherited my britishness. Where I come from, if somebody insults you, then you just insult them back or shut up. God save the Queen, Harry nodded approvingly just before his phone started ringing. Oh, sorry. He apologized before pulling out his phone and answering the call. Hello, who is this? He asked, placing the phone next to his ear. Hello handsome, a familiar voice purred. Excuse me, won't be a minute, Harry said to his parents quickly before he stood up and walked off. How the hell did you get my number? He hissed into the phone. I am very persuasive when I want to be, she answered, nonchalantly. Also, I may have had to convince that friend of yours to give it up. You should really talk to him. He was as red as a mushroom by the end of our conversation. What do you want? Harry asked, trying his best to not sound rude. I'm having dinner with my parents, he said, stopping on the other side of the room. I was just calling because I wanted to know when you wanted to schedule our date, she replied. It isn't nice to keep a girl waiting, you know. Yeah, well, neither is stealing, Harry pointed out. Touché. Anyway, how about this Saturday? We can meet outside of the school at 11, we can walk over to the cinema from there. Harry suggested. Sounds good enough, Felicia replied. See you soon, she said before hanging up. Bloody hell, Harry sighed before turning around and walking about to have his dinner. Sorry about that, he apologized. Who was it? Norman asked curiously. Just a friend from school, Harry answered as he sat down. Oh, just a friend? Emily asked, noticing a slightly different tone in her son's voice. For now, Harry nodded, being completely honest. He was pretty sure that one way or another, his relationship with Felicia would eventually change, for better or worse. So, Gwen said as she and Peter walked down with Harry to their next lesson. You managed to put the rune into the webshooters, she whispered. Yeah, Harry nodded. It was harder than you'd think since I had to break it down, work out where was best to put the rune, work out which one to use, etc. But yeah, I have to test it out, but it should work now, so it should constantly refill all on its own. That's amazing, Peter said, still finding it hard to believe in magic but having seen enough evidence to at least not dismiss it. You think you could sell things with runes in them? He asked. Nope, Harry said, knowing where he was going with this line of questioning. Too many problems with that. I can't mass-produce rune-enhanced things myself, plus if someone breaks it down to examine it then it's kind of hard to explain the runes making something work a certain way. He told them just before they rounded a corner and stopped. Crap baskets, Harry muttered as he saw who was standing in front of them. Standing in front of him was Chloe and Lita, and for whatever reason there was a muscular brown-haired boy with them. Harry was pretty sure that the boy was a year older than them and on the football team. Though, judging by the way that Chloe had her arms wrapped around this boy's arm, she wasn't really interested in him just because she wanted to talk about football. Oh, hi Harry, Chloe said with fake politeness. Heading to class? Yep, Harry said slowly. Can I help you with something? Not really. Oh, have you met my new boyfriend? She asked with a grin on her face. This is Troy, she said, gesturing to the boy with her. This your ex? Troy asked her, looking at Harry with an unimpressed look. Not really, we only went on 2 dates, Harry answered before she could. Either way, if you'll excuse us. Sure, Chloe and I need to go plan our date anyway, Troy said, grinning widely. Troy's taking me out tomorrow, Chloe revealed, smirking at Harry. Congratulations, Harry said dryly, not entirely sure what reaction she was expecting from him. Hopefully Troy doesn't cheap out on dinner, Lita couldn't help but comment. Here's hoping you two don't bankrupt him before he's 30, Gwen replied, resisting her urge to roll her eyes at their childish attempt to make him jealous. Ooh, this is going to get good, Peter whispered to himself as he spotted Felicia walking up to the group. Hello handsome, Felicia purred as she slid up to Harry, looping one arm through his while placing the other on his stomach. I'm glad I caught you. Do you think we could move our date to an hour later? I have something I need to do on Saturday morning. Yeah, sure. Harry nodded. Excuse me, Felicia said in an overly polite voice to a stunned Chloe. But Harry and I have to go now, she told them before walking off while dragging Harry with her. Gwen and Peter exchanged looks before following after them. What a shallow, childish bitch, Felicia whispered to Harry once they were far enough away. Can't believe you even went out with her. I could tell that she was bad news from a mile away. Yeah, admittedly that was a mistake, Harry said sheepishly. Well, don't worry, Felicia smirked. Now you have me here to help you out. So, looking forward to your date with Felicia. Peter's voice spoke through Harry's phone. It should hopefully be a lot better than the last one with Chloe, Harry replied as he looked at himself in his mirror. He had settled on a pair of red trainers with blue jeans, a white shirt and an open black zip-up hoodie. Though admittedly my expectations for this one aren't that big, we're just going to go to the cinemas, see a movie and then get some food. Isn't that the exact same thing you did for Chloe? Peter asked. Harry could almost see his frown. Exactly, and if it works this time then I know that she'll be a lot better than Chloe, Harry said logically whilst examining himself. Yeah, I'm sure that the kleptomaniac will go much better than the gold digger, Peter said, not even bothering to hide his doubt. Still, I wish you the best of luck. And hey, if it doesn't work then there are plenty more fish in the sea. Like your aunt? Harry asked without missing a beat. I'll put itching powder in your suit, Peter warned him. Honestly, I still don't understand why my hair is always so messy. Harry frowned. Either way, I'll let you know how it goes. See y'all later, Harry told him before hanging up and putting his phone in his pocket. All right Osborn, let's try not to mess this one up. He let out a deep breath before he walked out of his room and began heading out of his apartment, only to be interrupted by his mother. Somebody is looking dapper today, she commented walking up to him. That's debatable but thank you, Harry said sincerely. Where are you going? She asked curiously. I'm going on a date, Harry answered. Oh, she said, sounding somewhat surprised. It's not with that girl, is it? She frowned, sending him a questioning look. The gold digger? Nah, her name is Felicia, Harry replied. Felicia, she repeated. Wait, is that the new friend you had told me about? Pretty much, Harry nodded. Is she nice? Emily asked. Well, she has her ups and downs, Harry admitted. I don't really know what's going to happen but I'm going to try and keep an open mind. Well, that's a good attitude to have, she said approvingly before she leaned forward and keyed his head. Don't take too long though, I'm making chicken later tonight. I love chicken, Harry grinned. I'll see you later, Mum. Have fun, sweetie, she called after him as he exited through the door. Sorry, I'm late, Felicia apologized as she met up with Harry outside of the cinema. It's all right, I'm not going to throw a fit if you're 5 minutes late, Harry said, waving her off as he took a good look at her. She had opted to go for a pair of green and white trainers, a knee-length blue skirt, a black top and an expensive-looking white jacket. You're looking good, he said, the words escaping out of his mouth before he could even think to stop himself. You're not looking so bad yourself, she smiled. So, shall we? She asked, gesturing to the building. Whenever you're ready, Harry nodded, offering her an arm. Such a gentleman, she said teasingly, sliding her left arm into his. My mother's British, he said by way of an explanation before they walked inside. So, what sort of a film do you want to watch? He asked. Romantic, drama, action, Felica said without missing a beat. I see enough romance and drama just walking through our school. Excellent, Harry grinned before looking at the film selections. How about that one? He asked, pointing to a poster of a superhero film. That'll do, she shrugged. Let's get going, she said, pulling him towards the ticket section. I can pay for the tickets, Harry offered. I can pay for my own, Felicia refused, giving him a look that said it would be better for him to not argue. If you're sure, Harry shrugged. This is already going better than my last date, he thought to himself. It wasn't even realistic, Felicia argued as she and Harry walked out of the cinema, discussing the film that they had just watched. I mean, the bullets should have gone through him and hit the guy behind him. They must be pretty piss poor bullets if they can be stopped by a single person. Felicia, honey, sweetie, Harry said with an amused smile. If you're expecting realism in a superhero action film then I fear that you don't really understand the concept of superhero action films. Whatever, Osborn, Felicia snorted. So, where do we go to eat? We're going to Stan's, Harry declared. I've never been, Felicia admitted. You've never lived, Harry replied immediately. Stan makes the best burgers in the city. I'll take your word for it, Felicia replied as the two started walking. So, you an expert in burgers? Not really, Harry admitted. But I have tried a few different places. Still, I like Stan's the best. What about you? You a burger type of girl? I generally prefer healthier foods, Felicia shrugged. A girl's got to watch her figure, you know. I can see that, Harry said, looking her up and down with an exaggerated gaze. You seem to like watching my figure, Felicia noted, grinning up at him. It's an excellent figure, Harry said defensively. Thank you, she sounded undoubtedly pleased. I worked hard for it. You like to exercise? He asked, despite already knowing the answer. A bit, Felicia smiled. You? She asked. A bit, Harry nodded. What martial arts do you do? He asked. A few, Felicia hummed. I've won the European under-16 judo, karate and taekwondo tournaments. Show off, Harry said jokingly. What about you? She asked. What martial arts do you know? I've not trained under any specific martial arts, Harry answered honestly. Though I have been in the odd fight or two and I've got a friend who has trained in quite a few and has been teaching me some stuff. A friend, huh? Felicia asked, raising an eyebrow. He's a little old for you, Harry joked. But yeah, a friend. He's taught me a bit of boxing and a few bits of various martial arts. So, what do you like to do in your free time? Not much, Felicia said in a thoughtful voice. I practice, go to school, then there's my nightly activities. She added with a grin. You're still doing that, Harry said, not entirely able to hide his disapproval. What can I say? I like the thrill, she shrugged. Don't worry your pretty little head, Osborne, I promise not to try and steal from any of your family and friends. Thief's honor, right? Harry asked with a small sigh. Anyway, is that it? Exercise, school and stealing. Not much else, she nodded. What about you? What does the rich prince do in his free time? Not a lot, Harry answered. I spend a lot of time with Peter and Gwen, we usually just hang around or do science stuff together. Like what? Felicia asked. Well, we like to experiment a bit, Harry said with a grin. Like there was the time with the rocket skates, which went well, note the sarcasm. Consider it noted, Felicia replied. Is that all? Pretty much, Harry nodded. I'm not that special. Is that what you have people believe? Felicia scoffed. Nice try but I'm not buying it. There's something different about you, I know it, I've seen it. I've never wanted anything but to be normal, Harry said, his voice slightly lower than before. To use an overused movie line, normal is overrated, she replied. You're not normal, neither am I, embrace it. Otherwise you're just going to spend a lifetime wishing for something that can't come true. Harry hummed, but did not say much. The two walked in complete silence until they reached Stan's. My lady, Harry said, opening the door for her. Thank you, she smiled as she walked in and looked around. Not bad, she said thoughtfully. Hi Stan, Harry called as he entered. Ah, Harry, Stan smiled from behind the counter. How are you doing? Where's the other two? At home, I am here on a date, Harry explained as he stopped next to Felicia. Stan, meet Felicia, he said, gesturing to Felicia. Pleasure to meet you, Stan smiled at her. Harry tells me that you make the best burgers in the city, she said in the form of a greeting. I don't know about the best, Stan said humbly. Top 5 at least, he mumbled to himself under his breath. Either way, what can I get for the two of you? I'll have my usual, Harry said with a small smile. I'll take one of those delicious burgers that Harry was going on about, Felicia decided. Also some small fries, and a can of Pepsi. Got it, Stan nodded. Take a seat, I'll be with you in a few. Prepare to be amazed, Harry told her as he guided her to a nearby booth. We'll see, she said doubtfully. They both sat down. Maybe you're right, maybe you'll eat your words. Maybe I'll be right when you eat your burger and then you can eat your words as well, Harry replied. I doubt that, Felicia replied. I stand corrected. Felicia let out a happy sigh as the two continued to walk along the streets of the city, arm in arm. That was one great burger. Stan is an angel. He's the man, Harry agreed. So far, this is a lot better than my last date. I aim to please, Felicia said with a dramatic courtesy. Still, I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Did you enjoy yourself? Harry asked hopefully. I did, Felicia admitted. Though I would like to admit that I hope for our next date we do something a bit more exciting than movies and dinner. Like what? Harry frowned. I'll surprise you, she said with a mischievous smile. Anyway, I did enjoy myself, but I got to go now before my mother throws a fit. She added. If she even notices, she mentally thought to herself. Cool, do you want me to walk you back? He asked as they stopped by a street curb. That's all right, I've got it, Felicia said, waving down an approaching cab. I'll see you soon, Harry told her as the cab slowed down and parked next to them. You too, she said before leaning up and planting a small but enjoyable key on his lips before she turned around and entered the cab. Well, that went well, Harry said to himself once the cab started driving away. So, how was your date? Gwen asked as Harry and Peter sat together in Peter's basement. Gwen was sitting at Peter's computer and was typing away. Pretty good, all things considered, Harry answered from his position on the ceiling. He was currently upside down with only his feet attached to the ceiling while he replaced the light bulb in the ceiling light. Try it now, he told Peter. Commencing trying, Peter said in a serious voice before he pressed the light switch. Voila, Harry said as the light turned on. There is light, Harry said in a pleased voice. Good boy, now don't fall on your ass, Gwen said absently. Harry, Peter, can you come here? She called. Coming, Harry leapt off the ceiling and landed behind Gwen while Peter took about 3 seconds to cross the room. What took you so long? Harry asked him. I've compiled all the reports I could find about Mysterio, Gwen said in a frustrated voice. But there's not much, he only appears and disappears, and is only seen fighting that wizard guy with the stupid name. Oh yeah, Peter snorted. What was it, Draken? I've heard worse, Harry shrugged. Something seems off with Mysterio, besides the obvious, like the fact that he's apparently a wizard. Someone seems doubtful, Peter couldn't help but notice. He seems off, Harry repeated just before his phone began ringing. 2 guesses who that'll be, Gwen said under her breath as Harry answered the phone. Hey handsome, Felicia's voice spoke into Harry's ear. How are you doing? Just fine, Harry replied as he started walking to the other side of the room. What's up? I was wondering if you'd like to go for another date. Tomorrow, after school, she asked. Doing what? Harry asked. Not telling, she said playfully. I want to surprise you. So, what did you say? Are you up for it? Yeah, sure, Harry said after a few moments. Tomorrow, after school, he confirmed. Good, she purred. See you then, she said, before ending the call. Harry shook his head and let out a deep breath before he turned around and saw Gwen and Peter staring at him. What? He asked. Another date? Peter asked with a small grin. Looks like it, Harry nodded. Nice, Peter smiled just before Gwen slapped him on the arm. What? Can we please just focus on Mysterio? Gwen said before turning her attention back to her computer. Boys, she muttered, shaking her head. So, then Formula A becomes equal to B, Mr. Adams, the science teacher said whilst gesturing to a formula he had written on the board. Now, then we have to remember that Formula C is still here, and when we add that into the equation it will. As the man continued to explain the formula to his student, Harry took a moment to look at his friends. Peter and Gwen were both paying attention, though they were clearly bored, and not even because they found the subject to be tedious. Harry and the two of them were simply just so far ahead that they were basically just reviewing what they already knew at this point. He also noted Felicia, who was actually paying attention to Mr. Adams. The girl was smart, that much was clear, but evidently she was not as naturally smart as Harry and his friends, at least when it came to science. Still, Harry did have to respect the effort she would put into classes. Harry found himself in the same category as Peter and Gwen, though unlike the two he had his notebook out along with his school books and would write in it in between writing down what Mr. Adams wanted him to. He was mostly writing down notes on runes, and trying to decide which ones to put on his web shooters. He was already making plans to fit runes that would automatically refill his web shooters so he could at the very least save time and money on making webs, but Harry wasn't content in stopping there. After all, He could fit more than one rune inside his devices. But for now he wanted to try getting one rune at a time to work since he didn't really want to risk multiple runes messing up at the same time. Stuff like that was how people ended up losing their arms. And unlike his last world, there wasn't a magical doctor in a magical hospital that could simply put his arm back on his body, at least as far as he knew. "Mr. Osborne," a voice called. Harry's eyes snapped up and he saw his teacher along with the majority of the class staring at him. "Could you please answer the question?" he asked, gesturing to the equation on the board. Sure." Harry shrugged before taking a look at numbers. That would be 340.5. "That's correct." Mr. Adams nodded in a satisfied voice before turning his attention back to the board. "Hey Osborne," Felicia whispered to him. "What?" Harry whispered back. "Nerd," she said playfully before averting her attention back to class. "A bit," Harry whispered back. "So," Felicia said as she and Harry walked down the streets, hand in hand. "What were you thinking about in science? Isn't that like the birthplace of nerds? You were miles away." "I was thinking about your overwhelmingly brilliantly beautiful beauty," Harry answered. "Flattery won't get you anywhere, Osborne," she said in an amused voice. "You can just call me by my first name, you know," Harry replied. "I'd prefer it to be honest." Sure. But while we're on the topic of how we should address each other, how about nicknames?" she asked. "What about them?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that what people who date do? Give each other stupid pet names?" "I have no idea," Harry admitted honestly. "Mum and Dad sometimes call each other things like dear and sweetie, that sort of stuff." "What about your parents?" "My parents have been separated for as long as I can remember," she shrugged her shoulders. "Haven't seen my dad in years." "Oh, sorry." "Don't be, it's not like it's your fault," Felicia said, not sounding remotely bothered about the topic. "Either way, I've never seen her interact with him so I don't really know." "So, what do you think? Should we give each other names?" Felicia asked. "If we must," Harry said with a small sigh. "Nothing ridiculous though." "Harry Osborne," Felicia said immediately with a grin. "Fuck you, I'm just kidding," Felicia laughed. "How about Har? Not on your life," Harry said, shaking his head. I don't know, should I start calling you F? How about Hosses? Like H for Harry and O's from Osborne?" "No," Harry said simply. "O's for Osborne. O's is an alternative name used for the Batman villain known as Penguin. I am not willingly sharing a name with a gropey, big-nosed midget." "Geez, and they say that girls are hard to shop for," Felicia said in a dry voice. "All right, fine. Scrap the nicknames for now. Are you ready to go on our date?" "Yep," Harry grinned. "I'm really looking forward to it." "Harry," Peter called, running up behind them. "Hey," he said once they stopped. Harry, sorry to interrupt but Gwen and I kind of need your help." "Is this important, Peter?" Harry asked whilst using his head to gesture to Felicia. "Yeah, it's about, you know." Peter paused as he tried to think of a good enough lie, but it was not necessary since Harry was able to pick up on what he meant. Felicia," Harry said, "I'm sorry but do you mind if we postpone our date until tomorrow?" "Are you serious?" Felicia asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah, I'm sorry, but this is important. Can we have our date tomorrow, please?" he asked hopefully. "Fine," Felicia said after a few moments of silence. "But there will be no excuses tomorrow, got it?" "Yes, ma'am," Harry grinned before he quickly turned and ran off with Peter. "What's up?" Harry asked once they were far enough away. "Gwen's got an idea on how to find Mysterio," Peter answered with a grin. "Praise Merlin for the miracle that is Gwen Stacy." Harry smiled. "All right, listen up," Gwen said as they all gathered around in Peter's basement. Gwen was sat at his computer while Peter stood behind her. Harry was stood at a nearby table, working on his web shooters which he had taken apart. "So, at first I reckoned that Mysterio and that wizard enemy of his were showing up at random locations." "Are you implying that they're not?" Peter asked. "Exactly," Gwen grinned. "I was at home today when my dad had a call from work. I overheard him talking and apparently nearly every attack was a couple of blocks away from a bank. So they're using these attacks as distractions to rob banks? Harry asked as he started to reassemble his web shooters. Pretty much, Gwen nodded. Though it's not always banks, sometimes a jewelry store or something similar. I imagine that not many people are going to be putting much focus on robberies when there are massive battles between wizards going on. Okay, so we've established what he's doing, Peter spoke up. But how are we going to work out where? Yeah, that is admittedly a big concern. Harry nodded. I've got one way so far, Gwen replied. Dad's got his people stationed near every major bank. When an attack is nearby, then they'll contact the others. Luckily though, Peter and I have been working on our own little side project. Which is what? Harry asked. Hacking into the police scanner and radios, Peter said with a happy smile. Wait, what? Harry blinked, looking up from his web shooters. When and how? When? We got to work on it the last time you went out with Felicia, Peter replied. As for how, well, we're bored geniuses. Later when we have time we can work on you having access to them from your mask. You two or something else, Harry laughed as he finished reassembling his web shooters. Pete, toss me 2 of my web pellets. Huh, sure, why just 2? Peter asked as he picked up 2 pellets and tossed them to Harry, who caught them with ease. Because I only need 2, Harry replied as he placed a single pellet in each web shooter. If my runes work as I intend them to, and I do think that they will, I won't need to refill them. The runes should hopefully refill my shooters for me. Runes, still weird, Peter whispered to himself. Any luck so far? Gwen's voice spoke through Spider-Man earpiece as he swung through the city. Nope, Spider-Man replied after performing a triple flip in midair and shooting out another web which allowed him to swing forward and land on the side of the building. He stuck to the building before looking around. So far I've stumbled upon a few muggings, 5 assaults, 4 overweight guy being indecently dressed, 3 carjacking, 2 cats in a tree, an underweight guy being indecently dressed and a partridge in a fucking pear tree. No sign of Mysterio or Draken. Police radio is pretty quiet on that front as well. Gwen huffed. Well, what else is there to do? Peter's voice replied. Unless you can work out which bank he's going to target, then the best bet is to swing back and forth between banks and hope to find the right one. If he even goes for the banks, Spider-Man replied. I'd like to remind you that they've been hitting up some jewelry stores as well. Wait a sec. He looked down and saw a trio of police cars racing down a street, blue lights flaring and sirens roaring. I've got some police cars heading in the general direction of Grand National Bank, Spider-Man told Gwen and Peter. Maybe this is it, he said hopefully before jumping off the building and diving down towards the ground. He waited until the last moment before shooting out a web and swinging up into the air. From what me and Peter are hearing on the radio, it sounds like you're right, Gwen told him. As he swung through the city he spotted what looked to be a green tornado a few blocks past the bank. One of the police cars headed towards it while the other 2 headed towards the bank. Despite wanting to head towards the massive tornado, as all sane people would like to do, he followed the police cars that were heading to the bank instead. Arriving at the bank he saw a police car was already there and 2 officers were crouching behind it as they were being shot at by a group of 8 criminals that were hiding behind 2 big SUVs. The criminals were dressed in all black with black ski masks and had a variety of machine guns. The other 2 police cars stopped alongside their colleague. The policeman quickly got out and joined the fight. Spider-Man swung forwards and landed on top of a nearby lamppost. He aimed his web shooters at the criminals. Arg, I can't control it, he yelled dramatically before shooting out a massive amount of webs at the criminals. 10 seconds later he had stopped and the criminals were all stuck to the ground in their cars, covered from head to toe in webs. Spider-Man nodded in a satisfied way before turning to the policeman. You're welcome, he told them before he jumped and started swinging away. Did that really just happen? He heard one of the policemen blurt out. He swung towards the direction of the tornado when suddenly it disappeared in front of his very eyes. No, Spider-Man yelled, swinging faster and arriving near where the tornado was. He looked down and saw chaos as people were running in all directions while a few policemen were trying to calm everyone down. Thankfully no one looked hurt. Where are you? He wondered, tilting his head slightly, hoping to pick up on some sound to let him find them. It worked. After filtering through various screams, shouts and much more, a sound filled his ears. A high-pitched sound, that sounded quite different to all the other sounds. Having no better clue to go on, he decided to take a chance and follow after it. It was an odd feeling, swinging through the city because you were following a high-pitched sound, but for Spider-Man it didn't even count as the top 10 weirdest things he had experienced. After swinging for several moments he was able to spot something very odd, a couple of green clouds floating away. He was sure the sound was coming from them. "Harry, what's going on?" Gwen asked. "I got the bank robbers, and now I'm chasing after something," Spider-Man told her. "I can hear a sound and it lead me to 2 green clouds." "Green clouds. I'm not repeating myself, I'm following it and hoping it leads to something." "You know," Peter spoke next, "I really think we should work on setting up a visual connection from our tech to your mask, then we can see what you're doing." "I reckon we can do more than that," Spider-Man replied. "With enough time we can set up a camera, a HUD and add them all to the list," Spider-Man told him. "Also, good news, the runes appear to be working. My webs haven't run out at all." "That's brilliant," Gwen said excitedly. "If they work then you can start adding other runes." "Yep," Spider-Man nodded. "Hold up a sec," he told them as he heard the sound and saw the clouds descending down and into what looked to be a warehouse. He swung towards the warehouse, leaping in through an open window and landing on the rafters. "Whoa. What is it?" Peter asked. "It looks like I'm in a prop warehouse or something," he replied, looking around the warehouse and seeing fake tigers, giant machines, a 12-foot brown teddy bear, a pirate ship, a fake green dragon and what looked to be hundreds of movie props. "Someone's obsessed," he muttered before refocusing and trying to track the sound. He heard it once more and followed it down to what looked to be a built-in office. Spider-Man shot out a web and descended down before cautiously walking towards the office. "What do you mean it didn't work?" he heard a voice hissed. "It's not my fault, I provided the distraction for you. If your men cannot do their jobs then that is not my fault. I performed my role to perfection," he yelled before the sound of a phone disconnecting followed. Spider-Man got close enough to lean his head in. He saw 2 cow-sized gray machines hovering up in the air. Standing in between them was a table with blueprints on them, and in front of the table was Mysterio with his back towards Spider-Man, having not seen him come in. "Blaming me? How ridiculous," Mysterio muttered. Spider-Man took a step forward, raising his hand to web up Mysterio when the 2 machines spun around and showed that they also apparently had guns mounted to them. "I can see you, you know," Mysterio said without looking back. The machines started firing at him. Spider-Man leapt backwards to avoid the spray of bullets and landed on his hands before pushing up and thrusting himself into the air. He righted himself and shot a web up and pulled himself to the ceiling where he landed on his feet. "So, not in the mood for visitors?" he asked calmly. A second later the 2 machines burst out of the office and headed up towards him, covering themselves in green smoke as they did so. "I guess not," Spider-Man muttered before jumping off the ceiling. He spun to avoid the machine's gunfire before hitting one of them with a quick web shot which knocked it backwards. Spider-Man dove past the higher machine and grabbed it with a web line. He spun and tossed it straight at the other, causing a massive crash, knocking them both out of the air and sending them straight to the ground. The machines landed and the smoke dispersed, revealing the broken wrecks that were left. "They weren't expensive, were they?" he asked as he landed on the ground. "Actually, yes, they were." An irritated voice growled as Mysterio floated out, standing on top of another machine. "You're not really magical, are you?" Spider-Man asked in an unimpressed voice. "You've been using tricks and illusions to convince people you were. Tell me, Draken isn't even real, is he?" "You were correct," Mysterio answered, flicking his hand which somehow summoned another floating machine. A bright beam shot out from the machine. Draken appeared at the end of the beam. "You will not defeat me, Mysterio," Draken roared dramatically. "I will be victorious. Every hero needs a villain," Mysterio said before flicking his hand and the illusion of Draken disappeared. "Why are you doing this?" Spider-Man asked him. "Money, of course, why else would I do it?" Mysterio laughed. "That answers one question, but I've got another. Who are you working for?" I don't actually know, Mysterio admitted. But his money is good and that's all I care about. Now, unfortunately, I think that you have seen too much. He snapped his fingers and a bright light flashed from the machine, causing Spider-Man to close his eyes. Once they were opened he could no longer see Mysterio or the warehouse, and instead found himself in what appeared to be a massive black room surrounded by green mist. You can't hide from me, Mysterio, Spider-Man called out just before spotting Mysterio running towards him. Spider-Man shot a web at him and watched as the web went right through him, causing him to disappear. Another illusion, really? He asked as a second Mysterio started rushing towards him. Spider-Man stayed still and allowed the illusion to harmlessly crash into him and disappear before a third Mysterio rushed towards him. Danger, he thought to himself as a familiar tingle went through his head. He leaned back to dodge Mysterio's punch before he threw a right hook that knocked him to the ground. Wait a sec, Spider-Man said before stomping down on the foot, crushing so it was flat, making wires and metal pop out. Robots, Spider-Man realized before he jumped and stomped on its head, crushing it. You're using robots and illusions. Am I? Mysterio's voice echoed throughout the room as a dozen Mysterio robots appeared. But what is illusion? What is reality? How can you tell the difference? He asked as a dozen more Mysterio clones appeared followed by a trio of tigers, a couple of bears, pirate skeletons and a very large dragon. You can't, can you? You don't even know what's real, do you? You don't know what to believe, you don't know how to get out of this. I have my ways, Spider-Man replied, adjusting his web shooters before aiming his arms to the side. You know what I don't believe in. And what would that be? Mysterio asked, sounding a bit curious, but mostly amused. Overkill, Spider-Man answered before leaping in the air and spinning around, constantly shooting out webs before he had even left the ground. He had spun a dozen times in the air before landing and continuing to shoot out more webs for several moments. Once he was done he took a deep breath and took a look around. The green mist and black room had gone and he was back in a warehouse with several robots stuck in webs, along with the vast majority of the warehouse. The robots were trying to move but thankfully weren't able to bust out of the webs. A second later Mysterio's machines landed on the ground, including the one that Mysterio was on. Get this off me, Mysterio yelled. His entire body was covered in webs and was webbed to the machine that had landed on the ground and caused him to land face first, cracking the bowl on his head. It's a good thing I had a wide spray setting on these, Spider-Man said to himself, adjusting his web shooters back to normal before going over to Mysterio. He grabbed Mysterio's bowl and ripped it off, revealing an angry-looking man with scruffy black hair. Get me out of this, Mysterio yelled. I'll think about it. Now, who are you working for? Spider-Man replied, staring at him intently. I'm not telling you anything. Mysterio roared, spitting on Spider-Man's foot. You don't scare me. I can fix that, Spider-Man hissed menacingly before kicking the machine hard, causing it to roll over, pulling Mysterio with him and turning him on his back. Spider-Man spotted one of Mysterio's arms sticking out of his little web cocoon. Spider-Man grabbed it and pulled off his glove. Ah, he said upon seeing the buttons and wires attached to the glove. That's how you've been controlling your machines, Cleaver. He told him before crushing the glove in his hand, damaging it beyond use. Instantly, all the robots behind Spider-Man died down and stopped trying to break through the webs. Oi, I worked hard on that. Mysterio screamed. Did you really? Spider-Man asked in an uninterested voice before he placed his hand on Mysterio's face, shoving his wrist right in front of Mysterio's mouth, using his palm to keep his mouth open. Now, you've seen what I can do with these webs. Tell me, how do you like it if I unload roughly 10 liters of webs down your throat? Spider-Man growled at Mysterio, whose eyes widened with fear. Now, are you going to talk or not? Spider-Man asked impatiently. Mysterio quickly nodded his head as best as he could, which was somewhat hard when someone had your mouth forced open. Wait, you're not going to talk? Spider-Man demanded, causing Mysterio to look even more scared. Mysterio quickly shook his head to say no. What, you won't talk? Fine then, Spider-Man said dramatically before standing up and aiming his wrist at Mysterio. Wait, I'll talk, Mysterio said quickly. I don't know his name, I don't know his name. But, he's called the Big Man. What does he look like? Spider-Man asked, sounding very interested. I don't know, I've never seen him before, Mysterio quickly admitted. He gets into contact with me through different people. One day I'll be talking to some chick. The next day it's some guy. There's no real pattern to it. Random people will call me up, tell me they're calling on behalf of the Big Man, and tell me where to hit. I never asked questions. He funded me, that was all I needed to know. Please, I promise, I don't know anything else. Spider-Man stared at him for several seconds before he lowered his hand. Thank you, Mysterio said quickly. Can you let out of these webs now? He asked hopefully. No, Spider-Man told him bluntly before rushing forwards and knocking him out with a quick punch to the head. You guys get that? He asked. Yep, Gwen's voice replied. I've never heard of the Big Man before. Me either, Peter added. Same, Spider-Man replied as he took a look around. Can you two send the police an anonymous call? I have a feeling that they'd be interested in what Mysterio has here. Harry let out a small breath as he sat down on one of the outer school benches, leaning against the handrail with his legs on top of the bench. On the other end of the bench was Gwen, who was looking over her science homework whilst Peter sat cross-legged on the floor next to them, doodling in one of his notebooks. Meanwhile, Felicia sat in between Harry's legs, having just showed up and plopped herself in without a single word spoken, leaning back and relaxing against his body. Hey guys, Peter said suddenly, not looking up from his notebook. I've got a question. What? Harry asked, staring past Felicia's shoulder to look at him. Do you guys think it's possible for a coffin to have Wi-Fi? Peter asked curiously as he looked up from his notebook. The other three immediately stared at him with confused looks on their faces. I beg your pardon, Felicia asked slowly. Is it possible to get a coffin with Wi-Fi? Peter repeated. Who on earth would want that? Gwen asked in a confused voice. Why on earth would you want that? Felicia asked, sounding just as confused. Yeah, Harry nodded in agreement. What's the point? You'll be dead in a grave, what are you going to do? Have your spirit Instagram it. I don't use Instagram, Peter pointed out. None of us do. You've never used Instagram in your entire life. That's not the point. The point is that while you might be able to pay enough money to get a coffin with Wi-Fi, there is absolutely no reason for you to do so, Gwen responded, looking a hair's breadth away from rolling her eyes. I can think of a reason, Peter shrugged. Let's hear it then, Felicia said, sounding amused. This'll be good, Harry snorted. If I let it be known that when I die I will have a coffin with free Wi-Fi, then I will definitely get a lot more people visiting my grave, Peter pointed out smugly. Also, what if a mistake is made or something nefarious happens and I end up buried in this coffin alive? What then? If I have any sort of communication device on me, then I can use it to contact you guys, and if I don't, then I will at least have a higher chance of people finding out because they'll be coming to my grave to use my free Wi-Fi. Felicia blinked once Peter was done. That actually makes some sense. Genius, Peter grinned as he tapped his head with his pencil. What do you say, Harry? You and I start a business where we sell Wi-Fi coffins. You in? I cannot believe that I am genuinely considering this, Harry sighed. Well, you boys can make as many weird little business plans as you want, Felicia said as she looked over her shoulder and locked eyes with Harry. But remember that today you're with me after school, no excuses. Yes ma'am, Harry said, raising his hand and saluting her. Spider-Man has made the news, Gwen said, having pulled out her phone partway through the conversation. His capture of Mysterio is all over the news. Really? Harry asked, somewhat interested. Yeah, it's mostly positive, apart from the Daily Bugle. As in the biggest and most popular news service in America today. Yeah, that one, Gwen confirmed. According to them, it's highly likely that Spider-Man and Mysterio were working together and that the two had a disagreement which led to Spider-Man turning on him and leaving him for the police. That's a load of bull, Peter said bluntly. Doesn't really matter, Felicia shrugged. That's what people will believe. Sheep follow the shepherds after all. She's right, Harry agreed, knowing all too well how easy and happy people were to turn on someone. The same people that believed him to be responsible for saving them from a dark lord had turned on him once when they found out he shared an ability with him, and once more when he had come half dead out of a graveyard telling them that Voldemort had returned, not to mention all the damage to his reputation that Rita Skeeter had caused him with her stupid quick quote quills and lies. "So, what are we doing for our date today?" Harry asked as he followed alongside Felicia. Straight after school, he had joined Felicia, who apparently had a good date planned. They were supposed to have this date yesterday, though that didn't happen thanks to the unfortunate work of Mysterio. "Well, today I thought that we'd go a bit light," Felicia said with a small grin. "What's light for you?" Harry asked curiously. "I'm back," Harry said as he arrived home. "About time," his mother said, sitting on the sofa with his father, the both of them watching TV. "You're lucky you called us earlier or we would have gone out looking for you." "Sorry," Harry apologized. "How was your day?" Norman asked. "All right," Harry responded. "Did the usual at school. Oh, and Peter wants us to start a business selling coffins with Wi-Fi." "I'm not going to ask," Norman decided. "Where have you been?" Emily spoke up. "I was on a date with Felicia," Harry answered as he walked over and hopped over the sofa, landing next to them. "Stop jumping on the couch," Emily said, lightly swatting Harry's shoulder. "What did you two do?" "Well, she had told me that she had something planned," Harry began explaining. "We did laser tag and go-karting as well before we stopped to have a bite to eat." "Oh, so things are going well with this Felicia then?" Emily asked curiously. "So far," Harry nodded. "What about you? Things going well in your relationship?" he asked jokingly. "So far," Emily smirked. "Shame, always thought you could do better." "You two are a barrel of laughs," Norman said dryly. "I'm almost tempted to not tell you the big news," he added to Harry. "Big news," Harry echoed. "Father, you have my curiosity, what is it? Tell me, son, do you know how to keep a person in suspense?" Norman asked as he stood up. "What are you?" Harry trailed off as he started to realize what exactly his father was planning. "Oh no, do not be that guy right now. I am entirely going to enjoy being that guy right now," Norman said with a small smirk before walking off. "Father, father, dad, dad," Harry called as he stood up and followed after him. "Dad, dad, Daddy Osborne, Big O, what is it? What's the news, father?" "So, guys," Harry said as he met with Peter and Gwen in Peter's basement. "I've got some news. Parker coffins are a go?" Peter asked hopefully. "No," Harry said regretfully. "But I do have some other news. Good news." "Oh, great, that's so much better than bad news," Gwen replied in a serious voice. "Indubitably," Harry agreed. "But anyway, the good news is that Dad told me yesterday that we got permission to have a lab." "Are you kidding?" Gwen blurted out. "Harry, that's amazing. Spectacular even," Peter added excitedly. "We're getting our own lab." "Darn right, we are." Harry grinned. "Think of the possibilities, my definitely sane friends. Dad said it'd be ready within a week. The equipment won't be state-of-the-art or anything in comparison to other Oscorp labs, but we will be definitely stepping up from what we were previously working with." "Holy shit, that's amazing," Peter exclaimed, bouncing on his feet with excitement. I can't believe it. Our very own lab to do whatever we want in." "Well, not anything we want," Harry corrected him. "There will be supervision there, obviously, but I know a way to work around it." He grinned. "I'll be down in a bit," Dr. Kurt Connors told his wife before he trudged up the stairs and walked into his bedroom, closing the door behind him. He let out a small sigh and was about to turn around before he heard a thwip sound. A second later something flew past him and his door handle was covered in what appeared to be a web. Dr. Connors gasped before turning around and spotting Spider-Man hanging from a web attached to the center of his ceiling. "This a bad time?" Spider-Man asked. You couldn't have knocked." Dr. Connors gasped, taking a moment to get his breathing under control, his one hand holding his chest. "You nearly gave me a heart attack." "Sorry about that, but with me being who I am, I'm not the sort of person who can just walk up to a house and knock on a door without attracting attention," Spider-Man said apologetically. "So, how are you?" Has your other half showed up at all? Not really, Dr. Connors admitted. I've been performing tests to try and work out what caused the reaction I had. Thankfully I haven't yet seen any signs that would indicate you and I will be battling again. That's good news, Spider-Man said in a pleased voice. I have that burner phone you mailed me as well, Dr. Connors told him, tapping his trouser pocket. I keep it on me at all times. That's good of you, Doc, Spider-Man said approvingly. How is your family taking it? My wife. She knows what had happened to me, Dr. Connors sniffed. She knows. What I had done, what I could have done. Now, she worries more than ever, for me. Worries about my health, worries I might do it again, worried I might hurt someone, sometimes she's even worried I might hurt my own son. I know she doesn't mean to be, but I can see the thought process playing out in her head. She's worried that one day she'll leave me alone with him and he'll get eaten. We won't let that happen, Spider-Man said in a firm voice. Your kid, does he know what happened? No, definitely not, thank you very much. Dr. Connors said quickly. I can't tell him that, I won't tell him that. Nor will I let anyone else do so. He doesn't deserve to live the rest of his life knowing that his father is a monster. I know monsters, Spider-Man spoke, his voice soft and quiet yet powerful enough that Dr. Connors hung on to his every word. I have seen monsters, I've run from monsters, fought monsters, killed monsters. I know monsters and I know how to see them. I also know what suffering looks like, and I can tell you right now that I can very easily see the difference between a rampaging monster and a suffering man. Believe it or not, you're not the first guy the first met who suffers from involuntary animal transformations. Really? Dr. Connors asked skeptically. Yeah, he turned into a wolf-man creature. A werewolf? Dr. Connors asked with disbelief. Pretty much, Spider-Man replied. I know, it sounds a bit ridiculous, Dr. Connors scoffed. You mean like a guy that can climb on walls or a man who can turn into a lizard? Spider-Man countered. That is a fair point, Connors conceded. How did he deal with it? He didn't, Spider-Man said in a sad voice. Not as far as I know at least. He pushed everyone away and isolated himself. I hope that you don't have to suffer the same fate. You don't deserve that, nor does your wife or your son. In life, I find that people seldom get what they deserve, Dr. Connors said in a disappointed voice. Unfortunately, Spider-Man agreed, dropping from his web and quietly landing feet first onto the floor. But that's why people like us have to do what we do, to help people. And that's what I want you to do. And how is that? Dr. Connors asked, unable to hide his curiosity. My webs, they don't come from my body, Spider-Man told him, pointing to the web shooters on his wrist. These little devices are what is used to make and shoot my webs. Ingenious, Dr. Connors whispered as he pulled out his glasses. He put them on and stepped forwards to examine the web shooters. I've fitted a spray in that will dissolve my webs, he explained before aiming the spray at the door handle. The webs on the handle began instantly dissolving. Did you make this yourself? No, I had help from 3 very intelligent young friends of mine, Spider-Man responded. You should know at least one of them. His name is Harry Osborn. Osborn. Dr. Connors blinked, his eyes snapping up to look at Spider-Man. Little Harry. Does Norman know about this? No, and he won't, Spider-Man said firmly. My name is Potter, James Potter, he added, grimacing slightly at that lie and being glad that his mask stopped him from having to completely hide his emotions. I was in a bad place. But then my life changed, and, let's just say I owe a lot to the existence of those 3. They made my web shooters, they're basically my gadget team. I see, Dr. Connors frowned. The suit as well. Oh yeah, Spider-Man nodded. They're little geniuses. Why are you telling me this? Dr. Connors asked, removing his glasses. You know full well that I could very easily go to Norman Osborn along with Miss Stacy and Parker's guardians. Just as you know very well that I can tell the whole world that you're a lizard, Spider-Man reminded him. You've trusted me not to, and I ask the same of you. I tell you this because little Osborn is going to have access to a lab soon, a lab that you'll be in charge of. How did you know that? Dr. Connors demanded. It was my suggestion that he do this. We both agreed that you'd be a good fit, which is why when he made his proposal, he suggested you, Spider-Man explained. You're smart, intelligent, one of Oscorp's best and brightest. The kids trust you, so I'm going to take a leap of faith here and hope that you'll keep our secret. If you want to help people, then this is your opportunity to do so. Let the kids continue to help me, help them out if you want. Help me protect this city, and the people in it. While you're doing so, you can use the lab to help keep your scaly side in check and continue to work on your little problem. He added, gesturing to the missing arm. We all plan to make a difference in more ways than just beating up criminals. There are millions of people in the city with millions of problems, from missing limbs, diseases, and crime-filled neighborhoods. Dr. Connors hummed but did not say more. We have the choice and the ability to help them all, Spider-Man continued. I am offering you a choice. Join me, join us, and imagine what we could accomplish together, what we could create, and what we could save. The countless innocents we could help together. I know I can't fix every problem in the world, but I am willing to try my best. Are you in or are you out? He asked, extending a hand out to Dr. Connors. The brown-haired man stared at him for several long seconds, looking thoughtful. I have my doubts about this, Dr. Connors admitted. But I am in, he said, placing his hand in Spider-Man. Good. Spider-Man shook his hand before letting go. I look forward to seeing what you and the kids will cook up. Kurt, Dr. Connors' wife called from downstairs. Your food is ready. Coming. Dr. Connors called from over his shoulder. He turned his head back to look at Spider-Man, and his words died in his throat as he saw the wall crawler was no longer there. My life is definitely a lot weirder than it used to be. Excuse me, boss, Jonah Jameson aka JJ looked up from his desk in time to see his secretary, Miss Brandt, rush into his office, holding a mug of coffee that she quickly placed on his desk for him. Your wife is on the phone. She wanted to know if you wanted sparkling or regular water for your meeting. She asked, referring to a dinner that he would be hosting later this evening with the company shareholders. Tell her to save some regular water for private but to bring sparkling water for the meeting. I don't want to look like a cheapskate. And tell her to bring out the cheap alcohol, the one that tastes expensive. JJ barked before looking back down at the documents in front of him. He heard her leave just as a slightly heavier set of footprints walked into the office. Jonah, Robbie said as he stopped in front of his desk. We're going to need a different reporter to cover the Spider-Man story. What? JJ looked up from his desk. What happened to the reporter we already put on it? He demanded. Mr. Holland refused to work on the article, Robbie explained with a small shrug of his shoulder. Refused. JJ repeated in a confused and irritated voice. Why is he refusing? We not paying him enough? He doesn't want to write a piece bashing Spider-Man, Robbie explained with a small sigh. He's rather upset that, in his own words, the Daily Bugle is writing biased opinion pieces on one of America's greatest heroes. One of America's? JJ sputtered for several seconds. Is he out of his damn mind? JJ demanded. America's greatest heroes are Captain America, our proud soldiers, our firefighters, policemen, astronauts, and us news publishers. Why on God's green earth should we include a masked weirdo in spandex on that list? Jonah. Robbie rubbed his eyes for several moments. You do remember that report we did a couple of days ago on a building fire where Spider-Man rescued some of the building inhabitants from a fire that he probably caused? Yeah, I remember it. JJ nodded, wondering what that had to do with anything. Well, Mr. Holland's wife was one of the people that Spider-Man had saved, Robbie explained. Now, admittedly he's a bit annoyed that Spider-Man had to go and save his father-in-law as well, but not enough to write what he considers a biased opinion piece against the guy who saved his wife. And quite frankly, I don't blame him. I wouldn't push him on this Jonah. He's a brilliant worker with years of experience here. If he leaves, then he can easily get picked up by other publishers like the Daily Globe. JJ growled for several minutes before taking a calming breath. Boss, Betty walked in again. Your wife wants to know if she should get the upstairs rooms ready as well for the guests. Why the hell should she? JJ snapped. I'm hosting a meeting for shareholders. Not hookers. They got no business going upstairs in my house. He yelled at Miss Brandt, who had already turned and started walking away, far too used to JJ's rants to be offended or even bothered anymore by his shouting. JJ took several more deep breaths before turning his attention back to Robbie. Fine, put someone else on the article about the menace. But I want Holland placed on at least the next 20 crappy low-level stories we end up getting. Fine, but Jonah, I'm telling you, we need to change up. Robbie replied, we're the only news reporters that are actively bashing the web head. And we're still the biggest and best publishing firm in the country, so we're clearly doing something right. JJ said stubbornly. Jonah, Robbie said in a tired voice. The guy swings around the city doing everything from pulling cats out of trees to stopping muggers, yet we're consistently calling him a villain without any conclusive proof. We, and when I say the word, we, I actually mean, you, are speculating and accusing. That is not journalism, not the sort of journalism that we all signed up for. You signed up to be journalists, and that means that you report what your editor tells you to report. JJ snapped. As long as I am here, the Daily Bugle will report what I say. Got it? He yelled at Robbie, who looked at him coldly for several seconds. Got it, Robbie said in a cold voice before turning and walking out of the room. JJ half got out of his seat, ready to call after him, but stopped and sat back down. Robbie will get over it, he told himself. He knew he shouldn't have snapped at Robbie like that. Sure, the man was his employee, but he was also his friend. Robbie was the only one in the whole building who JJ actively tried not to shout at. Why can't people see it? He wondered. Spider-Man is just another menace, why am I the only one who can see it? So, Dr. Connors said as he stood in the newly refurbished Oscorp lab, the walls, floors and ceiling were all made up of white hexagon-shaped tiles. There were several different desks scattered around the room, along with various different pieces of scientific equipment and computer screens placed all around. Harry Osborn and his two friends were standing in front of him with their hands behind their backs and doing a fairly decent impression of innocent and angelic children as they smiled up at him. Do any of you three want to explain to me how it is you ended up meeting Spider-Man? He asked, arms crossed and a single eyebrow raised. Nope, the three of them chirped cheerily. I thought not, Dr. Connors said, not at all surprised. None of your guardians know about this. Nope, Harry repeated. Thank God, Peter muttered, suppressing a shiver at the thought of his aunt and uncle finding out about this. Do you kids even have a plan here? Dr. Connors couldn't help but ask. What are you hoping to achieve? Simple, Gwen spoke up. Our short-term goal is to assist Spider-Man in helping to keep the city safe. As long as he's out there, fighting for hope, he'll inspire people and scare criminals. Just like Batman, Peter added. Exactly like Batman, Harry said, a tad too proudly. Anyway, Gwen continued, in the short term, we are going to be helping do our best to reduce the crime rate of the city. In the long term, we hope to use this opportunity to invent and create things that can hopefully help improve the lives of as many people as possible. We already have a lot of ideas, Peter smiled widely. That is fine, but you three are just teenagers. No offense, Dr. Connors interrupted. What makes you think that you three can accomplish these goals of yours? Firstly, we are determined, Gwen spoke up. Secondly, we are pretty smart, Peter grinned. And we're stubborn as fuck. Harry finished with a matching grin. Dr. Connors paused and took a good look at the three smiling teenagers in front of him, his gaze going back and forth between the three of their smiling faces for several long moments. The good doctor pulled off his glasses and rubbed at his eyes for a few seconds. He let out a heavy sigh as he placed his glasses back on. He took in a deep breath, exhaled, took in another, exhaled again, and stared at the three teenagers who were still smiling at him. I hope I don't regret this, he muttered. Damn it, Jonah, Robbie sighed as he drove back to his home late that night. He was well aware of the fact that Jonah hated Spider-Man. Robbie wasn't upset about that. That would just make him one of hundreds of others who hated the idea of having a masked vigilante swinging around the city. He had no problem with Jonah disliking Spider-Man. The problem was that Jonah hated Spider-Man and was letting his hate guide him. Robbie remembered the sort of man that Jonah used to be, the sort of person who would stop at nothing to find the truth and wouldn't let anyone stop him from reporting it to the public. But now, it seemed like the power of being editor had gone to Jonah's head. It appeared that the only opinion that mattered, even a pinch of salt in the Daily Bugle, was Jonah's. He's ignoring any evidence he doesn't like and is only focusing on the ones he wants to, Robbie complained out loud. The way Jonah was acting was not good for business or for any of their reputations. Jonah was happy to ignore every life that Spider-Man saved in favor of every mistake, big or small, that the web swinger would or could have made. And Robbie wasn't the first to pick up on this. The other newspapers were making themselves more popular at the expense of the Daily Bugle. The ones that Spider-Man saved were now going to the other publications to report their stories, as they were no longer trusting the Daily Bugle to report the story accurately. Robbie pulled up into his driveway and got out of his car, wondering what he could do to make Jonah see sense. "Dad," a voice called. Robbie stopped and turned around, seeing his son, Liam, standing just a short distance away along with several boys that looked to be a few years older than him. All of them were dressed up in dark-colored street clothes, including ripped jeans and hoodies. Robbie wasn't one to judge people based on their appearances, but for some reason he couldn't shake the feeling that the older boys would be trouble. "All right, son," Robbie asked, locking his car. "Isn't it a school night? You should have been home 2 hours ago, right?" "Sorry, Dad," Liam apologized with a small smile on his face. "Me and the boys were just hanging out and we lost track of time." "Yeah, we did," one of the boys chortled. "Yo, Mr. Robertson, you don't happen to have a ciggy, do you?" one of them asked, holding a lighter. "I don't smoke," Robbie said simply before turning his attention back to Liam. "Liam, inside please, I'd like to talk to you." "Okay, Dad," Liam sighed before turning to the other boys behind him. "See ya tomorrow," he nodded to them before walking back into his house. "Thank you all for making sure my son got home safely. Good night," Robbie politely said to them before turning to follow after his son. "Actually," one of them spoke up, "before you go, someone wants to talk to you," he said, pulling out a small phone. He tossed it at Robbie, who caught it and stared questioningly between the phone and the boys just before the phone started ringing. "Better answer that," he told him before the boys all turned and walked off, laughing and chatting with each other as they did so. "What in the hell?" Robbie trailed off before he answered the phone, placing it against his ear. "Who is this?" he asked. "Oh come on," a male voice purred, sending shivers down Robbie's spine. "Don't tell me you don't recognize your old pal." Robbie froze, his eyes darting around widely as if the owner of the voice might suddenly pop up somewhere. "Lonnie," Robbie whispered with disbelief, regaining control of his body enough to look around to make sure that nobody would overhear him. "Is that you?" "Oh, so you do remember me," Lonnie replied, sounding rather pleased. "That's good, good, very good. I was beginning to worry. I thought that you had forgotten me. But I always did leave a memorable impression." "Lonnie, what the hell happened to you? Where are you?" Robbie asked rapidly. "Wouldn't you like to know?" Lonnie chuckled. "I think a better topic to talk about is you. You've done so many interesting things since we've last met. I mean, look at you, working for the Daily Bugle, one step away from being the head honcho, right? Going to work every day in that nice lil' car of yours, dressing up in them pretty, clean suits. And then coming back to that pretty little family you have. How is Moira, by the way? Your wife making meatballs again? What do you want?" Robbie asked almost robotically as his face paled, realizing that his family was being watched. "I want to talk about your disappointing run as a parent, Robbie," Lonnie drawled. "I mean, honestly, look at cute and precious little Liam. Do you think I'd have my claws in him if you had done your job right? For shame, Robbie, for shame. You leave my son alone," Robbie hissed, his voice far shakier than he would have liked. "Relax," Lonnie chuckled. "We've been teaching little Liam the good things in life. I've taken pictures of those good things, for memories. Pictures I don't think you'd want the police to find out about. Personally, I think drug smuggling is a prime example of hard, honest work. Unfortunately, the law seems to disagree. What do you want, Lonnie?" Robbie asked in a defeated voice. We need to meet up. That's remarkable. Dr. Connors gasped as he sat at a desk, staring at the computer in front of him while Harry, Gwen and Peter stood behind him. We told you, Gwen added, pointing to the bionic arm design on the screen. If you just reroute it to point 3 then it'll cancel out the stalling problem. Plus, Peter spoke up next. The material we suggested should be a third lighter than the original design. And a quarter cheaper as well, Harry added before placing a couple of notes down in front of Dr. Connors. These changes we came up with should also negate the delay of the secondary motor, speeding it up by at least 2 seconds. Dr. Connors blinked before he looked at the screen, then back at the kid standing behind him before once more staring at the screen. I'm in a lab with 3 underage goddamn geniuses, he thought to himself. Don't you dare defy my will, Harry growled as he glared intensely at the pencil before him. The young web slinger was currently sitting on his bed in his room, his arm stretched out and his hand pointing at the pencil on his desk. Wingardium Leviosa, he grunted out the levitation charm on what he believed to be his 15th attempt this hour, thrusting his hand forward. The pencil didn't even twitch. Goddamn, Harry groaned as he allowed himself to fall back on his bed. Why the hell isn't it working? He whispered to himself. It was a simple levitation charm, a charm that he had done countless times in his previous life. Harry knew that wandless magic was possible. Not all wizards could do it, but he did know of some that could. He had seen Professor McGonagall open a door with the barest of waves. He had seen Professor Dumbledore extinguish several candles and summon things to his hand without even the smallest of physical movement. They were both highly powerful magic users, but Harry liked to think that he was a pretty decent wizard. Heck, he had managed to produce a Patronus charm at the age of 13, a charm that most older wizards struggled with. Admittedly, he wasn't the best at the theory of magic, but that was mostly due to not trying his best then, in large part due to his friends and upbringing. But when it came to practical magic, he was always in the top 5 in learning spells. If runes work, then why can't spells work? He wondered out loud. The runes are working, my webshooters prove that. Why isn't regular magic working? Harry knew that his wand in his last life was merely a way to focus his magic into a specific spell. Logically, he didn't need a wand to do magic, as evidenced by his feats of accidental magic from when he was a small child, and he had had quite a few feats. How could he not, with all the loving care he had received from the Dursleys? He had turned the color of people's hair, summoned things to himself, disappeared from one place and reappeared in another, like when he somehow ended up on the roof of a school building. Magic comes from my core, he thought to himself. All wizards and witches have a core, that's where we draw our magic from. The wand channels the magic into spells. If Dumbledore could do it without a wand, then he's learned a way to bypass the need for a wand. But how? Is he secretly hiding some other sort of magical focus, like a wristband, bracelet, or something else? No, even if that is something Dumbledore might do, I don't think that that's the case. They're both old, so maybe they just had to spend years of practicing without a wand, though it is possible that the level of power they have could affect the ease with which they can perform their spells. If my runes weren't working, then I would have been very worried about losing my magic completely. Though I don't think that can happen, at least I hope it can't. I know that there are ways to lose your magic, like with the Goblet of Fire. Not to mention if you fuck up a ritual. I've never done a ritual though, it's not like I have the magical ingredients necessary for any besides my. A gasp escaped Harry's lips as he quickly sat up, one word ringing loudly in his head. Blood, he whispered before he stood up and rushed over to his desk. He picked up his phone before dialing Peter's number. Pete, you there? He asked. Hi Harry, what's going on? Peter asked curiously. I need you to contact Gwen and meet me at our testing grounds tomorrow, Harry told him. I want to perform a ritual. A what? Peter asked in a confused voice. Did you just say a ritual? Yep, the magical kind, Harry nodded even though he knew that Peter couldn't see it. I'll explain it all when we get there. See you soon, he told him before cutting the call. You are a mad one, Osborne, he whispered to himself before rushing to his notebook. God help me, please, Robbie whispered to himself as he got out of his car, He gulped before gently closing the car door and making sure to lock it. He double-checked it was locked before he started walking straight to the nightclub in front of him. It was a 3-story building that sat in between a Chinese takeaway store and what he would refer to as an adult dance club. Robbie, feeling out of place in his brown slacks, black shoes, gray shirt and gray tie, walked up to the 2 muscular security guards standing outside of the door. "Can we help you?" one of them asked in a bored voice. I was sent here for a meeting with, Robbie began but was quickly interrupted. "Inside, 3rd floor," the other security guard grunted as the first opened the door for him. "Oh," Robbie blinked. "Well, thank you," he said quietly before walking into the building and finding himself to be immediately assaulted by flashing bright lights of various colors and an unhealthy level of noise that was apparently supposed to be music. The area in front of him was filled with a lot of young people jumping up and down in tune to what Robbie refused to count as actual music. Some of them were drinking, some smoking, and others even openly injecting drugs into their veins. Smoke machines placed around the room made it harder to see anything, especially when combined with the bright flashing lights. Robbie fought off the headache he was feeling from simply being here and pushed on, making his way up to the 2nd floor. Once he got to the 2nd floor, which looked to be an almost identical copy to the first, he was immediately met by another security guard. "With me," the guard ordered before walking away without saying another word or even giving Robbie a backwards glance. Robbie blinked before quickly following after the man and exiting through a door on the side of the room that was labeled, "Staff." Robbie relaxed minutely as he found himself in what appeared to be a nice and simple hallway with red carpets and white walls. The volume of the music was still loud but was at least somewhat dulled by the walls and door behind him. Robbie followed the security guard up another flight of stairs before the guard stopped and pointed to a black door at the end of a hallway that was identical to the previous one. "Thank you," Robbie said politely before walking down the hall. Thankfully it was now quiet enough that he was able to at least think. He stopped by the door, took a deep breath and knocked on it. "It's open," a familiar voice purred. Robbie gulped, licking his dry lips and then opening the door. Once inside he took a good look around. The room was dark, even with the fancy-looking chandelier hanging from the center of the ceiling. The walls were all painted in black and white stripes. On the left was a bar with a variety of drinks on top of it. To the right was a snooker table. A deer's head had been mounted to the wall behind it. There were also several chairs there along with a tall fridge, a large glass table and a large TV that was mounted to the wall. Opposite Robbie was a large and very wide bed with 3 people resting on top of it. 2 of them were beautiful women dressed in quite revealing clothes, looking more than a bit drunk and quite giddy. But the 3rd person was the entire reason that Robbie was here. "Lonnie," Robbie gasped. "Is that you?" Barely recognizing him. Lonnie was dressed in heavy black boots, black trousers and a light gray tank top, but his clothes were not what had shocked Robbie. Lonnie's skin was no longer as Robbie remembered it. When they were young his skin was only a shade or 2 darker than Robbie's own, but now his skin appeared to be snow white in color. Lonnie's big grin revealed his teeth which were now all sharp and pointy, much like a vampire's. His hair was the same white as his skin, spiked up so hard that it looked like it could be used to stab a man. Lonnie also appeared to be way more muscular than Robbie remembered. It looked like his muscles had muscles. "Evening, Robbie," Lonnie grinned before sitting up. "Excuse me, ladies," he told the 2 girls before he extracted himself from them and got off the bed. "How are you doing, Robbie?" he asked as he walked over and stopped in front of him. "Can I offer you a drink?" he asked in an amused voice as he looked down at Robbie who barely reached up to his chest. "I'm fine, thank you," Robbie said, barely managing to keep his voice steady. "Straight edge, huh?" Lonnie chuckled. "Should have figured. How's work treating you? How's the wife doing?" "Lonnie, what do you want?" Robbie asked, ignoring his questions. "What do I want?" Lonnie chuckled. "Robbie, I got damn near everything I want. Money, women, money, multiple businesses, money, respect, power, oh and I forgot to mention money. Heck, I own that club next door. Do you want to go there? I can get you in for free. I recommend Charity, she's a damn natural." "Lonnie, what do you want?" Robbie repeated impatiently. Not up for a bit of small talk, huh? Lonnie asked with a note of disapproval in his voice. That's fine, I'll get straight down to business then. I have a job for you. I have a job, Robbie replied. A comfy one, I know, Lonnie snorted. But I have a different type of job for you. What kind of job? The fun kind. The fun kind. The fun kind. Lonnie, what kind of job? The fun kind, Lonnie repeated with a grin. You see, I got a fella who owes me a bit of money, and he ain't paid up yet. I want you to go to him. I've already found him, because I'm nice like that, and then I want you to take this here gun. He paused to pull out a gun before holding it in front of a shocked Robbie. And then I want you to shoot him, clear in his stupid head. Are you crazy? Robbie blurted out, taking a step back. Little bit, Lonnie nodded. Take the gun. No, Robbie said quickly. No, I won't do it. Yeah, you will, Lonnie told him. Robbie, when Tombstone tells you to do something then you got to do it, that's the way the world works. Who the hell is the Tombstone? Robbie asked, putting all of his strength into not shaking. That's me, or at least that's the name I go by these days, Lonnie said, quite proudly. And I'll tell you right now, Robbie, I earned that name. I earned it with a lot of hard work, you understand. Now, you are going to take this gun and you're going to shoot who I tell you to shoot, or else. Or else what? Robbie asked nervously, sweat pouring down his face. You don't seem to understand, Robbie. I know where you live, Tombstone said in a low voice. I know where your wife lives, I know where your son lives. Your son's future is in my hands. One word and I can have my boys shoot up your place. A different word and I can have all the evidence of your little son's activities shown to the police and have his skinny A* sent to jail. So yeah, Tombstone reached out with one hand and grabbed Robbie by his collar, effortlessly lifting him up into the air. So, trust me when I say that you will be doing what I say, got it? Gee. Got it, Robbie said in a shaky voice. Good boy, Tombstone purred before letting go of Robbie, causing him to fall down to his feet before stumbling backwards and falling on his back. It's empty, Tombstone explained as he tossed the gun to Robbie. Tomorrow, a car will show up outside of your house, get in it and one of my boys will give you the ammo you need. Now, I have a pair of ladies to entertain, get lost. Go, now, Robbie gasped before quickly getting to his feet and rushing out of the door. Tombstone chuckled before turning back and staring at the two women in his bed. Now, ladies, where were we? You're late, he said. On top of a rooftop, a man in a tailored blue suit leaned against a rooftop unit, smoking a cigar as he stared out at the city in front of him. He looked to his right to see a girl dressed in black shin-high boots and what appeared to be a black bodysuit that covered everything all the way up to her neck. On her hands, she wore black gloves, and a hood was fixed into the suit which covered her head. As she got closer he was able to see the black mask that covered the lower half of her face and the bag that she had slung over her shoulder. What happened to the other guy? She asked curiously. Mouthed off to the wrong guy, the man answered. You got the stuff. Silver Fang dog statue, she said with a roll of her eyes as she placed the bag on the ground. I should have you know that I hate dogs. And your employer had better appreciate the level of effort I've had to put into getting this. The big man appreciates results, he said as he lazily tossed his cigar away. But I'll make sure to mention it, we'll see if he gives a crap. Besides, given that you apparently take after your dear old dad, I'm sure it wasn't as hard as you were making out. Either way, you got another 2 jobs to do for us. Get it done, and then we're square, your debts are cleared. And our arrangement? She asked. Don't worry, Miss Hardy, the big man keeps his word so long as you keep yours. Peter let out a yawn as he got out of bed. He took a few moments to rub the sleep out of his eyes before he stood up and headed to the bathroom to release his bladder. Once done with that he headed to the sink, firstly to clean his hands, but also to start cleaning his teeth. As he brushed he took a look at his appearance. I should probably start working out, he thought, staring at his slim build. Maybe Harry could help me. Peter knew that Harry had always been physically active, perhaps not as crazy about it as others, but he did enjoy it. He believed that if Harry wasn't a fellow nerd then he'd probably consider joining the football team. Peter knew that that was what he himself would do. Being on the football team made you popular, made you a hit with the girls. Though he suspected Harry never had that problem, he was good-looking and rich, but he wasn't that interested in popularity, even less so after becoming Spider-Man. Peter could admit to himself that he was fairly jealous of Harry, the boy who was good-looking, rich, and just as smart. Not to mention the fact that Harry had powers and both of his parents with him. Peter loved his aunt and uncle, they basically were his parents, though that doesn't change the fact that Peter still knew he used to have another set of parents. Still, despite what Harry had, Peter was happy enough to be himself. Peter was smarter at understanding science than people, but even then he could still tell that Harry was hiding things. It was blatantly obvious to both himself and Gwen that Harry was hiding something. The two of them wanted answers, desperately, but they had agreed to not push Harry and hoped that he eventually tells them. That wasn't to mention the look that occasionally appeared in Harry's eyes. He's lived in a rich family all of his life yet somehow knows all about magic, not to mention his eyes. Peter thought to himself as he finished cleaning his teeth. Every once in a while, Peter would see Harry's emerald orbs dull, his face would become paler and for a brief moment it would look like he was reliving something he did not want to experience. Just one more piece of the puzzle that was Peter's best friend. Tossing some water on his face and rubbing it in, he took in a deep breath before walking out of the bathroom and heading down the stairs. "We can't go on like this, Ben," he heard his aunt say. Peter stopped on the stairs, wondering why his aunt sounded so upset. He stayed still and continued to listen in, peeking his head out and spotting his aunt and uncle talking with each other in the kitchen. "Our bills are going to build up if we don't get a jump on this, you need to find a job quickly." "I'm trying, May," his uncle replied. "They're still letting me stay on for another week or so, which is nice enough I suppose." "Yeah, awfully nice," Aunt May replied, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "They're going to let you go even though you did nothing wrong, but at least they're kind enough to give you a couple of weeks' notice." "Truth be told, that is actually quite nice," Uncle Ben replied. "I was once in a job where—" "I know all about all of your jobs," Aunt May cut him off impatiently. "We've been married for years, remember? That doesn't change the fact that in a week or so, you'll be out of a job and we'll be out of money." "I had a call back from one place," Uncle Ben said quickly. "They said they'd get back to me." "That's good news," Aunt May said, letting out a sigh of relief before pausing and staring at him with narrowed eyes. "Did they say when they'd get back to you?" 2 to 3 weeks, Uncle Ben sighed, he had clearly been hoping she wouldn't have asked that. "Well, that's not too bad," she said after a few moments. "We can last that long as we save our money and spend it wisely." "Yeah, though that doesn't mean I am guaranteed to get the job," Uncle Ben pointed out. "To be honest, I don't like my chances." "Well, we'll work something out," she said hopefully. "I mean, I can start working again, I've been getting a bit bored around the house. I can get a job." "May, that's nice and all but you're my wife, it's my job to work." Uncle Ben replied. If he was able to see Peter then he would have seen the teenager start shaking his head at his uncle's words. "Oh Ben, don't be ridiculous," Aunt May glared at him. "I am just as capable of working as anyone else, besides this isn't a game. I refuse to let Peter suffer because you're upset at the idea of a woman working." "That's not what it is," Uncle Ben said quickly. "Really, it's not, it's just, well, I'm the husband, it's my job to look after the two of you. It's my responsibility. And it's mine as well," Aunt May told him firmly. "In a family, we help each other whenever and however we can. I will be going to get a job, end of discussion." "Oh, okay, but you've not worked since Peter came to live with us, where are you going to get a job?" "A friend of mine has told me about a job available at the new FEAST center that they've just built," she replied. "What's that?" Uncle Ben asked, having never heard of it. "It's a homeless shelter," Aunt May smiled. "I'm going to apply for a job there. If I get it then I can help provide for us and have a chance to help out those who need it." Peter couldn't stop his lips from curving up at his aunt's excitement, knowing that his aunt lived and breathed best when she was helping someone. "Okay, you do that," Uncle Ben sighed. "Meanwhile, I'll keep applying and hope we get somewhere. Why don't you talk to Harry? Aunt May asked. He could help you get a job at Oscorp. I'm not going to beg Peter's friend for a job, Uncle Ben glared at her. I still have some self-respect, you know. I am not talking about begging him for a job, all I'm saying is you can ask him to help you get one. The kid knows all about the place, maybe he can recommend you or... No, I'm not going to ask a kid's help in getting a job, Uncle Ben cut her off. Fine, Aunt May said after a few moments of silence. Will you at least let me help you get a job? That I can do, Uncle Ben said with a small sigh. Damn, Peter thought, Uncle Ben's going to lose his job. What can I do? Maybe Harry will help. No, I can't ask him to do that. Damn, maybe I can sell one of my organs, I don't need all of them, do I? That is excellent, Gwen, Dr. Connors smiled at Gwen as she handed him a report. I must admit, I am pleasantly surprised by the capability of you three. He said, glancing between her and Harry. Peter hadn't arrived yet. Thank you, Dr. Connors, Gwen smiled back at him. No need, my dear, you've earned it. He smiled at her before looking over at Harry who was working on a nearby table. And what are you doing? He asked, seeing that Harry had what appeared to be Spider-Man mask on the table. Just finished adjusting the lenses, Harry said proudly. Now, he should be able to zoom in and see things from a much farther distance than before. I've also got the thermal lens fixed, so now thermal vision is an option. You know, one day I'd like to be able to meet the man behind the mask, Dr. Connors replied. Maybe one day, Harry hummed. He's very secretive, he added just before Peter came in. Sorry, I'm late, he quickly apologized. The bus took ages, this one woman kept arguing with the bus driver over a ticket and Peter, Dr. Connors gently cut him off. It is perfectly fine, I've set up a table for you. He added, gesturing to a table. Could you please check the microchips I've left for you? Of course, Peter said quickly, rushing over to the table. Oh, and by the way, quick question, are we ever going to get paid for this? He asked in a casual voice. Unfortunately not, this is volunteer work, Dr. Connors replied. Anything we make and sell can get you a profit, but apart from that, no. Oh, Peter said. Fuck, Peter thought. Why do you ask? Harry questioned him with a curious voice. No reason, Peter said quickly, turning his back to them and starting his work. The other three shot him curious looks before getting back to their work. Swinging through the city like a boss, Spider-Man sang to himself as he swung through two buildings. Doing my best to not crash into a wall, he added as he performed a triple flip before shooting out another web. Harry, Gwen's voice spoke into his earpiece. Are you busy? She asked as he swung over to a nearby building and landed on the side. Just a Spider-Man doing spider things, he replied. What's up? The police scanner is picking up reports of a disturbance near the docks, she told him. Sounds pretty big. I'm on it, he said before leaping off the building. Has your dad realized that we have basically nicked a police scanner? Nope, not yet, and I do not plan to tell him, Gwen said bluntly. Unless you want to tell your parents about your mental instability and the fact that you like to go around the city in a skin-tight outfit and a mask. I wasn't judging, he replied as he made his way over to the docks. Just asking, he added. A minute later he landed on top of a building close to the docks. He looked around but wasn't able to see anything just yet. He placed his right hand on the side of his head and tapped it twice, activating his thermal vision feature whilst also causing the lenses to zoom in on the buildings around the docks. All seems pretty clear, he said to himself as he looked around. Wait a sec, he frowned as he spotted various heat signatures in one of the buildings a mere second before a large explosion happened. Found the disturbance. He tapped his head once more to return his lenses to normal. He tapped the side of his neck to activate his voice modifier before he jumped forwards and swung over to the explosion. He landed on top of a tall street light in time to see several men running out of the building, wearing ski masks and dragging out a struggling man that had his arms and legs tied and his mouth muffled. Most of them were dressed up as one would expect from people up to no good, wearing dark clothing that helped them be less visible. Though there was one that for one reason or another happened to be dressed in brown shoes and slacks along with a white t-shirt and a gray tie. "Are you all mad?" the well-dressed man yelled at the other. "Shut it," one of the other men barked. "We got our orders. The boss wanted the building blown up, that's what he gets," he added as the struggling man was tossed to the floor. "Now, do your part," he said, pulling out a gun and holding it out for the well-dressed man. I can't do this," the well-dressed man said in a shaky voice. "Yes, you will," another man said firmly. "You made a deal. You're going to honor it." A deal. You all forced me into this," the well-dressed man yelled. "And you're going to do it, or else face the consequences," a third man snapped. A willing criminal talking about facing consequences, Spider-Man spoke loudly, drawing their attention. "You know, there's something funny about that. It's Spider-Man," a couple of them yelled, readying their guns. "Time to test out my upgrades," Spider-Man whispered to himself, shaking his wrists, eager to try out his new webshooter improvements. He leapt high into the air and shot 2 web balls that impacted hard against 2 of the criminals, knocking them off their feet. He twisted in midair to avoid the responding gunfire before he shot another web that stuck itself onto one of the criminal's chest. The web exploded out and connected to the criminal in front and pulled them both together, causing them to crash into each other. "Yes," Spider-Man said happily as he landed on the ground. "I got the web grenades to work." "You're dead," the last one yelled, aiming his gun at Spider-Man and firing. Spider-Man jumped to the side, shooting out a web line that grabbed the criminal by his shooting arm. Spider-Man pulled the criminal to him before sending him to the ground with a hard clothesline. "Really?" Spider-Man drawled to the now unconscious criminal. He looked up and saw the well-dressed man running away. "Hey, where are you going?" Spider-Man asked, jumping in the air and swinging off a nearby pole so he could land in front of the man, causing him to grind to a halt, nearly falling over. "Hi, I'm Spider-Man, a pleasure to meet you." Wait, I'm not a criminal, I'm not," the well-dressed man yelled, quickly removing his mask. My name is Robbie Thompson. I'm a reporter at the Daily Bugle. As in the newspaper organization that constantly chats shit about me. "That Daily Bugle?" Spider-Man asked in an unimpressed voice as he walked closer to Robbie, who took a step back and stumbled onto his back. "No, wait, please," Robbie cried out as Spider-Man got nearer. "Easy hot stuff," Spider-Man said, holding out a hand. "I'm not going to hurt you. Now, how about you get up and tell me what's really going on?" Robbie looked at him like he was speaking a lost language, staring at him for several seconds before taking his hand and climbing back up to his feet. "It's my family," Robbie quickly blurted out before Spider-Man could say anything. "They're threatening them. Threatening my wife and my son. If I don't do what they say, then they're going to have my son in jail. Or worse." "Who is threatening your family?" Spider-Man cut him off. "Was it these clowns?" he asked, gesturing to the unconscious men. "No, not them, their boss. Lonnie, Spider-Man repeated. He goes by Tombstone," Robbie told him. He was about to say more when the struggling man began making noise. "Oh right, should probably have remembered to untie him." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.